Morning. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a special meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, May 17th, 2004. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special meeting of the Los Angeles City Council, and it is our consideration of the Budget and Finance Committee's report relative to the proposed budget for fiscal year 2004-2005. And what we'll do first here is ask the clerk to call the roll.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruhl, Hahn, Labange, Ludlow, Miskowski, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Smith, Villaraigosa, Weisstein, Padilla. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. The council is officially in session. What I'd like to do, folks, is call upon Mr. Parks, who is chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, for some general comment and an overview of the item before us. And then we do have a number of speaker cards that have been submitted to address the council on our one and only agenda item today. We'll do public comment second, and then we'll return to council discussion and debate. In between there, we will go through sort of page by page and take batches of recommendations as we normally would various sections of the council agenda. I believe most of the items will be dispensed with on consent. But if there's specific items a council member wishes to call special for discussion and deliberation, we'll do that as well. Before hearing from Mr. Parks, Mr. Ludlow, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
We ask everybody in the chambers to please rise, face the flag, place your right hand over your heart. Please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ludlow. Now let's hear from Councilmember Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and all colleagues, and also members of the public that are here. On behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee, I'm going to introduce to you the 2004 and 05 budget as amended by the Budget and Finance Committee. But first, I'd like to identify 6 actions by this council which cause a much smoother and efficient budget process for this fiscal year. Early on, the CLA and the council identified in the 03-04 budget some structural deficits that were clearly identified and particularly placed remedies in this year's budget process. The budget decisions last year not to place large personnel expenditures in place or significant priority expenditures were placed in the UB account. And as we remember, the UB account was swept at mid-year to be placed in the reserve account so that we had sufficient resources to deal with this year's budget. We also placed several budgetary controls in place, such as stringent review on all cost allocation by the council policy committees, also a budget freeze that occurred through most of the fiscal year. There were 2 major budget policies that were mandated. No new funding for allocations without an identified and specific funding source. Also, we discontinued the use of one-time funding for multi-year projects. These 2 policies have served both the city and the budget process well. They've been also favorably documented by the city bonding review agencies as we have adopted those policies. Also, the Council Budget Committee has met in public meetings with every department before they submitted this year's budget priorities. And the Council Committee went out to 3 different community hearings and touched every community in the city and received their overall input on budget priorities, but more importantly, their specific budget allocation concerns. I'd like to also acknowledge several individuals that made this year's process work more effectively and efficiently. Certainly, I want to thank Mr. Fujioka and Ellen and their staff for tirelessly putting forth a document that we can all review and the countless hours they caused in the presentation of the budget during the hearings. Also want to thank Mr. Deaton and Sharon and the staff for their diligent work. We realize that this budget process started in November of 203. The CLA completed their analysis on the budget in a little over a week. I want to also thank the city clerk and the staff, and particularly Lorraine Brathwaite, for making sure all of our schedules were online, they were accurate, that we coordinated every department's appearance and general manager before the committee. And then I want to thank all of the budget committee members, Ms. Miskowski, Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Cardenas, and Mr. Smith for their contribution and long hours as related to developing a smooth process. And I also want to thank the President, Alex Padilla, for your support of this budget committee and also your personal effort in behalf of the city and the city League of Cities as it relates to creating a budget policy deal recently that secures the city's resources in the future. At the adoption of the 2003-04 budget, most of us agreed that we faced about a $300 million deficit for the following fiscal year. Today, the unfortunate reality is that although this proposed budget is balanced, there is still a significant structural deficiency in the 04-05 fiscal year. That means we must continue the month-to-month budgeting process and continue the numerous effective fiscal controls, such as budgetary freezes, budgetary cuts, mergers, consolidations, and sacrifices into this year and over the next several years. Now the specifics regarding the mayor's budget. The mayor presented a budget to the City Council on April the 20th, and beginning on April 26th, the Budget and Finance Committee began deliberation. The proposed budget was heard before all city departments as well as the community, and the proposed budget included a $5.3 billion allocation, approximately $195 million more than 03-04. The 3.8% increase from last year was mostly obligatory spending, such things as pension and workers' comp, but it also included an additional 30 new police officers, an increased revenue of $228 million, approximately $198 million in one-time revenue, but it also included several budget reductions accounting for about $79 million. The elimination of an environmental affairs department, deep cuts in the human services area, children, youth, and their families commission, status of women, Department of Building and Safety, a significant reduction in the maintenance of park property. It also deleted the Tax Reform Trust Fund. It included $60 million transfer from Department of Water Power, and it also identified many new revenues, including the voice-over internet, good business practices, which are looking for about $4 million worth of new revenue, and the restructuring and collection of internet hotel tax and bookings, which is about $19 million. After a few weeks of deliberation, the Budget and Finance Committee voted with one voice to make approximately 150 changes in this year's budget. The primary changes in this year's budget will be increase the reserve fund to approximately $113 million. This was done particularly due to the uncertainty of the state and federal budget. This 3.1% is above the city's policy, and it's done there primarily to identify a number of contingencies that we will become aware of. We're able to do this primarily because of the CLA's identification of about $42 million of new revenue. We also support the reinstatement of the Environmental Affairs Department. We included increases in funding for the Human Services Departments. We increased funding by over $3 million to the Department of Building and Safety, which includes the citywide PACE program and the much-debated executive liaison positions. We kept the Tax Reform Task Force or Trust Fund whole by putting in approximately $12 million over the next fiscal year. We maintained the 1% TOT tax funding for cultural affairs, but we also gave cultural affairs significant new flexibility so that the general manager will be coming forth to the council advising us of the spending plan. Although the Budget Committee has attempted to identify all of the concerns of this council, I am sure that there are still several issues that need to be discussed, and motions will be coming forth to suggest changes and alterations to the Budget Committee report. Prior to those discussions, I want to make you aware of 2 additional safeguards that the committee has put in place. On all considerations for mergers, consolidations, or changing of responsibilities within departments, it is proposed that in this budget that all of those issues will be sent to the concerned policy committee for full evaluation and recommendations to the full council prior to implementation. Things such as the doctor versus nurses care, the centralized security force in the city, cultural affairs, Mill Act positions, all of these issues will go before the policy committees, and funding is currently in the budget to continue for its 6 months during this transition period. Also, another safeguard, all new funding sources and revenue, and we figured there's about excess of $20 million that is in the budget that deals with new revenue, such things as dealing with the issues of reprogramming funding on the on TOT and dealing with issues such as the area of internet phone calls. Those will all be reviewed significantly as it relates to on the monthly status report by the Commission. We also, as we go forward, is looking at the issues of the budget, that we have about $10 million currently, in addition to the $39 million that the state has already identified as potential impact on this budget. We certainly have heard from the League of Cities that they've cut a deal that $1.3 billion from California cities over the next 2 years will go to the state. We believe that these additional budget impacts are the primary reason for setting the priorities of place by the Budget Committee by increasing the reserve fund. We have asked the CAO to continually monitor these activities over the next several months, and as I indicated, that with these safeguards, I would hope that council members would know that sufficient relief on particular issues to know that these items will come before you before they're approved, and we ask that we not get into sweeping changes or alterations of the current budget document until those particular issues come back to us. As I indicated in the letter last Friday, I urged your support in approving the proposal as amended by the Budget and Finance Committee. Please note that there are also several unresolved issues, one of which is the $10 million gap that we just became aware of, and also continued monitoring of the over $20 million of uncertain revenues. But I also say that when we go forward, it's important that this document is approved today. I'd ask that in the final recommendation as far as process today, that the body reviews attachment 2, which contains 127 recommendations. It's included and distributed over 22 pages, and that the pages are based on have very specific items that we basically go over by page. We identified specials on each page and then come back and deal with those specials individually. Then I would recommend that we go forward and look at review item attachment 3 as it relates to the hiring freeze exemption, and also approve that. So, Mr. Chair, that is the conclusion of my overview, and hope we can set forward a process to where we can get through this voluminous document.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. We now turn to public comments for our meeting today, and we do have a handful of cards, beginning with Mr. Clark Weissman. If you can come forward at this time to address the council, and he'll be followed by Barbara Clark, Louise, is it Reichlin, and Stan Sosa, and other speakers to follow. Go ahead.
Council folks, my name is Clark Weissman. I'm the president of the California Traditional Music Society, a 25-year-old nonprofit music corporation in the San Fernando Valley, supported by Cultural Affairs Department with facilities, grants, and joint cultural programs. We are a partner in many organizations that add culture to the community, various chambers of commerce, community centers, women's clubs, Cal State Northridge, CSUN, and school programs throughout the San Fernando Valley. We are the founders of 15-year-old International Folk Alliance activity, which professionalizes folk arts in California, Europe, Canada, Australia. We've started many venues for music in the Western United States and brought 22 years of the Summer Solstice Folk Music, Dance, and Storytelling Festival, and 3 years of the Encino Taste of Folk Music Oktoberfest. Our community outreach is in music, festivals, concerts, classes, school programs for the poorest underserved Title I schools throughout Los Angeles. And in the last 4 years, we've reached broadly over 85,000 children and brought them free music quality programs. We cater to Los Angeles residents and children of all ages. We have put Los Angeles on the map, on the world map, as a mecca for folk artists, musicians, related retail shops, publications, some of which have recently risen to films, such as Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Our events are a magnet for this city to bring renowned artists, tourists to this county and city from all over the world.
Sir, if I can ask you to conclude, please. We have a few
Yes.
dozen speakers waiting
My
to be heard.
last comment is that we've brought over 25 million in cultural tourism to this city, and in the last 5 years, and we feel that Cultural Affairs is not broken. We support the full funding of the City General Fund and the continuation of these meritorious programs. And California Traditional Music is but one of hundreds of similar organizations benefiting from Cultural Affairs support. Don't kill the goose that lays these golden eggs.
Thank you very much. And again, for all future speakers, we do have a couple of dozen speaker cards. If you would all aim to limit your comments to about 2 minutes each, we'd appreciate it. Ms. Barbara Clark.
My name is Barbara Clark, and I'm a storyteller. But I'm also an artist in residence at the Vineyard Senior Citizen Center in Council District 10. I respectfully request that you restore the funding to Cultural Affairs for youth programs, artist in residence, and neighborhood community arts centers. I am one of 30 artists in residence providing art education and programs to youth, families, and seniors. My own project is called Tell Me a Story, and it instructs senior citizens in ways to take rich memories and develop them into structured stories that are suitable for telling. Then they present these stories at public, free programs for the community with audiences that have always exceeded 100 people. An 87-year-old gentleman told a story of an emotional reunion in Guam during World War II when he discovered that the captain of the Japanese prisoners assigned to him was his old Japanese-American buddy from Foshay Junior High School here in Los Angeles. The young man had been in Japan visiting relatives at the start of the war and had been drafted. A 65-year-old woman told of, as a teen, being told by her 106-year-old great-grandmother that although freed from slavery, she did not feel free until she taught herself to read and write at the age of 86. A 74-year-old woman told of how she discovered she was colored when she was enrolled as the only black student in a white Catholic school.
Ma'am, if I can ask you to conclude, please.
These are the stories that we will lose if we lose Cultural Affairs. Cultural Affairs funding of programs and neighborhood facilities such as Watchtower's Arts Center are the front line of art enrichment for less than affluent communities. And if we are to maintain the quality of life in these communities or even improve it, we must do more than patch potholes. We must feed souls, lift spirits, and that's what arts do.
Thank you.
So I implore you, as you look into yourselves and consider these programs and what they really mean to neighborhoods all over the city, that you restore the funding to
Thank you.
cultural affairs.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call forward now Louise, I believe it's Reichlin or Reichlin. And
Yeah, it's Louise Reichlin.
Reichlin. And after she speaks, it's Stan Sosa, followed by Berta Torres Sosa, Paul Gamberg, and Roy Stone.
My name is Louise Reichlin. I'm founding director of Los Angeles Choreographers and Dancers. Los Angeles is a huge city. It's exciting in its scope and diversity, and also challenging because of this. My organization was founded almost 25 years ago. We've provided hundreds of thousands of dance performance, hundreds of thousands of people services through our dance workshops and performances during these 25 years. We take our work on tour to over half the United States and to Mexico, but the majority of our work is here in Los Angeles. We go to every council district. Cultural Affairs has provided not just grant funds for us, because we never know from one year to the next if we're going to get those, but also because of space that we're awarded, because of the percentage tax on building and bed tax, and also because of festivals that Cultural Affairs produces that give free attendance to so many people in every single district. Therefore, I'm here today to ask that Cultural Affairs remains fully funded by the way that it has been, and that's pretty much my plea.
Thank you very much. Stan Sosa.
Members of council, I don't know why it is that some find that it's so easy to cut music and art programs when study after study find that art and music education is akin to, is a great predictor of how successful you're going to be in life. And this is especially true for youth at risk. This is almost like being penny wise and pound foolish. We'll pay it at the end if we don't take care of our youth at risk now. Being a businessman, I also find that budgets and having to cut them and having to live within budgets is very important. However, if you look at one of the programs that Cultural Affairs has, the Arts Partners Program, it's a great program that I would like to see expanded, because this is one where you get a lot of bang for your buck. Nonprofit corporations team up with Cultural Affairs, and essentially for seed money or very few bucks, you can get the nonprofits organizations to do a lot more for these programs than having these city programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Berta Torres Sosa, and I'm the Director of Art in the Park, a small center in Highland Park. I want to tell you a little bit about the alternatives that the children in the Northeast area have because of the money that we receive from the city through Cultural Affairs Department. At the park, we offer after-school music lessons. We offer guitar, percussion, voice, performance, and I want to tell you just a short story about a family where these classes changed their life. The father of 3 girls, he relayed to me that he used to come home, have dinner, sit in front of the TV, and ignore his family. Now, a year later, after his children have taken classes, they are performing all over the city. They perform for Mayor Hahn at the Mocha Museum. They perform for Councilman Reyes at Lincoln Heights. And this man now, instead of just coming home and doing what he used to do, he comes home very exciting to see what the children learned that day, and it has changed their lives. So I request that you do not cut any money from Cultural Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Gumberg, or Gamberg?
Hi. when I filled out the speaker's card, I thought I was just going to represent myself, but lo and behold, I looked around and I found we had a quorum of directors for the Barnsdall Art Park Foundation, and they said, go ahead, go for it. So I hope, I got a couple things to say. First, it's interesting, when I look around the room, there are at least 5 or 6 of you that I know, having supported Antonio when he first ran for office, having worked with Ed, Eric, Tom. I don't get down here much. I'm in Jack's district now. I'm vice president of the RBA, first vice president of the Roscommere Valley Association. Some of my board members are Grammy winners and very active in the arts. We're known in LA as kind of the dream factory for the world. There are only 2 cities internationally in the US that are important culturally and that have an important social contract with. You guys have a statesman's job to do today, a very important job. I'm here to support Margie Reese, and I'm here specifically to let you know that this particular city has a very viable and important social contract with its population, not only the part of the population that I personally know who's been at risk, both adults, not just kids and adults who have turned their lives around and obtained self-respect and career maintenance, people in the industry, actors that are famous, I'm not going to drop names, that have come, say, to Barnsdall, kids that have gone through programs that have literally made an important contribution to Western civilization, that have been at risk in the past. And art is a way out of all that. That's one aspect of it. That's the lowest aspect. The highest aspect is there's the Big Orange and the Big Apple. And there's always a friendly competition going on between those 2 fruits. And it was Mike Boehm in the LA Times that wrote a big article a few weeks ago pointing out how the mayor rode to the rescue in saving cultural affairs. I don't think you want to be headlines tomorrow as the council that rode in and squeezed the juice out of the Big Orange. We're important in this country, and what you can do today is simply an act. And I think maybe one of you has found some money, an act of saving cultural affairs. And I hope you're up to that task, because you can't take 30% away, give it 30%, and then take it away out of the general fund. So I advocate what Venice proposed, which is that you give that 30% back out of the general fund specifically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next group of speakers are Roy Stone, followed by Alicia Randolph, Jim McQuiston, Russ Bellinat, and Alice Goff.
Honorable members of the City Council, I'm Roy Stone, President of the Librarians Guild, AFSCME Local 2626. Today I'm here to ask for your first consideration for library service, that we cannot continue to provide library service unless the hiring freeze is lifted. It is simply not possible to expect that extended hours can be maintained with fewer librarians, fewer clerical staff, and fewer security officers. We ask you to ensure that the Library Department hiring freeze be lifted as of July 1st. Further, since public safety is important, we do not believe that cutting 11 security officer positions from the library budget will be and removing them from supervision of the library department is a productive way to maintain security in our libraries. We ask you to ensure that the consolidation of security will not take place until all the many problems are addressed and resolved, and that the library department be directed to continue to supervise security staff and be allowed to fill all current authorities. And finally, we ask you to look at the service provided by the bookmobiles to senior centers and schools and communities that would have no other access to public library services. They also serve as moving billboards advertising the city of Los Angeles on the streets, in isolated neighborhoods, and at community events, and provide service during branch emergencies and construction. It allows access to library materials in neighborhoods where gang affiliations prohibit residents from crossing these borders. We ask that these mobile messengers of goodwill be maintained at a functioning level for the coming year. We know your choices are difficult, but we ask your consideration and support for these extremely important and valuable aspects of public library service.
Thank you very much. Ms. Randolph?
Good morning, council people. I'm very, very happy to be here to talk on behalf of the issue of the bookmobile service, and I urge you and beseech you not to discontinue it. It's a very vital and alive service. We provide services to schools, as Roy had mentioned, in senior sites, as well as community housing projects. And the issues, or more importantly, their concerns with losing this vital service is one, because they have expressed convenient access, because many of our working poor people who are also feeble and elderly and who have no means of transportation to the wonderful branches that we do have available. We also notice that they have expressed that many of the schools have non-functional libraries, which they enjoy our coming to make sure that the children have plenty and ample reading material to satisfy their eager reading habits. They also have expressed, especially in the housing projects where there are unfortunately a lot of gang activity, they have expressed that the bookmobiles provide them safe access to reading materials, because they do not have to cross gang territories when a branch is 1 to 3 miles away from their housing project, and they would not have to be subjected to street gang violence. In the end, I'd like to conclude by saying to you all to please, again, give long consideration to this vital service, which in the end, it really is pennies when you compare to how much of a vital service that this is providing for our city residents. And we urge you to also make sure that we can support the mayor and everyone else who considers making sure that there is safe access to, for our community residents to access to books. Thank you very much.
Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston, East Hollywood Community Association. As promised, I did go over the budget very carefully. We do have a structural deficit of $424,981,531 because we're sweeping out our assets. Now, that's a small differential on a $5.3 million budget, but we've also swept out all the vacant positions, so salary savings this year are going to be very difficult. However, we do have unallocated funds in the accounts of $48,773,819. Now, those have not been considered either by the CAO or the CLA. So we do have a cushion there. We can reevaluate. However, the budget that you have right now is, of course, completely dependent upon what the state does. And so I'm more or less saying that we really have to revisit this probably in July or August or September, whenever the state gets around to its budget. And I want you to remember that, $48,773,819. That's unallocated funds, not in the general fund. It's in the schedules, and it has not been considered what we're going to do to spend that money. And we can shift things around and accommodate quite a bit of budget changes.
Thank you very much. Our next speakers are Russ Bellinat, followed by Alice Goff, Guy Lemhuis, Jan Williamson, and Naila Arslanian.
Good morning, Honorable Council President and council members. Excuse my nervousness. I'm usually behind the scenes running the soundboards. Today, you're deciding the fate of many services the city provides. Your decision should be made with all the pertinent information available to you, weighing the pros and cons of each issue, being fully informed of the potential effects it will have on your constituency and your ability to do your job efficiently. Last year, my 4-member staff took a 25% reduction. I'm nervous. This year, I only have 3 members to cover all of your council meetings, your committee meetings, the press conferences, all your special events, and your town hall meetings. While we're doing this, we're also covering all the mayor's events, the various departments' events, police and fire events, the departmental audio requests, and most of the planning department's required hearings. This June, I'll be losing 1 more staff member, Herb Blumenfeld. He'll be retiring. The position will be lost for this proposed budget. That will be an additional staffing cut of 33%. This budget also specifically cuts the additional resources needed to cover the local area planning commissions. Your expectations of quality audio services that you and your constituents have enjoyed in the past will be impacted. I understand that this is a tough budget year and will work with your decision to the best of our ability. However, it would be negligent of me in my position not to make you aware of the potential effects of these decisions. Council Audio may be unable to have sufficient qualified staff to run the soundboard for every meeting. Press conferences just prior to or just after council will be difficult to staff. Town halls and planning department meetings in the evenings may be impacted most of all. Your requests for our services continue to grow, while my staffing will be cut to the point of not being able to provide you with the quality of services even in City Hall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
President, may I ask one question, just real quick? Russ, may I ask you one question real quickly? About how much of, as a percentage, is being covered by overtime? I assume people are working quite a bit of overtime.
I have a lot of overtime, average about 20 hours a week of overtime.
And do you have a total number for how much we're paying in overtime budget?
No, I don't have that
All
information.
right, we'll see if we can track that down. Thank you, Russ.
Ms. Goff?
Good morning. My name is Alice Goff. I'm the president of AFSCME District Council 36. I'm here on behalf of approximately 8,000 city employees that are represented by the council. In addition, we have employees in the departments of CRA and Housing Authority. Although I don't know the details of the budget, as Councilman Parks gave the overview, I listened to hear if there were any changes made in the staffing for our departments and within the city, and I didn't hear clearly, so I would just like to reiterate that on behalf of AFSCME, we have members in the personnel department that are proposed to, through this budget process, to be eliminated. There are 10 doctors and 8 nurses, and we would ask that that not happen in the budget process, but rather allow us to continue to meet and negotiate with the department on that issue. There was a study done, however, we believe that there are some serious flaws in that study. There was no risk management analysis done. We can't really see that the monies proposed to be saved via the change in classification will really benefit us in the end if there are problems from not treating properly those coming into those jail facilities. Additionally, the Department of Recreation and Parks, we struggled to get recreation assistance into the city family. They provide vital services to the community, and the funding is not there for those recreation assistants, facing possibly elimination of 106 positions. That's service to the communities, the children, all the programs that are provided through the Department of Recreation and Parks. Again, cultural affairs, we've heard from the community, from the employees' side as well. What this means to us is that there would either be the reductions in programs or the supporting staff to make those programs happen. Our library department, the continued facilities, the provision of extended hours service, again, without the staff to do that properly, we are unable to provide the level of service that we pride ourselves in being able to do. And we can just go on and on to all the city departments where, again, the staffing is so crucial that we are not really providing the service that we can. We're public employees who really, as I said, pride ourselves on the work that we do. We request that you consider that really those that are going to be hurt the most are the ones that can least afford it, our children, the poor, and the community of colors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Guy Leemhuis, to be followed by Jan Williamson, Naila Arslanian, Stephen Dornbush, and Irene Hirano.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of the City Council. My name is Guy Lemus. I'm the president of United Neighborhoods of the historic Arlington Heights, West Adams, and Jefferson Parks Communities Neighborhood Council. I'll be brief. I don't plan on going over what our priorities are in CD10 because my councilman's going to do a good job of that in just a moment. But I do want to acknowledge a process that I think is important, and I feel that the city has been remiss, and that is involvement and engagement of neighborhood councils in this entire budget process, as well as making sure that we are working collaboratively with the city council. Some of you have done a good job of doing that. Some of you have not. And I think that it is remiss of the entire city council to not make sure they are engaging an entity that the citizens of Los Angeles created to advise this council, and that is the more than 70 neighborhood councils in the city of Los Angeles. There are some models that some of you have utilized that have been wonderful, and we've had the pleasure of experiencing that in CD10, where our city councilman came out and had town hall meetings in a variety of parts in his district in collaboration with neighborhood councils. That was key. And I think that if we're going to make tough decisions, then the city needs to be engaged. We need to make sure that we follow the lip service we provide in terms of working with neighborhood councils rather than just saying you consulted with them and when you didn't. And I think that what I'd like to see next year, because I'm making a suggestion, not a complaint, but is a real process where neighborhood councils are brought to the table and we participate fully in how we can give input on the city budget in ways that also make sense for us, not that somebody thought up and said was good for us, because we don't get paid for what we do. And I think we have some idea on how we can engage this process better and be more supportive so that when we have to make tough decisions like these, they can be made in such a way that are also authentic and truly represent the community. I wholeheartedly support many of the initiatives that Councilman Letlow will be bringing forth today, because I believe they are the authentic voice of my community. And I want to thank Councilman Letlow for his leadership, and for those of you who have also had community meetings with your neighborhood councils, I commend you, and I encourage others to do the same next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Williamson?
Good morning, Council. I'm Jan Williamson, and I'm a resident of Venice, and I'm also the executive director of the 18th Street Arts Center in Santa Monica. And the first thing I want to do is deliver to you a vote from my neighborhood council to follow on the gentleman who went before me. They passed a vote in support of restoring the entire cultural affairs budget in whole, and also restoring the environmental affairs budget. So I think if the mayor had engaged the neighborhood councils, as the gentleman before me said, we would find that, in fact, there's a lot more support there for the arts and the environment. I understand that the Budget Committee is recommending the restoration of the TOT tax to the cultural affairs budget. Well, this is a step in the right direction, and I hope you do restore that. It should have never been on the table by the mayor's Budget Committee. That's an ordinance that's been in place for 15 years, and it should never have been taken off the table. Cultural Affairs is a model agency for leveraging our dollars in the community. They, excuse me, with $3 million, they do an incredible amount of work with contracts for services. Basically, they give grants to over 200 individual artists and small and mid-sized arts organizations. What I'd like to recommend to you today is that in addition to restoring the TOT tax, that you also put more general funds back to the department. If we don't put more general funds back to the department is unable to do the work that they do. And it's inappropriate to consider that we would take, for a city of this size, that we would have no general funds coming from our tax dollars to support the Cultural Affairs Department. The TOT and the development fees that support cultural affairs that have been in place for a long time, to have zero money coming from the general fund is ridiculous for a city the size of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Members of the City Council, good morning. My name is Nyla Arslanian. I'm president of the Hollywood Arts Council, and I certainly do support everything that Jan just said. We've been through a lot over these past few weeks, from the elimination to the department, the formation of a mayor's task force to look into the entire workings of our cultural affairs department. And out of this, I think we've all seen the tremendous work that Cultural Affairs does for the city of Los Angeles, spreading their funds as thin as this arts community spreads our funds to really deliver quality art programs to the citizens of Los Angeles. I am heartened to hear that the Neighborhood Council in Venice put this proposal forward to restore the full funding for the Cultural Affairs Department. We support the 1%, the TOT, and full funding from the city's general fund. And I thank you all for your attention to this matter and count on your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Stephen Dornbush, followed by Irene Hirano and Danielle Brazel.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council, a member of Mid-City resident in Martin Ludlow's district, the 10th district, and I sit on the Housing Commission, one of the many commissions established by our council member. I'm not here for any pet project or my own interests. My interests are those of every citizen. We have a very able-bodied council member who is arguing for our priorities that he has found out in the numerous meetings he's had with us in our district. I don't envy the council. This is a very unpleasant process. It's one of choosing lesser evils, who to cut, who to hurt. And I believe that you are responsibly engaging in the kind of negotiations and discussions to come up with a budget, and you will do so. At the conclusion, this is why my comments are general, I would like you to make every effort politically to make it clear to the public, as much as media attention you can get, and it might be hard to do, that this process is unfair, that the city's not getting its fair share, that the federal government, from the state and from the federal government, and in fact that the state needs to restore the income tax levels and some of the richest income earners in this state, so we're not in this state of affairs. So while you responsibly go about your work, I'd like you to try to make that clear at the conclusion in a unanimous way, because you are providing that leadership for us.
Good morning. I am Irene Hirano, the president of the Japanese American National Museum, and you've heard this morning many comments about the work of cultural affairs. I certainly want to echo that and to indicate that our institution, like so many others throughout the city, have benefited not only from the grants but for the staff support. I want to just add two comments. One is that as a city that is looked at throughout the country, the actions that the City Council takes with respect to cultural affairs will send a very significant message to funders throughout the country, be they private donors, foundations, or the federal government. And you're finding a way to ensure that the general funds as well as the TOT funds remain in cultural affairs helps to leverage those dollars that so many of us depend on. And secondly, in terms of our local work, the Cultural Affairs Department staff has knit together so many of the smaller and larger institutions that over the years have come together to work together across disciplines and across communities. That staffing is very important, and so as the council deliberates the very hard and tough decisions that you have to make with respect to the budget, we ask that you give every consideration to the Cultural Affairs Department. I thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Brazel.
Good morning. I said to my partner the other morning, I said, God, it kind of feels like earthquake weather. And in Southern California, we have this low cloud covering warm sense that it's actually earthquake weather. And then I thought to myself, what would happen if we had an earthquake? And what would happen to our tourist industry? And I thought, oh my, what would happen to that TOT tax? What would happen to the Cultural Affairs Department if that industry was just wiped out for a day, for 2 days, for 3 days, if it impacted travel? What would happen? What would happen with the general line item? What would any organization be able to fall on if it relied only on city ordinance tax? I am a taxpayer, I'm a citizen, I live in Mr. Labange's district, Council District 4. I'm an artist in residence in Council District number 13. Mr. Garcetti, hi. It's a great privilege and an honor. I grew up in Mr. Smith's council district and didn't have many resources. If I didn't have a bus, if I didn't have a waiver on a ticket, I would have never had the opportunity to see a performance piece, a piece of theater. I would probably be still living in that neighborhood right on the border of Tampa and Parthenia with the gates and the barbed wire. I would have never have gotten an education. Art saves lives, folks. It's proof. We've done it over and over and over again. 1% is all we need at the moment. There has to be a general line item budget for cultural affairs. Otherwise, you're setting the agency up for failure. And next year, what are we going to have to fall back on? I respect the work you're doing wholeheartedly. I can't imagine being in your shoes. But I know you're smart, and I know you can figure it out. You have my faith and my trust, and I can't wait to show you the work that we're doing on the community level. Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Luis Sedano.
Good morning. Buenos días. My name is Jose Luis Sedano. I'm with the Historic Cultural Neighborhood Council. And every opportunity I get to explain again to Council President Padilla, to Antonio, to all the other council members, everyone that I see, every time I get a chance, I tell you we must restore the budget to the Cultural Affairs Department. I'm here to speak in favor of it. More recently, the Historic Cultural Neighborhood Council passed a resolution to ask the mayor to act on a very important part of the cultural life of Los Angeles, America Tropical. All of you council members will receive soon the copy of that resolution, as well as the cover letter, and the other neighborhood councils are passing similar resolutions. So I'm here to urge you to act on this motion to restore the budget to the Cultural Affairs Department, and perhaps out of the wonderful statement, mission statement that Joy Pike has just read to us on the 10th floor. You will hear that soon, I'm sure. Mr. Emerson will provide that for you. A mission statement that perhaps could be written into the charter of the city, because the arts, we are a city of artists. If it were not for the arts, Los Angeles would not be the city that it is. And it is based on the arts that we have the life of the city.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this concludes public comment for today's meeting. We now, colleagues, turn to what I will refer to as Attachment 2. I believe it's the CLA's Budget and Finance Committee recommendations on the fiscal year 2004-2005 proposed budget. It is a 22-page summary. I think you all have it before you. And just as we did or have done in previous years, what I'd like to do is go page by page and consider a series of recommendations at a time. For each page, any specific recommendation that council members would like to call special or set aside for discussion or debate, we'll do that as we normally call specials from regular council meeting agendas. Otherwise, items can go through on consent. Mr. Parks, anything before we get going?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to make one technical change. It was supported in the committee and failed to get into the CLA's report, dealing with the proposed merger of Bureau of Sanitation, Environmental Affairs. When we refunded Environmental Affairs, we failed to ensure that the Bureau of Sanitation maintained their positions in the wastewater and household refuse recycling program. So we'd like to make that technical amendment to ensure that those positions are retained in the Public Works Bureau of Sanitation.
Excuse me, Mr. Parks,
know
is
which-
that, what item number is that and what page is that on?
That would be number 45.
Number 45, colleagues, so we've made changes to, that overlaps both page 7 and 8 of our report. So with that technical amendment, without objection, Madam Clerk, let's take it from page 1. Colleagues, on page 1, we do have recommendations from the committee, recommendations 1 through 7. Are there any of these specific recommendations that members of the council would like to set aside for discussion or deliberation? If not, then Madam Clerk, please open the roll on page 1. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. We now turn to page 2, recommendations 8 through 17. Any requests for specials? 8 through 17. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the recommendations on page 2. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. We now turn to page 3, recommendations 18 through 27.
Mr. President, we're hearing people ask if you could just take a little bit more time deliberatively, let each person read each of the items. And some people might want to call some of these item specials just to give some explanation, or maybe we should ask the CAO if there's something to highlight. But I think, I don't think you'll see a big change, but I think let's just take a little slower.
Okay. Go a little slower here. Mr.
I
Labange.
just rise to second Ms. Sikowski's great suggestion.
Okay.
What page are you on?
Colleagues, please turn to page 17. No. We're on page 3 at this time. Taking a deep breath. Recommendations 18 through 27. The first half of the page deals with licenses, permits, and fees. We do have a Proposition C item, and item 27 refers to the Department of Water and Power transfer. Any requests for specials on this page? Going once, going twice. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the recommendations listed on page 3. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. We now go to page 4, recommendations 28 through 30. Item 28 is the second half of the DWP transfer. Item 29 refers to the reserve fund and miscellaneous accounts, and item 30 refers to business tax reform and the fund established for that. Any specials? Mr. Labange.
30C.
30. Let's take item 30 in its entirety. Special for Mr. Labange. Items 28 and 29. Any requests to call this item special? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, colleagues, page 5 is items 31 through 35, and this is relative to the 5 small departments that were reduced in the proposed budget in lieu of consolidation, which is also pending further review of the overall issue of consolidation by the council. Department of Aging, Commission for Children, Youth, and Their Families, Commission on the Status of Women, Disability, and the Human Relations Commission. Requests for specials, Mr. Ludlow?
The page.
Okay. 31 through 35, and I believe in recognition that it is a consolidation versus budget cut discussion, we can take those matters concurrently. Call special by Mr. Ludlow. Next page is page 6. Recommendations 36 through 43. Recommendations 36 through 41 are building and safety items. Ms. Misikowski?
Item 37 needs a correction. We restored funding but didn't restore authority, so let's call it special just to make that amendment.
Or is there any need for further discussion other than that technical amendment?
No, I think that covers it. We just want to restore the authority.
Okay, we'll consider item 37 as amended. Mr. Garcetti?
And item 42, the resolution authority, this is for the new grants unit in the CA's office. If we would change that Right now, it's a Senior Administrative Analyst 1 and 2 with resolution authority instead for 2 senior project coordinators. Cost is basically the same. CAO said they absorbed the difference, and it just allows us to hire the best folks to go outside if we need to.
So this is additional positions,
No,
or?
it's just in describing what the position, instead of replace the resolution authority for the 1 Senior Administrative Analyst 1 and 1 Administrative Analyst 2 with resolution authority instead for 2 senior project coordinators. Same amount of money that we're allocating, just a different way that we're posting it.
Okay. CAO,
Yes.
you good with that?
As our request, thank you.
Okay, so
Excuse me, Mr.
37 as amended, 42 as amended.
On item number 37, that was to restore the positions. Was that the amendment?
It should state restore funding and position authorities for an enlisted positions. Because right now, it only provides for additional funding, and whereas the positions were deleted in the proposed budget. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, again, 36 through 41 are building and safety-related items. Item 42, which has been amended, is a CAO-related item, and item 43 is from the city attorney. Any further requests for specials or amendments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's open the roll on the page 6 recommendations, including items 37 and 42 as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Colleagues, we now turn to page 7, which includes recommendation 44, a city clerk item, and 45, which carries over to page 8, and this is in regard to the Environmental Affairs Department. Either of these items to be called special? Members, 44 and 45. If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the recommendations listed on page 7. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. This brings us to page 8 and recommendations 46 through 50. Matters related to the Department of Finance, Fire, General Services, and the Information Technology Agency. Any requests to set aside any of these recommendations? Mr. Dudlow.
47.
47 for Mr. Dudlow. Any other recommendations? Seeing none, on the balance of the items on page 8, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. We now turn to page 9 and recommendations 51 through 57. Item 51 is also an ITA-related item. The balance of recommendations on page 9 refer to the Police Department. Any requests for specials?
Mr. President, I have a question. I don't know where it would fall in here, but I'm concerned about civilian staffing in the police department and
Yes,
to make
sir.
sure there's appropriate civilian staffing. What number would that be, Mr. Fujioka?
And I believe that would be item 80, which is on page 13.
It's probably, if it's related to North Valley Police Station.
No, it's related to civilians who work side by side with our police officers and doing community, various roles in the police department.
Yes, well,
And throughout the police department. So I just want to know about,
as part of the unfreeze proposal, Councilwoman Mizakowski asked us to look at a process where we can unfreeze civilian positions for assignments that would be worked by sworn personnel with the intent of getting more sworn staff out to the street. So we're looking at and working with the department and developing a procedure for that issue.
which
As far
number
as-
do I call special so we could talk about it?
That would be 117 as part of the unfreeze process.
I'm way ahead of myself. Thank you.
It's probably the unfreeze and not the number of authorities they have, because they have enough authorities, it's filling those positions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so I made a note of that, Mr. Labange, for when we get to 117. On page 9, members, any requests to call these recommendations special? If not, I'd like to call item 53 special. And on the balance of the items, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. We now turn to page 10, recommendations 58 through 64. 58 and 59 are public works-related items, both for the Bureau of Engineering and the Bureau of Sanitation. We have a Zoo Department recommendation regarding the unappropriated balance, and item 64 pertains to the city clerk. Ms. Han. 61, call special by Ms. Han. Any other specials? Seeing none, let's open the roll. Close.
Hold on, the vote clerk is picking the items.
Okay. On the balance of the items, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Colleagues, join me on page 11, which has recommendations 65 through 69, recommendations pertaining to the Community Development Department, Housing, Police, Public Works Board, and Public Works Bureau of Engineering. Any requests to set aside any of these specific items for discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the recommendations listed on page 11. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Colleagues, page 12 of 22 includes recommendations 70 through 75, recommendations relative to the telecommunications development account. That's item 70. 71 through 73 are from the Department of Transportation. 74 and 75 are instructions and technical adjustments to the Animal Services Department. Any requests to call these items special? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. We now turn to page 13. And again, further technical recommendations for the Department of Building and Safety, items 77 and 78. To the CAO, that's 79 through 82.
Mr. President?
And item 83 is the city clerk. Item 80, call special by Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. President?
Yes, Ms.
I was
Pizzikowski.
just going to indicate that these items now are really what we call the policy recommendations, that each of these are being sent to the committees to have the committee look at them to see whether or if or how changes in a policy, changes in a department as recommended by that policy committee would be sent back to us that could look next year either in making some changes budget-wise or other program-wise. But these are not right now any dollar amount figures, but they are saying they're important things we still need to study as we go forward the next year.
Thank you for that, Ms. Pizzikowski. And colleagues, if this is your first time going through this budget process, you'll notice either a dollar figure adjacent to the recommendation or lack thereof. If it's a lack thereof situation, then again, that is your indicator that this is a policy-related discussion. Recommendations 76 through 83. Item 80 has been called special by Mr. Cardenas. Any other requests to hold a specific recommendation for discussion? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Bringing us to page 14. Again, policy-related recommendations for the Community Development Department, Commission for Children, Youth, and Their Families. That's item 84. Item 85 is a controller item. 86 and 87, Cultural Affairs. 88, El Pueblo. 89 and 90, Emergency Preparedness. And 91, Fire. Ms. Han, Mr. Villaraigosa, and Mr. Dudlow.
84.
84 for Ms. Han. Mr. Villaraigosa.
86 and 87.
86 and 87 for Mr. Villaraigosa. Mr. Dudlow? Got it covered. Ms. Perry?
Yeah, I wanted to call 87 as well.
Okay. Any other requests on this page? We have remaining items 85 and 88 through 91. 88 for Mr. Labange, leaving 85, 89, 90, 91. 89 for Mr. Ludlow. All right, pretty popular page here. 85, 90, and 91.
Mr. President, the clerk needs a moment to...
Okay, let's give the clerk a moment to note these items on our voting system? Not when you're ready? Okay, we're ready. On the balance of the items, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. We now turn to page 15, and these are recommendations 92 through 98. Again, a fire-related item, harbor, housing and ITA, neighborhood empowerment, and personnel. Ms. Hahn.
93, please.
93 for Ms. Hahn. Any other requests? 97 for Mr. Ludlow. Any other requests? 97. That's been called special by Mr. Ludlow. Any other requests? We have 92, 94, 95, 96, and 98 remaining. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Next page, colleagues, page 16, lists recommendations 99 through 107, matters pertaining to the Personnel Department, Planning, and Police Departments. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Item 104, 104.
104 for Mr. Reyes. Mr. Villaraigosa.
I wanted 104 and 105 as well.
And 105 for Mr. Villaraigosa. Any others, colleagues? Recommendations 99 through 107. Mr. Labange.
6.
106 for Mr. Labange. Any other requests? Madam Clerk, are we ready? Just about. Okay, let's open the roll on page 16, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. We now turn to page 17, and recommendations 108 through 114, matters related to Public Works, Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Engineering, Bureau of Street Services, and Recreation and Parks. Ms. Hahn.
I'd like to call 112 and 114 special, please.
112 and 114 special by Ms. Hahn. Let's add 113 into the mix. I think that can be heard concurrently with 112. That leaves items 108 through 111. Any other requests? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Next is page 18, and Mr. Labange calls item 117 special. Any other requests on items
Yes.
115 through 123? Mr. Villaraigosa.
115 and 123.
115 and 123 by Mr. Villaraigosa. Any other specials, colleagues? We have remaining items 116, 118, 119, 120, 21, and 22.
17 for Mr. Labange. I think that's when he wanted on the
Yes,
vacancy.
that's been done.
I'm going to call 121 special, too.
121 for Mr. Labange as well. Mr. Ludlow calls 123 special. Mr. Villaraigosa has already asked for that item. Any other specials? If not, we'll wait for the clerk to be ready.
We're ready.
And let's open the roll on the balance of the recommendations on page 18. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Colleagues, page 19 lists recommendation item number 124, A through G. That rolls over onto page 20 and 21. Mr. Villaraigosa?
124G.
124G, call special. Why don't we just hold all of 124 so we're clear as to what we're doing here. Recommendation 124, call special by Mr. Villaraigosa. And that starts on page 19, includes page 20, spills over to page 21 and 22. So let's come to page 122 and recommendations 125 26, and 27. I think we hold off on those to reflect any other changes that we've made throughout the course of the day. Yes, 125, 126, and 27. We wait until we've done all the items called special as a wrap-up item at the end. Okay, was that fun, colleagues? Come on, let's get some energy in here. We have a long day ahead of us. Smiles, please. The first recommendation called special, Madam Clerk.
That was item number 30, and that was by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange, let's lead it off.
Thank you very much. And without business, we don't have a city. Business helps, business tax. Tell me a little about this, Mr. Fujioka. What are you planning to do with this matter?
Recommend approval.
Very good, but explain to the public and everybody, because this is going to be, I know you may have a lunch appointment, but you're not going to make it today.
No.
We're taking funding to,
What
are we doing
What
with
this
VTAC?
recognizes is funding for the Business Tax Reform Fund that comes from the AB 63 receipts from fiscal year 2002, 2003, consistent with the existing ordinance. It also speaks to moving money currently in the fund to the reserve fund on a temporary loan that could be used for other business tax reform related programs, activities, or services.
Can I ask a question? Does this take us away our commitment towards business tax reform?
No, absolutely not.
Does this give us an opportunity to come right back to replenish this?
Right now, for the appropriation for next year, consistent with the current ordinance, will be made through this proposal. The money that's been that's being moved to the reserve is only being moved on a loan basis. So that I don't see that as in any shape, form, or fashion. It'd be subject to the approval of this council on a go-forward basis.
Do we have a date on that?
There's no date on that. At this time, it would be dependent upon the council. So upon council approval, I think the important thing...
How about if it comes back every 90 days? So at least it comes back to the committee. So that's fair that in 90 days it would be a marker. So we keep our commitment, because I believe that's what AB 63 was all about, was being able to find that, make sure everybody pays their taxes. Everybody pays their taxes, then there's enough money to run the community programs for the city of Los Angeles.
There might be a better approach.
Okay.
When a very specific proposal comes forward related to business tax reform, at that point in time, we should consider, as we normally would, the appropriate source of funds to support that program, which could include a repayment of this loan. But when if you say every 90 days, absent any specific recommendation or a change to our business tax structure, then we'll just say there's nothing before us. But
Let me
if
ask a question then, just because I don't want this to get lost in a year, because all of a sudden, you know what today's date is? Boom, you know, it's all of a sudden today, meaning
Understand.
today is today.
I'd like
you
to
know.
see that, I think the discussion should be made in the context of a specific proposal. So with that, as we discuss the policy implications, we have a very specific proposal in front of us, not something that's just open-ended.
Well, I kind of want to keep pressure on us in that sense there. I'd like to ask the chair, Mr. Parks of committee, would you schedule this in September? Just a review of this particular item, so that it keeps us a window as a hold, so that we keep the pressure on?
We'll schedule, I think every member on the committee unanimously supports what was done here. They're going to monitor it, and we will be reporting back. But I think it's important, as Bill said, that when there is a allocation that is charged against it, we can report it as opposed to just coming back when there's no activity. But we have a marker on that.
Good, that'd be great. I just want to
Plus,
make sure we don't...
Mr. Cardenas is on the subcommittee for business tax. I'm on the BTAC committee.
Right.
I mean, so there's a few people that have an interest in this whole issue. And Mr. Garcetti's on the small and local business committee, and Mr. Smith is certainly, I mean, so everybody has an interest, and it won't go away.
Well, Senator Gil Cedillo worked real hard to get this passed several years ago and gave us great ability, so I just want to keep it over. And so did Tony Cardenas when he was in Sacramento. All right, thank you very much.
Ms. Gruhl, followed by Mr. Smith. Ms. Gruhl.
Well, and thank you, Tom, for your commitment. And colleagues, I just want to thank those of you on the Budget Committee for your leadership. Tony Cardenas, who chairs the Business Tax Ad Hoc Committee, and Greg Smith, who serves on that, and Councilmember Parks, and Mr. Garcetti, and Mr. Labange, who's had an interest. Some of you who were on the council last year may recall, or were following it, that we redid the ordinance. And a lot of people's eyes, not necessarily my colleagues, but kind of eyes glazed over when we were saying we're going to change the Business Tax Reform Fund. And I see our wonderful Office of Finance, Antoinette, back there, because we worked hard to redo that ordinance for this particular reason, which was we wanted to guarantee that business tax reform was a reality. And I've jokingly said to the mayor's office, I appreciate this kind of discussion we've had, because it has brought to the forefront the importance of business tax reform. And now we do have the opportunity to utilize the funds that were specifically identified, and I know Mr. Cardenas was one of the leaders on AB 63 up in the state, to allow us to do that. That it's not just going to be a lot of talk. It's actually going to be action, and we hope to see some of those proposals go forward in the BTAC committee and budget committee to say we are going to have business tax reform. So I just wanted to say thank you to those of you on the budget committee, and particularly individuals who may be listening from the business community, from all of those organizations, and I have to say particularly from our valley, Tony, don't you think, and Greg, they were out there saying we need to have business tax reform and keep these dollars. So I agree with Mr. Labange that we need to keep an eye on ensuring that those funds come back, and I know the city attorney has drafted something that will protect us as well to ensure we have those funds available. And I just think it has been a good day in the city of Los Angeles for business tax reform, and to thank all of you for your leadership.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. Labange, so that you know that the issue was brought up in the committee, and there was a lot of question about how much money was even there, and the CLA did a very excellent job of putting a footnote, a whole page footnote, so we know for the future how much money is in the fund, because we really didn't know. And secondly, that BTAC will never forget that the money is there, but it is footnoted in the budget as a loan, and BTAC is coming back to Mr. Cardenas' committee sometime in the next few months with a plan, and then we'll allocate that money. We can either take it this year, next year, whatever is appropriate based on the plan that goes to Mr. Cardenas' committee that we will then bring back to the full council. So I can guarantee you nobody's going to forget it, but it is protected as a loan, and now there's a whole page footnote on it in the budget, which has never been done before. So I think we did a good job of protecting it, and BTAC won't let us forget, I guarantee you that.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I think what has been said on this issue is very appropriate. You're absolutely right, Tom. This is the kind of issue that we should not allow the city to just kind of sweep it under the rug and kind of forget about it. But we do have a business community out there that is part of BTAC that is making sure that they're monitoring this. And like Greg Smith just said, when they come up with proposals, and we through the committee that I chair, and Wendy's the vice chair and Greg is on, what happens is we're going to be able to say if in fact that money is going to be used this year, or when it's going to be used. And when that happens, that money will be transferred back into that account. As you may have noticed, Rocky Delgadillo, our city attorney, has opined that that money shall be dedicated to that account. That is in line with the ordinance. There's nothing that this council has done or is going to do that is going to change the fact that that money is responsible to that account. So the devil's in the details, and in this particular case, that money is in fact protected, and that money is in fact under the purview of the BTAC committee, the BTNR, and the money's not going to go anywhere. But one thing that I would like to say, I want to congratulate and thank the business community that takes this issue very, very serious, that they've always been very, very genuine and generous in understanding the woes of the entire city. They've been very generous in understanding that, yes, that money's earmarked for them and for those purposes, and they will be used. But just the fact that they're willing to contend with and not scream and yell and protest the fact that we should be able to share this with the reserve fund temporarily, it just goes to show how reasonable they've been, and I just want to thank them for doing so, because they could have said no, in the ultimate strictness, we should not even entertain it, but they didn't say that. Yes, they were upset with the first proposal. Now they're okay with it. Now they've been explained, and they're trusting upon us They're trusting upon us that we're going to honor our commitment, and we are going to do that. But I want to say thank you to them for trusting us, because a lot of time, especially business, has a lot of good reasons why they shouldn't trust government. But in this particular case, they put their faith in us, and I think that they've done the right thing, and I think we're going to honor that. Thank you.
One last comment. At the request of the Chair of Budget and Finance, we'll modify our financial status report that comes to this council and Budget and Finance on a regular basis to have a specific line item dealing with this money in our business tax reform dollars.
Other members wishing to be heard on this recommendation? This is item 30. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next, we come to items 31 through 35, called special by Mr. Dudlow. And this is relative to the 5 small departments reduced in the proposed budget in lieu of consolidation. Mr. Dudlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I too want to rise and say a heartfelt thank you to Councilmember Parks and Ms. Sikowski, Mr. Smith, Mr. Cardenas, and I know I'm missing one, Mr. Garcetti. This is for a new council member to watch you all in action and to see the way in which you've been responsive to questions from myself, ideas. It's just been amazing, and I really did luck out, colleagues, on winning the lottery to sit next to Cindy Misikowski, because it's been an amazing learning process going through this. And with that, I also want to say thank you to Mr. Fujioka as well. He's got a tough job, and I think he and his staff and Mr. Deaton's staff have done an amazing job of making this information available and really trying to find a way to minimize the heartache and the frustration at the street level, which is where all city services are felt. And then finally, just to say, one of the gentleman who spoke earlier, Guy Lemus, who represents one of our thriving neighborhood councils, talked about the process that we went through in Council District 10, which Mr. Nelson has enthusiastically said he's hoping Ms. Hahn and I will bring it into committee and find a way that perhaps we could do a public budget process. It's just an exercise that really did allow the public to get a sense of what the mayor was proposing and just survey them. Literally, we gave everybody $100 in play money and had them come in and spend the dollars the way they saw fit, and it was sort of a zero-based concept. And then we surveyed them on basically some of the services that we knew were being proposed to be cut or enhanced. There was about a 30-question survey, and in the middle of that, a very in-depth review of the mayor's budget through a PowerPoint presentation. So it's something that I now can stand here with a lot of confidence in seeing a few things. One, that almost everything that the public asked for in terms of services they didn't want cut and services that they wanted enhanced between the mayor and our Budget and Finance Committee. Colleagues, you got it right. You did a great job in a very gloom and doom year. I really can't tell you how impressed I am, and I know for the public who have testified here this morning, they haven't yet got a chance to see all the details that are here. In fact, it was difficult to keep Cindy in her seat today because she was just anxious to get up here and talk about all the things the public were asking for that are in fact in this budget proposal. So I wanted to start with saying that I am excited about the work that you all did in sort of breaking up this idea of a consolidation and an elimination of some of these departments. The funding going into the Department of Aging and maintaining. My district was a resounding no for reducing the budget and staff of the Department of Aging, and the committee is in fact holding true on that. Reducing the budget and staff of the Commission for Children, Youth, and Their Families. My district was a resounding no on that, and this committee has done a great job in maintaining funding there. And obviously reducing the budget and staff for the Commission on the Status of Women. My district was a resounding no, and the committee has supported the community on that. And then the last one being the Department on Disability. My district was a resounding no, and the committee maintained the funding there. Now, I know that there are some movement. There's some movement happening in each one of these, but I think in light of everybody taking a slight reduction across the map, what you have done to maintain these services and maintain staff and in fact recommend restoring these positions is nothing short of heroic. And so when I look across the way at Councilmember Smith, who I know was putting a hard line in the sand on the DWP rate increase, to see what you all have done here has been just amazing. And so I just really wanted to rise, say thank you on these items. I know that nobody got an enhancement, but nobody got an outright elimination. And in fact, what the Finance Committee, Budget and Finance Committee is recommending, colleagues, as you see in many of these items, is restoration of the positions that were suggested to be cut. So even though there may be some slight reductions, what we're actually doing is making sure that these departments can continue to maintain. So thank you, and we do appreciate the fact that you're hearing the community and you're hearing the voices loud and clear. So I support these items and ask an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Ludlow. Other members wishing to be heard on this batch of items? Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, I want to be heard on item 33, and I understood that he took them as 31 to 35. So would this
We're
be...
hearing them all together.
We're hearing them all together. I, too, want to thank the chairman and all the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. When we first heard about these draconian cuts to the Commission on the Status of Women, I must tell you that I was horrified that in this city that we would cut an agency, a department that has, or a commission in this case, that is so important to ensuring that we're addressing the issues of gender discrimination and sexual harassment and issues related to affirmative action and all of those things. Later in the process, I would like this body to consider amending the this budget and appropriating $40,000 to retain and fund a clerk typist for CEDAW clerical support, and I wanted to inform you of that at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. Other members wishing to speak on this item? Mr. Garcetti.
As a clarification, I believe we did put in, and the language reflects for CDOS, that there is a administrative assistant position. Is that correct?
There's a management analyst one and a senior clerk typist.
Senior clerk
That's
typist.
been added back to this to this program. Mr. President, General, especially when we have several items that are related to the same topic, and of course, your choice, if you like, either myself or Sharon, but I'm more than willing to do this, to provide a brief overview on what action was taken. If that helps the committee members at all, just let me know.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Okay. Let's then open the roll on items 31 through 35, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Colleagues, before...
Thank you, Council President. The motion isn't ready yet, but thank you.
Motion's already in?
It's not ready yet.
Oh, it's not ready. Okay.
Yes.
Then let's proceed to the next item. Madam Clerk.
Next item was item number 47, and that was called special by Councilmember Ludlow.
Okay. Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you all know, things are moving pretty quickly here, and I was just asked to, or was actually approached in terms of item number 47, a concern by UFLAC. And if you would allow me, colleagues, I would like to ask for just to yield the balance of my 2 minutes and 35 seconds to the President of the Firefighters Association, Pat McCosker.
Thank you, Councilman Ludlow. Mr. President, members of the council, I also want to thank, by the way, the Budget and Finance Committee and the mayor for the tremendously responsible budget that's being proposed here. I mean, I think it's clear to everybody that you really have made public safety a top priority in tight budget times, and we appreciate that. You're going to save lives with this budget, I think, and make firefighters a lot more safe. But and I want you to know that we want to help as far as saving money. This item in here is an attempt to, I think, save money. I want to give you some background on it. 5 years ago, management came to us and asked if we would agree to not only an expansion of the amount of time that we can bank. In other words, when we work overtime, rather than get paid, we can put it in the bank to take it off later. They asked us to expand that, but more importantly, they asked us to carry it over into the next fiscal year. And the reason was money was tight. They didn't have the money to pay off like had been the practice up till then. at the end of the fiscal year, they paid off all the bank time, and then you started fresh with nothing right in the middle of the summer. They asked us to change that policy, and we agreed to it to help at that time. About 2 weeks ago, the fire chief came to me privately and said, hey, I've got, and he said at that time, $3.5 million left in the budget, and I would like to go back to the old way and to pay off about half of the bank time, not all of it, but about half of it. And the reason I want to do it is to save the 3% raise that firefighters will get on July 1st. As it turns out, it looks like $2.4 million is what's gone into the budget here, this proposal. So theoretically, this would save about $72,000, if my math is correct. I told the chief at that time we wanted to help, but I explained that not only did I think it was a violation of FLSA law, because I think the policy that we have now, the one we agreed to about 5 years ago, is in keeping with FLSA. When you allow the employee to bank the time, you're supposed to allow them to then use the time at their discretion as long as it doesn't unduly disrupt the operation of the department. I told him that I thought it was a matter of meet and confer, that he ought to bring it to the table, just like he brought the proposal to do this in the first place to the table, to go back to the old way we thought ought to come to the table. But I also said to him, by the way, I gave you a letter just a couple weeks ago asking you to replace our 15-year-old bulletproof vests. All the bulletproof vests in the fire department are about twice as old as the manufacturer's recommendation on their shelf life, their effective life. It's about 7 years normally with bulletproof vests. Most of us got them after the civil disturbances early in the 90s, and we've had the same ones ever since, no matter if we've just about outgrown them now or not. They're curling up, they're old, they're beyond the manufacturer's suggested life. It so happens $2.4 million is right about the exact amount we'd need to replace everybody's bulletproof vests. And I suggested if the fire department actually had some money left over, rather than trying to save this on paper $72,000, that it would be better to move forward with these bulletproof vests and not wait any longer on these things that are now 15 years old. And I asked him to do that. I'm actually surprised that this made it into the budget. I did run over at the last minute because I hadn't known that was going to be in there. I knew there was a sidebar discussion about this last week, and we explained our position quietly off to the side last week, and I didn't know this made it into the budget. I am asking you, please consider, if the fire department has extra money, making firefighters more safe, spending it that way. We'd like to help you save money if we when and where we can, but we really think that this is more important. And we also, by the way, think it's a little bit unfair to handle it this way, right in the middle of summer, right as firefighters are planning their time with families as they can, to take this all away now when the policy for the last 5 years had been otherwise, we think is a little bit unfair. So I ask for your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, could I provide some clarifying comments, please?
Mr. Ludlow has the floor if you want to say anything further. If not, we'll go to
Thank you, Pat, for your presentation, and anxious to hear from Mr. Fujioka.
Fujioka, and then Ms. Miskowski also wants to speak on this item.
Thank you very much. Just in response to some comments made by Mr. McOsker, one, the MOU for our firefighters clearly gives management the right to pay this money out. It is not a meet and confer issue. It is not a violation of FLSA. In fact, what we're trying to do is ensure that the banks are low enough to comply with FLSA. The issue is not only the 2.4, we've also identified money this year to pay down the bank, because by paying down the bank this year, our firefighters will be paid at the same rate that in the same year when they incurred that time. If we wait till after July 1st, they're entitled to a 3% COLA, which would mean if we pay it next year, even 45 days from now, they'll be paid at a higher rate. They'll be paid at 3% higher than during which time they earn this, the overtime. This is a cost savings move. It's the $72,000 that it speaks to, but on a much larger basis, it's over $200,000 if we pay down the bank completely. I agree about the body armor. We have money in their equipment account on a go-forward basis to start replacing that body armor, probably not in its entirety, but for the areas where it's critical. Right now, they're used in the event of a civil unrest. I would doubt we're going to have one before June 30th. We need to go forward right now. This is a prudent cost savings move that we need to send forward. It will save us at least $200,000. I have personal problems with this because the issue was, and what comments were made is, if we wait, we get 3% more dollars. We need to do this now. It's responsible, it's cost prudent.
Ms.
Thank you.
Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the CAO has put this correctly before us. One of the things, members, sometimes when we go through the budget as quickly as we didn't see some of the other things that we did add back. Last year, if we remembered, what was the most important thing to the fire department and the firefighters was add the 10th man task to the task force. This year, despite the mayor not putting it in the Budget and Finance Committee found a way to add 9 more task forces with the 10th man. That always has been the number one concern of the firefighters, and I think we were very pleased that we were able to do that. As Mr. Fujioka said, we also are looking on the go-forward basis to replace the body armor. We also, as a consequence of prudent action in the fire department, are starting in June a new higher firefighter paramedic class. So we're going to have more people to man the more ambulances that are also in this budget that we really didn't talk about, but we are adding more ambulances. This was a prudent cost saving that said, where we can, we should pay that overtime that was earned this year, pay it with dollars from this year. Then we will not have to put money into next year's account for overtime to pay this year. It's not saying to any firefighter, you can't bank your time. It's saying that we can pay off, we should, and it's not all of it. It's still going to allow banked time consistent with FLSA and consistent with the MOU. But again, I think it was a very, very good judgment because the same amount of time earned today, if we pay it today, we pay a certain amount. If we pay that time that was spent this year, next year, we pay more for it because it's paid after the fact of a percentage increase. Any overtime work next year gets earned at the next year's increases, but we should pay off as best we prudently can this year's earned time at this year's rates, provide the other flexibility, because then it gives us that much more money to do something with next year and hopefully find other things in the fire department that we can solve. But I think this was a good recommendation. It was something that did come to committee. CAO felt strongly about it, and it was 5 members of your committee who voted for it.
Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, we have the recommendation from the committee before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Colleagues, it is now just after 12 p.m. I don't know if you have an announcement, Mr. Parks, but I wanted to announce an upcoming recess for today's council meeting. I know several of us wish to participate in an event that's taking place any minute now down on the steps of City Hall. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a request that we have some minor technical issues on 3 items. If we can have reconsideration and then correct those for our deliberation. Item 30, just a clarification to the city attorney that we are asking that a minor ordinance change that identifies that this indicates that the change is upon a council approval would alter that concern that we had as far as when that funding would come forward. And then on 49 and 66, that funding is there, but we also want to add that the resolution authorities should also be included.
Okay, so that's, first of all, a request for reconsideration of items 30, 49, and 66. Let's open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, we'll give it another minute. 14 ayes. Those matters are reconsidered, and with the technical amendments offered by Mr. Parks, is there any further discussion?
With all the technical amendments made, there was one on 30 and then 49.
On 30, basically, is clarification for the city attorney's office that it indicates that upon the approval of the council, so they can change the existing ordinance as to when those funds will go into that account. On 49 and 66, both of them indicate funding for a number of positions, but they fail to mention resolution authorities as it relates to how they will be funded.
Okay, so with those changes, if we can take them all together. Madam Clerk, tell me when we're ready. We're ready. Let's reopen the roll on those 3 items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. And I believe Mr. Rice is now ready with his item.
Thank you, Council President. On items 104, colleagues, want to make an amending, provide amending language for 104. And that would be that I move that the Budget and Finance Committee report on the mayor's proposed budget for 2004-05 be amended to instruct CLA to report back to the Planning and Land Use Management Committee on the following: operational issues relative to the transfer of Cultural Heritage Commission to planning, qualifications and requirements for the staff positions in the planning department, recommendations of the Mayor's Council for the Arts Historic Preservation and Subcommittee, potential grant, and other financial resources. And colleagues, the main reason that's driving this change is that in our ability to move resources and work with planning and cultural heritage to understand the needs, to understand how we bring money to those individuals who would want to preserve their homes, our ability to provide technical assistance. All these matters are very crucial for all residents of the city of Los Angeles. So at all income groups, we should have that accessible to them. We would hope this would help drive that process towards that end.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, Mr. President, members, I want to echo the remarks and the comments raised by Mr. Reyes. It seems to me that before we can proceed in this area of the budget, we need to know exactly what these people are going to be doing and how they're going to be doing it. And so I support this motion.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I just want a real amendment to that, Ed, and ask that it come to the Arts and Parks Committee, because that is where Cultural Affairs has sat for many years. We'd like to have a discussion on that if this is to be.
Absolutely. I believe if we can understand the roles,
right,
and understand how the funds can come into our neighborhoods,
right,
and see who's there to provide that technical assistance, perhaps we can preserve more of our landmarks in that fashion.
Right, and it may make sense that it does go to planning, or it may make sense that it not go to planning, but it must make sense if it goes to these committees. Thank you.
Whatever makes sense.
Okay, so we have that amending language for recommendation 104. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. And colleagues, we do appreciate your indulgence on that item. Mr. Reyes does have a library opening early this afternoon, so he wanted to make sure to take care of that item before we recessed, and he will rejoin us at a later time this afternoon. And at this time, unless there's an objection or an announcement, colleagues, I think it's appropriate that we adjourn both for the lunch hour as well as to allow those members who are participating in the Los Angeles NAACP event downstairs in recognition of the 50th anniversary of the Brown versus Board of Education decision, a landmark decision in Los Angeles and indeed our country's history. So unless there's any objection or further announcements, it is now nearly 12:10 p.m. and this council and our deliberation on the budget will recess until 1 p.m. Have a good hour. Good afternoon, everybody. It is just after 1:15 p.m., and I'd like to welcome you back to the City Council's special meeting today to review the recommendations put forth by the Budget and Finance Committee for the fiscal year 2004-2005 budget. Members, hope you had a chance to get something to eat. Hope you had a chance to participate in the event downstairs. Madam Clerk, where were we?
Next item, Mr. President, would be item number 53, and that was called special by Councilmember Padilla.
Okay, let's start with a brief overview by the CAO. And members wishing to be heard on this item, please press your buttons.
I believe the principal concern on this particular item is whether or not the department will have sufficient staff for the new North Valley Police Station. This speaks to providing for 44 fixed-post civilian positions at the station. The positions will be funded by transferring some money from an account in the UB called the layoff mitigation money. This will allow for the department to start the necessary actions to recruit and staff those positions subsequent to the opening of the station after January of 2005. This also asks the department to report back on the strategy for filling the 73 fixed-post sworn positions. As part of the budget, there is a proposal to add 30 positions, 30 sworn positions to the department's budget, and those positions were targeted for the North Valley Police Station.
Mr. Padilla?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fujioka. Colleagues, I did call this item special, not just because it's important to my district or to the North San Fernando Valley, but I think the Valley as a whole, the city as a whole, has been working for many, many years to bring this station to fruition. The discussion about this station precedes the 1989 police ballot measure at that time, which listed this station not as the first list of required projects, but if there were sufficient savings in that bond measure, then this station was going to be included in that. So it's been 15 years. Now we're in 2004, and we're in the final stages. I call this item special to both clarify and confirm the reports in committee that we're on the right track as it pertains to staffing the station, which is due to be completed by December and due to be operational come January, but also because of the discussions and the reports that were made before the committee, there was a question as to whether or not the construction of the station is on track or not. The last report we received was that the station is indeed on track to be completed, mid to late December and be ready for a January 1st operating date, 2005. Mr. CAO, can you comment on that?
Absolutely. As the councilman stated, during the budget hearings, a comment was made that the construction of this project was delayed or could be delayed up to 3 months. Immediately following the hearing that day, the councilman convened a meeting of all the principals involved with this project, including Bureau of Engineering, the CLA, my office, the CAO, but stated in in no uncertain terms that we must do whatever is necessary to ensure this project is completed on time. A contact was also made with the contractor. The city staff are working diligently and will hit the December target. There's no question of whether or not we will hit that. This facility and the commitment made to the community related to this facility will be met.
Okay. Thank you very much. And finally, colleagues, I want to do a couple thank yous. Thank yous to all the departments who have been a part of this particular project to keep it moving on time and on budget, and we're going to continue to do so. I want to thank the mayor for feeling his commitment to ensure funding in the next fiscal year budget that reflects the timely completion of the police station and adequate full staffing both in sworn and non-sworn categories for the station in this new division for LAPD. And finally, a big thank you to all the community members who communicated via letters and otherwise to the members of the Budget and Finance Committee to make sure that the committee understood just how important of a priority this was for the community out there in the North San Fernando Valley. I'd ask for your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. Our next speaker is Mr. Labange.
One question, what is this police station scheduled to open?
It'll be January 2005.
Which
We'll
is
have the
January 1st?
construction will be completed to the end of December of this year. Then starting in the beginning part of 2005, the department will start moving in the equipment and everything else associated with opening a new police station.
When will it open? Like, when will they get their first radio call?
Could
But I'm not
but I
an
think
expert, and I know
probably
I'm
take
missing the expert over here, but we have two experts right there. Isn't December 31st a pretty busy day before? And should maybe the station open?
They won't
the
get a
10th?
radio call in December. Nor
They
will
will
they
get-
get, it's going to take them, subsequent to the completion of construction.
Right.
It does take them time to bring in to set up all the office furniture, all the computers, things of that
March will
sort.
be the command. Thank
So
you,
March
Cindy.
is about
All right.
the right time period. But those
Sergeant Cindy.
people
Thank
start
you.
physically.
Captain. Chief Cindy, excuse me, I apologize.
Will physically
I
start
got
to
the
occupy
answer.
the space
I got the
in
answer.
January.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Nobody else wishes to be heard on this item? Madam Clerk, we can please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 eyes.
That is approved as well. Next item.
Item number 61 was called special by Councilmember Han.
We have 61 before us. Ms. Han.
Thank you. I was just, what I'd like to see is when the report comes back on how Rec and Parks will be using these funds, I would like to see that this report shows these funds broken down by council district.
Okay.
Okay. All righty. No objection to that. Let's open the roll on that item.
Just a second
Oh,
there, I have a
sorry,
question.
just got in there. Mr. Labange.
Mr. CAO, this is by council district, Ms. Han. What it was broken down by acres of parkland, okay, and by council district. So you add the acres in there because there's some council districts have, and you could take Griffith Park out of the equation. You could take Griffith Park out of the equation, but just standard park land. Obviously, if Griffith Park was in the equation, that's 4,212 acres. That would let it. But if you took Griffith Park out of the equation by council district and then by the acreage, I think you would have that.
Do you want that
Better.
by
Ms. Labange, perhaps maybe by facility, by council district.
facility?
But by acreage too, because some have larger acreages. I'm sure in the valley, when they build parks with a regional approach to them, they're larger acres than those in the metropolitan area.
Would you want to exclude all regional parks, Mr. Labange?
No,
Like
because I think we
Elysian
just,
and
I think if
Hanson?
you go by council district, by facility, by acreage, that would do it.
Okay. Mr. Ludlow.
Yeah, maybe we could call a formula, as I appreciate where Councilman Labange is going, but I'd like to offer that we look at something, formula called park depressed areas, and actually create a formula that goes that way, because I think while there may be some green space here, green space there, you got some areas that are just, and I think this is the point, I'm hearing one point in there, a couple of points, but looking at it from the other side, which is areas that are lacking green space and how we can maintain and enhance the areas that we do have so that they can be, because they are being utilized by so many more people proportionately. So if we could throw that in there.
Ms. Perry?
I would also like to request that we consider per capita usage, particularly in an area such as mine, which does not have a lot of open space, but the usage for whatever space we have is significant and dramatic.
Okay, we've got a number of different suggestions here about how to count this. We have both.
Could we take the suggestions, talk to the department, see what information is available right now, and come back to you with a recommendation? Because by adding all these different factors, one, I'm sure we would all agree is that the focus related to this budget proposal is to improve the maintenance of our parks. I would not want the focus to shift to how we categorize and capture information associated with that, on how we measure that.
Okay.
Instead, just do the work. But if we can come back, I need to talk to the department, and we can come back through your Arts, Health, and Humanities Committee with a proposal on how we can properly, some effective measurements that would meet everyone's need. Because right now, we've gone in 4 or 5 different directions that
Okay.
are somewhat
We'll take
at
that
odds with each other.
suggestion under advisement. Ms. Mizikowski may.
Thank you,
something.
Mr. President. That essentially was what I was going to say, is that, first of all, this is money that isn't being given directly to the department. It's being put aside in the UB for the department to match it, and the department said that they could come up with additional monies that they have from their different sources. So as they come back and say, here's our match money, now release this, I think all the suggestions that we've made as to where and how it should be funded so that we know, and I think the ideas of particularly the per capita, those parks that get more wear and tear should get the higher priority. Where this came from, members, just to put it in the perspective, when we had this presented in the budget, it was told to us that Rec and Park had maintenance money that would allow them to trim, to mow the lawn where we play soccer and baseball once a month in every park. That was just sort of unconscionable that we could think of having our kids play there with that kind of overgrowth that would occur. So obviously this says restore money back. I think it also, we were looking at a budget that was actually going to have them not maintain at all any of the landscaping around our new libraries, around some of the other city facilities. So we recognized in this committee we have to put that money back. But how we put it back and what they now do with it, I think is appropriate for the policy committee, both to see have budget and finance here, but then most specifically arts, health, and humanities to say where you're doing it, how you're doing it, and let's make sure that those priorities in terms of the highest need areas are getting it. Some areas, are a little wilder areas, a little more natural open space. They don't need as much maintenance. Maybe they need more on the security side. But here, maintenance money, we put it back, but I think where and how Rec and Parks will show us and tell us how they'll be spending it makes good sense.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that I think a good starting point is what I first asked is basically we want to see how these funds are going to be spent if they're taken out of UB, and I think where and how, meaning council district and facility first. I think that's data you already have. And then I think, we can all then look at that and look at our own facilities and our own districts and see what we think either is appropriate or not appropriate. So let's at least, I still want to make that request.
Okay.
I think you have the data for that.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I see Mr. Muckery here, Mr. Deaton walking up the center aisle. You're not walking together, so I don't know if that means anything. But Mr. Deaton, you can sit down. I got to ask you a question because you're pretty knowledgeable. We talk about council districts. There has been discussion, and I know there's some formula in the city that looks at the city in 7 regions: North Valley, South Valley, West, Central, East, South, and which includes the harbor. Do we measure things by regions on any account? And can we measure them by 7 regions? We start at that factor because I hear, Ms. Hahn, when you speak about council districts, different things happen. If you want to, where the least amount of parks are in the city of Los Angeles? In the corridor between the Harbor Freeway to Fairfax Avenue, from Santa Monica Boulevard down to the Santa Monica Freeway. That corridor, because the city grew so rapidly, no one built parks there. No one built parks there, so there's no open space. So I'm talking, if you look at it, I think it's also from a political factor important to look at it on a council district basis, but from a regional factor, because I'm sure people from the 15th district go to Griffith Park and people from the 4th district go to San Pedro and vice versa. It all blends in. Do you have my question?
Yes, we can get that information by that, but one has to remember, this is replacing or bringing the maintenance up of existing or new facilities that are already in place. So this isn't, we can give you the numbers, but this isn't this isn't adding or detracting facilities. This is bringing the maintenance up on existing facilities. So it will be what it is. And we have additional information on the numbers of parks in various areas and et cetera. And we use that information in order to target some of the grant monies, et cetera, to some of those areas. But this is strictly maintenance of existing facilities or facilities that are about to come on the pipeline.
Another question, because it was mentioned by, I believe, Mr. Fujioka. The new, what's happening to the maintenance of libraries, police stations, and other public buildings? Is that stated in Rec and Parks? Has it been funded? Has it been not funded? Or is it going to street services? Or do we know?
The responsibility for landscaping stays with Recreation and Parks. Part of this whole report back that Recreation and Parks and our offices will be doing we'll talk about, doing maintenance at all the different kinds of city facilities.
Right. But is there any discussion of having street services do some of that, or?
The mayor's office did initiate a conversation with street services on it, and I would anticipate we would continue to talk to them. There are some places physically where it makes a lot of sense, because street services might already have crews out there doing certain kinds of maintenance,
Right.
and there might be a park right nearby. So there might be certain individual opportunities where it makes
To
sense.
evaluate. Okay, good. I hope we look at that aspect of it. Mr. Markbury, I got another minute, 17 seconds. You want to go for it?
No, we're ready to take whatever budget we have, cut it to the facilities that need it the most, and get back up to a level of service that we think we can provide. This $4.5 million will help us get there, but it restores funding to an already underfunded situation.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other members wishing to be heard? This is recommendation number 61 from our report. If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 80 was called special by Councilmember Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Council President. This is a very wonderful moment, I think, for the City of Los Angeles and also for the process that we have here and the processes that are involved, and there are many processes at many levels. During the budget process, during the committee hearing, there was a lot of tension on this issue of custody care in our system here in Los Angeles, and so I agreed to assist in any way that I could to make sure that the parties involved would convene and they would come to an amicable understanding about what we're going to move forward with. And after 5 hours of grueling negotiations this morning, an agreement is in order. And I think it's also in order that I thank many, many people, but specifically Janice Woods, Adam Acosta, Maggie Whelan, and Francisco Martinez from my office, amongst many other people who've been negotiating for the last 5 hours, all good, hardworking people with the best intentions, and they were able to come to an agreement. Sometimes those are things that us human beings have a hard time with, but today was a good day in which good people got together and agreed to the custody care system here in Los Angeles and how we're going to move toward an amicable transition of moving toward a nurse-based custody care system that everybody can understand, feel good about, and move forward with. And with that, on this issue, I'd like to make a motion that we move to restore the city's current custody care program for the 04-05 budget.
Ms. Hahn?
I just wanted to add a friendly amendment to this item that the quarterly report comes back as well to audits and government efficiency.
Okay, we have two motions now on the table. Mr. Villaraigosa, followed by Mr. Parks and Ms. Misikowski.
I rise to second Mr. Cardenas's motion and thank him for his leadership on this issue. I had a motion to present as well, but given that the parties have resolved this, to me, it makes sense, everybody. And the reason is I had an opportunity to see this issue before personnel, and I can tell you that before we make decisions with our city family, decisions that cut people's livelihoods, it seems to me that putting together a study that reviews this, doing this in a way that respects attrition and the like, makes a lot more sense than laying people off in the way that was originally proposed. So I thank Mr. Cardenas for putting this proposal on the table.
Also,
now, though I do have a question of procedure, Mr. President. Is now the time where these motions are in order, or is it after? As I understood that it was after.
Well, there's two types of motions that we will entertain today. Motions that are outside of the scope of the specific recommendations before us. Some people may want to somehow pursue funding for new projects or new programs, things of that nature. If there's amending motions for specific items, like this one right before us, now is the time.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple of questions. Mr. Fujioka, based on Mr. Cardenas's motion, what is the impact on the general fund?
I was going to mention that. If the
Bill,
final
Bill.
vote is,
Bill.
and I also,
Why don't you do an overview of the agreement that Mr. Cardenas has talked about, not just on the fiscal impact, but all pieces of it.
well, the current proposal is to send this item to committee. During the last few days, our staff and the CO's office, the personnel department, and ASME were able to meet and agree on, and I don't want to go over each and every issue that was agreed on because some was within context of negotiations, but they've agreed on some improvements in the business practice, in the CARE program that will have a significant impact on this particular program. One thing that we need to be mindful of, and I do support this agreement because we're a party to this agreement, in addition to restoring the program, you need to make a motion to also restore the funding associated with this program, and that's $1,055,604. At this point in time, unless we identify another area where we can achieve some savings, the only possibility is from the reserve fund. So that also answers our Chair of Budget and Finance question. But this speaks to initial proposal to move from a physician-based care program to a nurse-based care program. Now, that's not over yet. They can, as part of the agreement, that process will be phased in over a period of time as our physician staff attrits from their current positions. So it's not as if that we've given up on moving towards that type of care model. It will be achieved over a period of time. But most important is that agreements were reached, again, on improving the service delivery model, and some of the operational changes are very, very significant. So.
Bill, I was wondering, when you mentioned the 1.6 million, is that what we'll be going back to as a fully funded doctor care as we're going through the transition?
Yes.
Because what did we do? We allocated the level of funding for nurses for this coming fiscal year.
It would restore the program to a physician-based program, and over time, through attrition, the department would transition, the department being personnel, would transition from a physician-based care program to a nurse-based or nurse practitioner-based care program. That will occur over a period of time. But at the onset, they will need, I just talked to Maggie Whalen, our head of personnel, they will need the funding restored, otherwise there'll be a shortfall in the department's budget.
From where we ended the budget deliberations with about 113 million in the reserve, and now what we know about the state, and where do we look at this point on the reserve fund?
Well, we know for a fact that the states, well, this agreement that's in the May revise, that's, of course, is subject to approval by both the Assembly and the State Senate, that we could have an additional hit of $10 million in our, from our reserve. We, this could add, of course, that $1 million would take us 11 to...
And then there's about 20-some million that we viewed as needed extra attention because it might be, may not fulfill what the expectation is in dealing with the telephone tax and the
There's
TOT.
20 million we're tracking very closely.
Okay, and so that would also impact the reserve fund?
I feel much more certain about the first 11, the state action, and then this proposal. The $20 million, I know there's concern from a number of different council members, but we're tracking that very closely.
Yeah, great. Basically, I'd ask that we put it on the desk for a few minutes because we've got some additional issues coming up. But my concern is that if we've pretty well tracked about 30 million that could impact the reserve fund, that our intent in developing the budget was to have these important issues go to committee so committee could be aware of all whatever agreements were and that we make some assessment of the true dollar value. So I'd ask we hold it for just a minute until we get some other questions answered.
Okay. I do have Ms. Misikowski, Mr. Smith waiting to be heard, along with Mr. Cardenas for a second time. Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no problem in coming back to this, but I think that with the efforts that have been done through the good offices of Mr. Cardenas and personnel and AFSCME, members, this is something that we actually started last year, which was let's commission a study, Let's get some reaction to that study. It sort of dovetailed where that study came out, but we didn't have a chance to have it go to policy committee, and it came up in the mayor's budget. I think what is being presented to us today is a way of phasing in the elements of that policy study that generally the city wants to get to. It won't happen abruptly, and I don't think anyone on Budget and Finance thought it would happen abruptly. There were and are meet and confer issues that are involved, but I think that the outline of the agreement today gets us both on some issues that may come forward on meet and confer, but also establishes some very good principles, that there won't be layoffs here, that we will phase in a program and a project. And the matter is still being sent to the appropriate policy committee. In fact, we are looking to schedule a joint meeting of the Public Safety Committee and the Personnel Committee so that we can have the two policy committees look at it in detail. But I think Mr. Cardenas's motion makes a lot of sense. I think Ms. Hahn's motion to say let's make sure we get quarterly reports back to see how we are, how's it working. And in truth, as a Personnel and Public Safety Committee look at it, how do we look at it now in terms of a phasing in? We always would have had that. If we were going to make a change of this kind of policy, it doesn't happen overnight. We have to phase something in and making sure that we're both managing our jails well, managing the prisoners who are brought in, managing and overlooking the officers' time committed to that, looking at the transport time. All of those are things that are addressed in that study, and people have things they want to react to. But I think this recommendation is a good one. It is sort of a move forward, that the policy is a good one. We're going to do it slowly. We're going to do it with meet and confer all around. We're not going to do it abruptly with causing layoffs. But I think it makes sense. So I congratulate moving the ball forward, and I think this is a change that is probably worthwhile and meritorious as recommended, not only by the motion that Mr. Cardenas brought in, but I think CAO and CLA are in agreement. So let's move forward again with the Personnel Department. We've got some work to do over the next year as we look at implementing this and then where we will be at the end of next year. But I think safeguarding the system today to make it whole as we evolve makes a lot of sense.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. It is my recollection that in committee when we dealt with this issue, we appropriated funding for 6 months anyway to take a continual look at this. And so, Ms. Fujioka, the $1 million you're talking about, is that 6 months funding for the remaining 6 months, or are you talking about a whole year?
The may revise was the governor's may revise. I was referring to that.
No, I'm talking about the doctor's issue.
Yeah, Mr.
$1
Smith.
million for the doctors.
We'd like to put it on the desk for a few minutes so we can figure out the dollar amount.
Yeah, okay.
Rather than try to, we need to figure out, we have no problems with the recommendation, we just like to know, we're not sure of the dollar amount.
That's exactly what I want to know, because my
We have
recollection
staff
was,
working on it right
we
now.
did fund it for 6 months, so we could continue to study this, so that we don't need to do this for a whole year, and maybe it'd be more appropriate to send your committee, your recommendation back to committee while we continue to look at it, which was always our plan, rather than fund it today without knowing the impacts of that.
Well, we need to look at it for a few minutes, and then we'll be back. If you give us
Mr.
half an hour or
Cardenas,
something.
for a second time, Mr. Verragosa, for a second time, you can either speak now or wait for a few minutes when we consider this item again.
I'd like to make a clarification to my motion, and the motion is twofold on the policy and the budget. But I do appreciate the fact that the CLA and the CAO are going to confer on what those figures would be, so that everybody can have clarity on what that motion, what the fiscal impact of that motion is.
Mr. Verragosa?
Yes, members, I sit on personnel, and I had put in a motion on Friday to address this situation. I thought and still believe that at a minimum, this matter, the study has not been completed or discussed, and we haven't vetted the study, and so it was my opinion and belief, having an opportunity to hear it in personnel, that we should push this for full funding for the full year. Now, having said that, I did speak to Mr. Cardenas, and he has assured me that this is a mutually agreed to negotiation. And if that's true, and I have no reason to disbelieve that, then I can support this motion as it is. I still believe it's important for us to review the study, however, and look at what the findings are, because
We can do that report back through personnel.
Thank you.
Okay, so unless there's an objection, let's hold this off for a few minutes. We'll come back to it when CAO and CLA say they're ready.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item number 84 was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn. Item 84.
Why did I call it special? Oh, I know. I would just like this also to be referred to and reported back to education neighborhoods. I'd like to keep my eye on this as well.
Okay. With that addition, colleagues, any further discussion? Seeing none, let's open the roll on item 84, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 86 was called special by Councilmember Villaraigosa.
86, yes. I have, boy, look at them. They all huddled on that last issue. I'd like someone to be able who can speak on this issue for us. I'd like a couple of clarifications.
This, basically, due to the reductions in the cultural affairs budget, there were several categories, and within those categories there were specific projects. And then there was the instruction to go forth and contract. What we wanted to do was, before cultural affairs did that, they came back to council and explained which of the various organizations they were going to contract with and for what services. That had been included in the budget in the past, and in the way that it was handled this way, you lost the visibility of exactly where the money was going to go, and we just wanted to report back.
Yeah, and as I understand it, the CLA's office has made a commitment to restore this, the funding for this item. There's no decision on where these two positions are going to be housed, but there's a commitment to continue the staffing for the historical preservation of both residential and commercial properties, which these two...
Are we on 86?
Yes, sir.
This has to do with General Manager of Cultural Affairs reporting back to council relative to the grants, as opposed to the historic piece. That's another recommendation. This has to do with the way the Cultural Affairs budget historically has been done. There's very specific projects within the budget. Those were removed in this process, and before just giving carte blanche to the general managers of cultural affairs, we have recommended that the cultural affairs GM be required to come back and explain where the money is going to be contracted.
But I understood that we were taking up 86 and 87 together,
Okay.
and that's why I'm raising this issue with respect to the issue of 87.
Then 87.
Do them separately? I'm fine. Not married to it. I just want to get a clarification. I think it's very important for us to continue.
86 has...
As you know, I represent the historical core, and so does Ms. Perry. I have a big portion. I represent Highland Park and Eagle Rock, and these are some of the areas with more historical edifices than anywhere. And as I understood, this was there was a commitment to preserve this Mill Act program, but there wasn't a commitment about where these positions would be. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. My view is that they should be in planning department.
Okay.
And that because of the transfer, that that we would report back. In 86 and 87, though, don't deal with that particular issue. 104 is the Mills.
We took action on
And took
104 per
action on
Mr. Reyes'
104.
motion earlier. 86 and 87
In
deal
that
with.
situation, it talked about us reporting back on different, it was an additional information that was going to be required for us to report back relative to other
So
sources.
we can discuss this in item number 104, which I also called.
We
We
have
approved.
taken action on
We-
104, but there is a
Plus you
report
have-
back to committee for that particular
Plus, I think
item.
there's a motion that'll find its way that'll clarify the issue as well.
Thank you. Ms. Perry?
I'm sorry. I got this, you know what, just, I'll say it in 87. I'll save it for 87.
Okay. Ms. Gruhl on item 86, or do you want to?
I think I was in the impression we were doing 86 and 87 at the same time, too, so mine is really related to 87. I don't,
Well, then, if there's no other questions on 86, which was the footnote information about allocation, that matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Now we are on item 87. Ms. Perry.
I'm ready. I wanted to speak on this item because it is obviously important, but it's timely specifically with respect to a complex situation we're working through called the Latino Theater Center, and I would like to ask for a report back on major-owned city facilities that provide for the arts and what priority is given to city-owned facilities with respect to our funding, or rather, before we put something out for RFP, what priority can we give a facility such as the Latino Theater Center a place in our budget, and what can be done on a going-forward basis? Mr. Fujioka, can you give me some perspective on that?
With respect to the funding for that particular facility, the,
Los Angeles Theater Center, I'm sorry.
you know, that's something that
National Theater Company, yes.
that the department, as it identifies and then and prepares its funding plan, would have to take into consideration as they come back to your council with that particular funding plan. So I think the message has been heard. I'm sure the department, while the department's behind me, I doubt they would take exception with that proposal.
Okay, but what I need to see is that a priority, the ability or the reflection of a priority for, and I have to apologize earlier, both organizations have LATC as their initials, but it's the Los Angeles Theater Center and the Latino Theater Company, but I was referring to the Los Angeles Theater Center that has the Latino Theater Company operating inside of the Los Angeles
The intent of this motion, of this particular item, is to use some of the TOT money to, in fact, support the maintenance of some of our critical cultural facilities, which would include the Los Angeles
Hold my
Theater
time,
Center.
please.
So that's something that, right now, I believe our GSD provides the maintenance for that particular facility. And without this proposal, we would have to use our general funds to support the maintenance of our cultural facilities. And with the budget problems we're dealing with, I fully support using the TOT money for the maintenance funds.
Okay, well, I don't know if you're aware, but GSD stopped maintaining it, I think in January, because they weren't funded, but it's just for the record, so we all know we're on the same page. Things are improving downtown, and hotel nights are improving, as indicated by last Powwow International gathering here several weeks ago, and so I want to see situations such as this one to be able to ride the wave of this, or to enjoy the benefits of this by examining using TOT to the, I believe a figure that's been floated around is $250,000 for 6 months, so let's look at this from an annual perspective, and so I guess that would put us up at $500,000. And come back to me with a report?
We can come back to you with a report on that.
Okay,
see what
thank
it
you.
is. Thank you.
Councilmember Gruhl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure if this is what Jan was talking about, but there was some concerns, and it relates actually to 124G, which is also the ordinance drafting. Does this ordinance still allow the TOT funds to be used for grants? That true?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
So the TOT funds can still be used?
Yes, this only speaks to a portion of the funds being used to help support the facilities, which is general maintenance, which includes custodial services.
And so the grants also included in the definitions of programs and operations as well?
Yes.
I see a head shaking, okay. And the concern obviously has been raised by a number of us, and we've heard from our communities the importance of cultural affairs and the amount of dollars and what's going to be cut and not going to be cut, and there seems to be confusion. Yesterday I saw a woman who works at the Watts Towers who was indicating she had been told that her job would be over on May 29th, and that everyone was given notice that their jobs would no longer exist. And
Well-
so my concern is is that true? And similarly, I know this year you're recommending 1% that they be able to use overhead costs. Is that in perpetuity? Can we have a
Well-
1-year, kind of, it's just for 1 year, and next year, all bets are off, we start over again relative to how the funds are distributed?
It would be in perpetuity that would be allowed, but it would be a year-to-year decision on the distribution. And there is a motion that I believe will come in that will talk about before July 1st, that the general manager explain exactly what facilities, the level of staffing for each facility, and some visibility on these cuts.
Because I think I heard from one gentleman who was here earlier, one of the speakers, about the importance of arts and music and all of that. And I'm sure y'all get tired of me talking about it. Everything relates to my son now, but it does. And the doctor saying not only see the trees, but also to make sure that they listen to music and that they have that experience in kids across the city. So I just want to make sure that, again, the priority in the schools, for example, no longer has any arts programs and very few music programs, and that we don't fall into that same category here in the city, and to realize its impact of the cuts we're making and how, in fact, we can either restore them or look at its limited impact.
That was going back to number 86, which is also before we contracted with the arts groups, et cetera. Those had been identified in the past in the budget, but that before that happens, that the general manager also come to the council and explain how that money is going to be distributed and what contracts they have in mind for those areas.
And you may have answered this before about when, I know, I think Ms. Hahn's going to introduce the motion before July 1st, but I want to make sure that it's, again, before, and give instructions to the general manager, which may have also been included in the budget, that, no one gets laid off, none of these things happen until there's some policy decision by this council. Because right now, there is a in the committee report, no layoffs in any department until council, it's approved by the council. Okay. So there'll be no layoffs. And there's, in the UB, there is monies for workload displacement or some such very eloquent language. To that effect. Okay, well, I just think, and I want to make it clear, and I'm not sure if there's anyone here from the Cultural Affairs Department. I don't see Margie Reese. There's Margie. Okay, great. Because there seems to be some confusion within your department as to what the status of their employment is. And so it's my hope, and I don't know if we have an opportunity to hear from the general manager just real quick about what's been told to the employees.
All right, Ms. Reese, do you want to address that issue?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman. The layoffs have to do with the current year budget. Our as-needed staff budget allocation does not allow us to continue with a lot of the part-time staff that we have through the end of the year. So for the month of June, our classes are reduced anyway. So we need to let some of those part-time people go so that we're not having people on staff that we can't pay. It doesn't impact our class schedule because they end at a certain time. For next year, of course, we follow the guidelines of the council. We have no intentions of laying off anybody that's a permanent staff position unless those positions are eliminated by the council.
And the one other comment that constituent mentioned yesterday was that the festivals were all not going to be, and this was one of the reasons they gave for the fact they're being laid off, that no festivals would be going forward, particularly, again, and this is in your district, Ms. Hahn, but at Watts Towers, unless they found private funding. And so they were concerned that many of these festivals normally would occur during the summer, and if in fact it was dependent upon them finding those dollars, that they wouldn't happen this year. Is that
That may be true, depending on what our ultimate allocation is. We may not have the same amount of money to allocate to the number of festivals that we have in the past. So at this point, nobody's funded beginning July 1. So if we are reduced and that category is reduced, there may be some festivals that will not occur.
Well, and I think that the concern that probably many of us have, and I think I heard from both Mr. Fujioka and Mr. Deaton, is that we want to be able to have some input into that discussion and know the impact prior to those, and it may be very timely that we have those discussions. And so if, in fact, the Watts Towers Festival is supposed to happen July 20th, and if we don't make a decision within the next 20 days,
correct.
then it won't occur. We need to know that, because if otherwise we're making decisions that are impacting these cultural activities, and we have no idea what is going to happen in particular communities. So I think, colleagues, I'd like to ask that we get a report back as quickly as possible relative to those items that will be impacted if we don't make a decision pretty quickly. And Mr. Villalgosa, I think, wanted to add something. I don't have any time left, or I'd give you my time.
Actually, Ms. Hahn is next on the speaker queue.
Thank you. I just appreciate that, Ms. Gruhl, and you brought that up to me, that you had met somebody that worked at the Watts Towers, and of course I was very concerned about that too, which is why I've introduced a motion that will be coming forward this morning or this afternoon that basically asks for a report back before July 1st that talks about, even though apparently we're going to restore some funding to cultural affairs, there still seems to be a bit of a gap in complete funding, and I want to know staffing, festivals, programs that may have to be cut as a result of what we're doing here today. And then, as you said, that becomes a policy decision for the City Council on moving forward. So I would caution, employees out there, though. I mean, I don't want to begin sending this message that the Jazz Festival or the Drum Festival at the Watts Towers is not going to take place. I'm not sure anybody should be saying that yet, because I think we're all going to do everything we can to make sure those traditional historic programs in our facilities will go on as scheduled. But we want to know, what is the staffing level, what are the programs, what are the festivals that may be cut as a result of what we're doing here today. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, members, I am rising on the advice of my colleague, Mr. Garcetti, and I guess in contravention to the instructions I was given by the CLA's office to put forth a written motion after all of this process, which is what I've done for a number of matters. I do agree with much of what I've heard from Councilmember Hahn and Councilmember Gruhl, and I know that Mr. Garcetti and others all feel very strongly about cultural affairs. I've been able to identify funds that will not impact the general fund to the tune of $1.7 million for cultural affairs, and I will be making that proposal in discussions with the Chair of Budget and others, and to address some of the issues that was raised. We're going to bifurcate it, and about $400,000 of those dollars will go back to committee, to Budget and Finance and also Parks. So I'll be making that motion in just a few minutes when we're finished with all this.
Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa. It also was the idea of still getting a report back about what the programs will be is something that I think Ms. Hahn has spoken to and will follow up on. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Villaraigosa, as well. In committee, we talked about the 1% and how important it was. I was happy to make the motion, and I know that it didn't make things whole, but it made things at least protected, and I think for years to come ensures, although of course we'll have to fight this every year potentially, that 1% at least will stay in arts, which I agree, and I've been reading the Save CAD listserv and following this very closely, and I want to thank our arts community for being so articulate, for being so passionate, and for being so present here during these deliberations, because it's been critical how we view ourselves, not just how we treat artists, but how we treat our young people who are in arts programs, how we treat our facilities, and how well we're able to publicize from place to place what exists in the city. So I want to thank Mr. Villaraigosa for his staff's work and for his work in finding not only the ability for us to go to that 1%, but hopefully for us to be able to add to that and make our arts as whole as we can here as we look at longer term ways of getting that sort of steady revenue. So I rise in full support of that today. Want to thank him and thank the arts community again for being such strong voices and for letting us all give you voice to let people know how powerful culture is in our community. At the end of the day, it's the judge of, we are judged here in Los Angeles by what sort of commitment we give to culture, and if we want to call ourselves the creative capital of the world, which I think we are, this is our time to show it. Thank you.
Mr. LeBond.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the general manager to sit at the center table, where all general managers come in and tell us their concerns. And Margie, thank you for coming. The one thing I'm concerned about as Chair of Arts, and we have a lot of great advocates for the arts, not only in the council members, but the great citizens of Los Angeles, is the opportunities to try to create something when there's nothing there, which is called magic. And we did have a proposal that was denied by the department to create a foundation to try to help in these areas. My point that I want to ask for support from the council here is that if there's a challenge that you think something's not going to happen June 15th somewhere in the city, or June 21st, or June 28th because of funding shortfalls, please let us know immediately. We don't want to find out, because it has been spoken of, that members of Cultural Affairs staff have been telling organizers that their event is canceled based on whether or not this budget has been. I don't believe anything's been canceled because of this. So I want to make that loud and clear and ask that you come and inform each council person if there's a challenge economically this year or next year on matters. We did, members, I just want to make this point, Madam President, I hope I'm not offline here. We did talk about creating a foundation for cultural affairs, but we asked to take a pass on it. The library has a foundation, which is very helpful to support library causes. Maybe the police has a foundation. Thank you very much. Some other entities have foundations. But, you know, we should look to that, because we can't always get from the general fund like we have gotten from the general fund. So I just want to make that point, and always ask that you report right into that general manager's table here when we have these questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Members, no one else is wishing to speak. We've been told that there will be another motion coming in, but at the moment, 87 is before us, recognizing the guarantee of the traditional 1% allocation. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, 88.
That was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange, item 88.
Thank you, Madam President. I did get information from the staff. The question has been resolved. Thank you.
All right, 88 is now before us. Anyone else wishing to speak? If not, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved.
Number 89 was called special by Councilmember Ludlow.
Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you. The staff have clarified the questions that I had on that item.
All right, is there anyone else wishing to speak on item number 89? If not, that recommendation is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved.
Point of information.
Mr. Labange.
Madam President, there's a question I may have on an item that we've already approved. If to discuss it again, we have to vote for reconsideration?
You need to make a motion to
So
reconsider
I'll
that
come
item.
back on that at some time. Yeah, well, it's not on that one. It's the one that dealt with the transfer from the Parks Department to engineering. I just wanted some clarification, Mr. Deaton. But what is that number? Do you recall offhand?
I'll find it.
Oh, thank you. Let me know so I
Let's
can put
go
it.
forward with the agenda, and we'll find, Mr. Cardenas.
Can we move back to item 80 that was put off momentarily?
Are we ready now to discuss 80? I seem to get acknowledgement, so let's go back to item 80, which was held on the desk. This deals with the medical care at the jails. Mr. Cardenas?
Yes, a couple of things I'd like to clarify before my motion is taken up, and that is that the mayor's proposed budget had a reserve of approximately 2.54%. The budget before us is slightly above a 3% reserve, and our requirement as a city is to have a 2% reserve when we approve our budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what we were putting this over momentarily for was to clarify what the amount was, as Mr. Parks had asked that question. The impact of my motion, which is full funding for a year. Right now before us, we have a 6-month funding in the budget.
There is funding for 6 months for physicians, 6 months for nurses. In order to fully restore it, we've looked at the numbers, and it would be roughly $967,000.
Just shy of $1 million then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And with that, then I just want to reassert my motion that we restore the full funding for a year. Thank you very much, Ms. President.
Thank you. Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, again, I want to thank Councilmember Cardenas and the representatives of both personnel and the city of Los Angeles, as well as our bargaining unit represented by AFSCME. I think this is the way to go. When you say you're going to do a study, and the study hasn't come out yet, it makes sense to do the study and review it and go through it. And to the extent that they've identified a way to fund this for a year through attrition instead of laying off individuals, I think is the way to go. So I want to co-introduce this with my colleague, Councilmember Cardenas. Since I did have a written motion on this that I was going to take up later on.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. As I stated before, that the committee had looked at this all along, that we had planned to fund the doctors for 6 months while we continue to look at this process. In light of your recommendation and in the spirit of your recommendation, I would make an amendment to that, that we hold the money in the UB, that we continue on the budget as we've stated it for 6 months, gives a chance to look at the policy implications, hold the money in reserve in the UB for a decision to be made at that point when we get down the road 6 months from now. So the money's set aside in the UB, and if we don't need it, great. If we do need it, it's there, but not allocated in this budget, which just gets out of whack $900,000. So I make that motion as an amendment that we hold it in the UB as a reserve in the UB.
Is there a second?
Mr. Park seconds. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. On this item, I just want to clarify cleanly and clearly here. And instruct the CAO to report back on quarterly basis the status of these various consolidations, transfers, and deficiency, including but not limited to security consolidation. That's taken all the various security personnel from library, from parks.
Right now, we're focusing on the proposal to create a nurse-based
I know that,
care
but I want to talk
program.
about, I appreciate the nurse base. I
Yeah,
want to
but
talk about the
instead,
other things.
we're going to maintain the existing program. So we're only focusing on one aspect
I'd
of
like
this
to ask
particular
Mr.
motion.
Muckery if you could sit at the general manager's table there, if that's okay? Okay, just to clarify some points. Is the city engineer here too? Any representative for the city engineer? Mr. Deaton, you left your chair so quickly. I wanted to ask a question about the city engineer. Okay.
Councilman?
Yeah.
Excuse me, with all due respect, could we focus on this one program first and get
Okay,
the necessary
I'll lay it
motions in
on.
it? Because it's starting to get a little
apologize.
confusing for folks.
I know, well, they threw about 17 things
I
in
know
that
they
one
did.
item.
You're
You
right.
didn't do that, did you? No.
Mr. Labange, let's vote on item 80 as it relates to, or discuss item 80 as it relates to the nurse-based custody care. Mr. Cardenas is requesting to speak a second time, and let me just ask for the chair, what is the difference related to the budget per Mr. Cardenas's motion to fully fund it and Mr. Smith's motion, which is to put that funding reallocation in the UB instead of directly personnel? Is there any difference on the budget?
It'd been an additional $967,000.
But it's an additional $900 and some thousand either way.
Yes. In addition, though, to that, to the money that's needed, we also have to restore position authority for 10 physician ones and 8 correctional nurses, because the proposed budget actually eliminated those positions. Given that we're restoring the program, we need to restore the positions that were recommended for elimination.
All right, well, I believe that that would be part of Mr. Cardenas's motion,
Yes, it
restoring the
is.
funding and the position authority. Mr. Cardenas, did you want to speak a second time?
Now, procedurally, Madam President, we would entertain the substitute motion first, or
Yes, we would look first whether we should substitute Mr. Smith's recommendation, which is to take the money and put it in the UB instead of directly to the department. Mr. Smith? What? Yeah, it's an amendment, actually. It's not a substitute. It's both as an appropriation, but his goes to UB for that line item. Yours goes directly to the department. All right. Mr. Ludlow. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say on the amendment that I know that our personnel director and the bargaining unit have been working at this thing pretty tirelessly, and I would concur with my colleague from the 14th District that whenever we get our personnel manager, our personnel director, and our bargaining unit into agreement, we can micromanage this thing to the point of exhaustion, and I think we ought to support that process because it's not easy for them to come to agreement on things, and the fact that they did ought to speak volumes to those of us on the council who are just looking at this over the last couple of hours. So I'd like to encourage, and I appreciate what Mr. Smith is saying, but I'd like to encourage our colleagues to go with the original proposal.
Mr. Cardenas?
Yes, I wanted to make a comment on that as well. Mr. Smith, I understand what you're saying, and that to a certain degree would still fulfill, the opportunity for that funding to still be there, being that it would be set aside in the reserve for these purposes. But in the spirit of the extraordinary negotiations and progress that was made today, in the spirit of that, I would like to continue with my original motion. But once again, I think that your motion is very similar to mine, Mr. Smith, but in the spirit of what just happened, and when you look at the history of what's been going on for the last 3 years, in the spirit of the extraordinary strides that were made today, I would like to go with my original motion.
Mr. Parks, the first time on this matter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just like to just comment. I think one of the things that we tried to do in the committee is to make sure that everybody was aware that we have again, a structural problem next year, and that if we spend at the rate that this budget gets approved, we could be as much as $200 to $300 million a whole, just like this year. And what, again, as we were successful in this year's budget, putting things in the UB, we found that our judgment and wisdom was correct. That December, we swept those accounts clean because we found that we did not have the money. Again, as we put forth safeguards in this budget, I would hope that we would continue to have the policy committees involved to where they can make judgments on this issue. I know that there's been hard work. It's been 3 or 4 years in dealing with this issue, but I don't know if many of the council members are aware of what the agreement was, and whether we can hash that out at committee, and whether we need to go forward on money today that we've not really evaluated the true issues. I know everybody says a good deal, but again, the legal ramifications, and again, that puts us $1 million under in the reserve fund, again, where we will be making decisions from the state and other issues down the road. There's a lot of hard work in putting the 3.1 reserve fund percentage. But again, even though 2% is our policy, we all agreed that 3.1 was where we needed to be. And so I would hope that we go with Mr. Smith's amendment, and that you be the portion of the money so that we can evaluate it mid-year or when this proposal comes forward.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, I want to associate my remarks with those of Mr. Cardenas's. Look, we're not that far off, folks. The parties have negotiated this. They've come to an agreement. I actually think that where the parties have negotiated and we give those parties the power to do that, we should move ahead with what they've agreed to. And in this case, because they both had pressure, they didn't know what was going to happen. They didn't know that they knew that we were pushing, both parties, but they've come to an agreement, and it seems to me that the thing to do here is to support that agreement that was negotiated over a 4 or 5 year period. And I know I'm right because I got Trey sitting here with him. Trey was a wonderful, wonderful speaker today at the 50th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, and he thinks I'm right as well.
Mr. Smith. Fujioka.
If I can give a little history on this. Most of you know that prior to Ms. Whalen, I was the personnel director for the city. And this issue has been worked on for at least 5 years. You know, this is something that I looked at very closely. I think you also know that I spent 10 years in healthcare, running a hospital and some health centers and so on. This is something that's been very, very difficult to achieve, to affect some change. And it's something that, because the current proposal will allow for the transition from the physician-based care program to a nurse-based care program over a period of time. And that period of time is probably important to make sure we have all the necessary protocols, procedures, and treatment standards, everything else in place, which was identified in the study referenced by Councilman Villaraigosa. It's very significant that we're able to finally get labor and all the parties involved to reach agreement to make this transition. Now, albeit it's going to take a longer period of time than we would all want, but the fact that this is going to happen is very significant. I'm the first one, and you'll hear from your CLA, or you heard from your CLA about the structural problem and the budgetary challenges we have and so on. I know this will cost us some additional money, but this is a long-term investment. In a few years, as we go through attrition and make the food transition, we will then realize the costs. On a short-term basis, what Labor and Management has done this morning is agreed on some operational improvements that will have a huge impact on the current CARE program. And so on a fiscal basis, yes, we're not getting the savings today, but we'll get them in a year or two from now. Operationally, we get savings today. We get improvements today. That's very, very significant. We will finally achieve something that I started on 5-6 years ago. It wasn't successful, and Maggie has taken it forward. I would recommend approval.
Mr. Ludlow. Oh, Mr. Smith?
I appreciate Mr. Ludlow's comments that this was something, no, I recognize the difference. About the same size, though. I appreciate your...
You take that as a compliment.
I appreciate your appreciation of the negotiated agreement this morning. However, that is a matter that a council committee should take up and look at. I don't know what the terms of that agreement are. It's never been discussed. It hasn't been brought forward to us in public session or executive session or committee. I appreciate the work of Mr. Cardenas to bring this forward, but I think as a policy decision and dealing with those structural issues we've been talking about, we really need to prudently look over what the agreement is, because I don't know what it is. You mentioned 2-3 years. What is the impact on that long-range scope? You didn't even give me definition. You told me 2 or 3 years. I think we really need to understand what the agreement is. I wasn't a party to that. I don't think most of us sitting around this table today were a party to that. So how can we vote on it if we don't know what the terms of the agreement are and what we're giving up here? What are we agreeing to? I do not know that, and that's not an appropriate way to do that. I appreciate the hard work, but the way to do that is in the policy committee to send it back to Budget and Finance and let us see the agreement. And maybe we can do this before July 1st, but in the context of this budget, let's recognize the work that you've done, hold it up in the UB so we can get to it if we need to it and rectify that later on. But for today, we don't know those terms and agreements, what the impacts are, and the prudent way to proceed is to continue with the budget as we did, which allowed 6 months funding for the doctors, look at the agreement, and save it for a later discussion date.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Our next speaker will be Councilwoman Cindy Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we really aren't that far apart. Either way, we are taking a certain amount of money, and it's whether we allocate it directly to the department for a continued operation for the year. The likelihood is that as we attrit, as we discuss the policy, it may not even be fully in place for the full year. People may leave as we move forward. Mr. Smith, you're right that we may not know the ultimate details, but I think the Personnel Department has a one-page sheet of things. But the most important thing that the policy, the agreement on has come forward is we agree with this new program. That's where we should go. How we go there and how, as Mr. Fujioka said, there are operational changes that will improve the situation in better operations today there with the mix of people who are there and the duties that are assigned. We can look at those details, and we will in the policy committee. I think it's not that significant a difference, which is why I am willing to support what the CAO and CLA recommended, which is we've made such a significant stride, and even the significant stride of saying we are ultimately going to have a nurse practitioner-based medical care system in the jails is consistent with what the committee did. It may take a little bit longer to get there, but we are now at least committed to head down that path, and I hope this council holds true to that. I think that 5-hour discussion this morning helped lead there. So I think it's not necessary to make this as significantly a debatable item, because the money is going to leave the reserve fund. It's either going to go to the UB or go directly to the staff and personnel. And as salary savings occur, I think we should still have reports back quarterly, what's happening, how many people are fully staffed, how are we engaged by both the policy committee and the work there to evolve to it, because as people might leave those positions, others are going to have to step up. So we're going to go through a transition. I think it makes sense. It's not seriously debatable. One way or another, it leaves the reserve fund. If it goes to the UB, it's not in the reserve fund. If it goes to personnel, it's not in the reserve fund. But we are making that course change today and saying that ultimately it's going to happen. As I say, and if we need further adjustments later as we come in on the policy matter, the report is out. It just hasn't had the time to go to committee. So I don't have a problem with the recommendation supporting the Cardenas motion to take that now decided upon amount of just slightly under $1 million instead of $1.3 million, which is, had we voted it earlier this morning, it would have been, or slightly over $1 million. We're in good shape, and I don't think we'll be spending all the money anyway, so I think putting it there makes sense in terms of a sense of good faith with the efforts that were put forth by staff and labor and management today.
Thank you, Ms. Miskowski. Our next speaker is Mr. Ludlow, to be followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Well, obviously, we could keep going around and around, but I think that yeah, no, let's do that. Well, you know, and again, I think the point just made in terms of what this is going to cost over the course of the year and where we are right now. I know a number of people are pretty surprised that we're still in the medical business, but we are. We've got doctors that are examining possible candidates for our police department, our fire department. We've got doctors looking at inmates, arrestees in the jail. And again, just having two former personnel director and the current personnel director support this is pretty strong for me, and just continuously going back to the fact that we got the bargaining unit reps. I don't know if Alice Goff is still here, and our personnel director. It's kind of like having Antonio Tarver and Roy Jones agree on something. If any of you saw that, that's pretty amazing. So I think Mr. Cardenas' motion is a good one. It's prudent, and it really does. I know that our personnel director got a number of items from a management perspective that we didn't have before. Mr. Fujioka just acknowledged some of those. Those are, I think, part of the confusing items in this is that somehow this debate became about a management issue versus a cost issue, and there are issues in this discussion that really should have been carried out on a day-to-day management level, and I know our personnel director is anxious to dig in there and get support from the executive branch of the city structure. But let's not confuse these two. Certain things that have gotten banged out in this agreement speak directly to the way in which this unit will be supervised on a day-by-day basis. Those are improvements that even Mr. Fujioka was just saying the city's been fighting to get for some time, and they feel they have it now. So again, I think Mr. Cardenas' motion should stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ludlow. Our next speaker is Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. In brief, I'd like to report that as the chair of the Public Safety Committee, Ms. Miskowski just reported that they will be hearing this issue and the details thereof. I spoke to Dennis Zine this morning. He couldn't be with us today because he's very proud today. His son Eric has graduated from UC Berkeley, and they're having the graduation today. So I was able to steal a few moments away from him, and he said unequivocally he looks forward to resolving this matter. This was before the 5 hours of discussions in the policy committee on the merits and the policy of this issue, Greg. And you're bringing up some very good points about the policy, and it will be taken through the policy committee thoroughly. Both policy committees, public safety and personnel. In addition to that, another reminder, both sides gave a lot in this agreement. This is something that Mr. Bill Fujioka just pointed out. This has been going on for years, and this is an extraordinary moment that we're finally getting past that deadlock of black and white. Now we're moving into a direction where we are going to have that transition that has been talked about but never agreed upon. So with that, I hope we get support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. That finishes our speaker queue. We have a couple motions before us. If we can restate those, Madam Clerk.
The first motion is Mr. Smith's motion is to hold $967,000, and that would be funding for the custody care program in the UB.
Okay. We will take that motion first. Colleagues, please open the roll, Madam Clerk. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote. Oh, wait. So hold. Okay. We'll get a clarification on other ones. This is the first one. And tabulate the votes, please.
6 ayes, 6 no.
Okay. That is not approved.
Okay. Okay, the next motion is, Mr. Cardenas's motion is to restore the current custody care program in the fiscal year 2004-2005 budget, and that's $967,000. And that would also be to restore the positions, and I believe it was 10 physician one and 8 correctional nurses.
Okay. Everybody clear with that? Any questions before we open the roll, colleagues? If not, please, Mr. Labange.
Got a question. So basically, it goes back to what it was, then that's what you're proposing now? And so any
Budgetarily.
consolidation?
Budgetarily, but in
But
the
that's
mean-
what you worked out?
Right, from
Okay.
a money standpoint, but from a, there's a backing that is an agreement now for changing the way we're going to do business.
Personnel Department agrees with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. Deaton. All right, that item is before us now. If we can please open the roll on the item. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. Yes, Mr. Labange?
The rest of 80, right? Right, Bill? The rest of 80.
That's right. We're going to take up
Okay.
the balance of 80 now.
All right, good. And,
Did you want to say something on that, Mr. Labange?
yeah, sure.
My
Okay.
motion's still in there? My motion's still in there?
We have a motion before us. If there's any speakers, Mr. Labange, if you'll just hit your speaker button real quick.
Wait. I wanted to introduce the principal of Tom Bradley High School right now. Please rise high. Genevieve Sherman. I called it a high school because one day there'll be a Tom Bradley High School from Tom Bradley Elementary School. Thank you so much. And Trey. I'm going to say hello to Trey again today, but your dad, a great father, James Bennett, stand up. Give them a big hand. Thank you. Now I'm on
Thank
the
you.
clock.
Okay, Mr. Labange,
Okay.
you're on the clock.
Mr. CAO, the consolidation on the matters related to the Department of Recreation and Parks and the Bureau of Engineering. Is the representative from the Bureau of Engineering here, or their designee, Mr. Deaton? And is a representative of the Recreation and Parks Department? Explain to us what this means and what challenges may be. I understand we are counting on greatly the Bureau of Engineering to do more work for us throughout, but at the same time, there's been a historic pattern of help from Recreation and Parks. First to Mr. Deaton.
Basically, this provides for a continuing the process that we have been doing, which is transferring construction from the Department of Recreation and Parks to the Bureau of Engineering. This is the case that we have used in a model that we used in library, police, fire, zoo, etc.
Let me ask you a question. What if at Green 17 in Griffith Park, Wilson
Excuse
Harding?
me?
What if the Greens in 17 and they want to reconstruct a green in Griffith Park? Do you have to go through the Bureau of Engineering to do that now?
I don't think the landscape people have been transferred.
John Muckery. Currently, Rec and Parks has a core group of architects and designers that do that sort of tactical work. Strategically, Ron Deaton's right. I would like to get Rec and Parks out of the business of doing capital projects.
Right, Mr. President, if I could just ask for you to ask the sergeants, to ask the staffs and everybody to pay attention, because I think this is an important issue. We may miss a component that we've always counted on in the past as per the request.
We can try to keep our conversations down to a minimum, please, colleagues, so that we can hear the deliberations. Thank you.
So when Ron Deaton speaks about transferring up, we're talking capital projects, Prop K. I think Rec and Parks learned when Prop A, Prop A2, and Prop 40 and Prop K came, we were not ready or able to take on the design work and plan check, et cetera, so these huge projects. And I was at GSD at the time, and it worked very well, this transition. Now when I get into Rec and Parks, you got to look at a lot of tactical issues on a daily basis. We look at irrigation plans. We look at skate parks. For instance, the Garvanza skate park, we had 7 community meetings in which we need to have our architects and our engineers there. That's a workload I do not think Gary Moore anticipated. We also had something that happened in CD2 when we had a swing set that was manufactured with a weld in between the two stanchions gave way. We were able to send out one of our structural engineers that night, take that equipment down and go and verify the rest of the equipment we had in other areas of the city, which was significant. So when you look at a strategic vision, I think when we look at capital projects, when you look on issues that will take time, with multiple funding sources. I believe we should leverage our services with BOE. So capital projects, I think we should take over. But I do not think,
Capital project you should send over.
right, $1 million or more is what we discussed. I do not think that anybody anticipated the workload for a skate park, for a green placement, to redo some configuration of a bridge at Griffith Park, to look at irrigation systems in and around areas. When we have a rain, we had one of the hillside that gave way, and it wasn't a city of LA, but it was Beverly Hills. Some of the dirt flowed in this woman's backyard. We had to send our people up there to survey the situation, our people to grade it. So there's a tactical
How
response.
many people is this, Mr. Deaton?
The number being transferred?
Yeah.
It's not even about 35, as I recall, isn't it?
That's correct.
And what this recommendation 80 is that on this and other proposals, the CAO and ourselves will be reporting back through committee on how well it's going.
But I'd like to just ask this, I'd like to put this on the table, members. I understand 35, that's a large component of people, but if we do have 7 regions of the city, and we look at it regionally, and if there were 7 plus a supervisor still left in that core and Rec and Parks could watch it. Because here's the one thing that I understand your thinking, Mr. Deaton. It's good to have a very powerful and effective, like they've done with the libraries, Bureau of Engineering, on time, under budget, get them built, do a great job. That's real important. But also, Recreation Parks is a little different than a building. It's facilities, it's space. And if it was possible, let me just ask you to think this, if you could report back, if I could get a second. If they did keep 7 members of that team plus the supervisor, so 8 people total, whatever that works out, so that they can look at their regional. Are you divided by regions, Mr. Muckery?
No.
You're not divided by regions?
We are, not this group. This group has a citywide.
Yeah, but
view.
they could work by regions. I mean, it could, our workload would be even across.
The
on
workload
that.
is spread amongst all the regions of the city.
Mr. Deaton, I'd just like to ask that some component of this be kept as a liaison, because who's going to do the talking between Recreation and Parks and Engineering? Park directors, park rangers, or professionals like Mr. Muckery has in there now who could transition? It's a very big enterprise.
With all due respect, Mr. Labange, I think that we have seen a turnaround in the way we do projects and recreation and parks projects in this city in the last 5 years. And if I were to depend on somebody to decide how a park was going to be designed, I would take the Bureau of Engineering with the input from the Department of Recreation and Parks like we have on every Prop 40 request. As we look at each Prop K, we find out how much we have, we know what we're going to do and the cost, and we have got to the point where there are several people within the Bureau of Engineering that are quite capable of determining cost, determining what are the alternatives, whether it's a skate park, a water facility, or the estimates on the pools that you went through last week, et cetera. It has become, it's not there yet, but it has become very organized, and we will report back, and if there are glitches in this, that some things should be returned, we will be happy to say so. But I think this trend is the way we need to do it in order to get these projects. There are Prop 12 projects that are still behind. There are just a whole host of things, and I'm for one to proceed the way we are proceeding to get the job done. And we've seen a turnaround, and I don't want to turn that turnaround around, if you will.
Okay, I got that. Life's a circle, and we're all in it.
Some days
Okay.
it seems that way.
I got 14 seconds. Let me ask a question. Would you, Mr. Deaton, look at, within the 60 days of this transfer, if there needs to be professional planning staff left within Recreation and Parks to act as a liaison in that communication? It's different than sewers. It's different than public buildings. It's different than enterprises, as I just mentioned.
We'll look at that. And actually, the planning aspect of libraries and the planning aspect of police stations and fire stations have remained in those departments. And we'll look at that and report back, and I have no problem.
Okay, good.
But the mortar and bricks, I still believe, are best served by people who get the people who work on recreation and parks projects also when they work on a zoo project or they work on a library project, we build expertise, and there's not within just one department.
Thank you very much.
Councilman, we made a huge investment on training our Bureau of Engineering staff on the principles of project management. And so we have trained staff, and all of you who have dealt with Prop K have seen in the past 3 years a marked improvement on how we manage our construction programs. But with respect to the report back, Ron and myself, or we'll be happy to take the lead, our office report through AGE, given that's a consolidation and it is an efficiency move, it's important that we report back on the benefits or the results of that efficiency move. So anything that results in any type of consolidation, I think as a matter of just form, we should report back through your AGE, anything we do in this budget.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Labange.
you, Mr. President.
All right. Our next speaker is Mr. Parks, to be followed by Ms. Misikowski and Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify on the one issue of item 80 that talks about the security consolidation, that I believe we've voted unanimously on Mrs. Gruhl's motion that we approved it in concept and the fund should be in the UB. Is that currently where we are?
Right now, what we have done is we've approved the consolidation only on a conceptual basis, and that will report back through Budget and Finance and Public Safety first, on the operational model. So, yes, it should be, this one program should be placed in the UB, and and then subject to the Policy Committee's approval, Public Safety, do we move the money out of the UB?
Okay. Currently, where is it allocated?
It's not in the UB.
It's in the department? Okay.
Actually, it's in all the departments right now, currently. And then once we come back with your plan, then we'll consolidate it under GSD.
6 months of it is in the departments.
And hopefully that'll be done in a 6-month period. But you're right, it's only a concept now. The money is currently in the respective departments. When we come back with the implementation plan, we'll come back with a recommendation, if appropriate, to then move the money to GSD as part of the consolidated model.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Ms. Misikowski?
Thank you. I just wanted to convey to Mr. Labange that with the moving of the project management to the Bureau of Engineering for whether it's Prop K or Prop F or Prop Q, that none of the underlying departments lose their planning staff. Their planners are the ones from the Recreation Parks Director's offices or from the fire department say what we need as a fire department, what we need in Rec and Parks, how we need it. But once the project is decided to be built and under construction, then it goes with the Bureau of Engineering, clearly working hand in hand with the various departments. We are going through an animal services construction under Prop F in my district, and the Animal Services Department is there talking about its need, talking with the architect about what the layout should be, but then it goes to project management of the Bureau of Engineering. They are better at really getting the contractors to do the job, to deliver the job. It's not bricks and mortars always, particularly in Rec and Parks. You do need the recreation directors telling this appropriate staff what's necessary, but we don't need additional liaison staff. The staff is already there. Their planning departments are already there from the respective departments to stay working hand in hand with the Bureau. So I think it works well. And again, this is a report back in any case to make sure that those connections stay there.
Thank you, Ms. Misikowski. That finishes deliberation on item 80, or the balance of 80. If we can open the roll on that. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved, as amended. Next item, please.
Item number 93 was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Councilmember Hahn, item number 93, Harbor Department.
Thank you. And on the previous one, I just want to make sure that my motion, I never heard it read or anything. Okay, that it will be reported back to audits and government efficiency. Okay, 93. Why did I call this special? Oh, okay, this is about harbor revenue being used for additional programs at the Cabrillo Marine Aquarium. And I'd like to add a friendly amendment to this, that we look at the whole Cabrillo Inner Beach area as a part of this, and that this report also include a status of the ongoing environmental cleanup at the Cabrillo Beach and an update on efforts to grant public access to the Cabrillo Beach camp facility. So this would be a good time to look at that whole area as being a recreational area.
Great.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Mr. Labange, for the assist. We can open the roll on item 93. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Thank you very much. That item is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 97, called special by Councilmember Ludlow.
Mr. Ludlow, we have item number 97, Neighborhood Empowerment. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the general manager from Department of Neighborhood Empowerment still here? Greg Nelson, front and center. Thank you. I know that a number of neighborhood council presidents were here this morning, and it's almost 3 o'clock, so I know that they couldn't stick around. I just wanted to find out, by the way, congratulations, LA Times did a big write-up on the work of the department, but more so the work on the part of people at the grassroots level. Just on this item, I just wanted to make sure that the redistribution of the allocation of contract services funding within the done budget does not in any way reduce, diminish, reduce funding to your department, and if that's not the case, which I'm sure it isn't the case, what impact this would have.
Yes, Councilman. Other things reduce the funding to our department, but this is not one of them. This is the exact same amount that's in the current budget. So we just thought we would provide the public and the City Council with a little bit more detail as to how now we figure that money would be spent in the upcoming year.
And so this would be, in what form would that come in? How would that be done?
Budget Memo 54. Budget Memo 54 spelled it out.
Oh, yeah, there is a budget memo that spells it out, and we had detailed it on about a half page that I have here, and it's in the budget memo.
Okay. All right, but you guys are essentially fine with this?
Fine.
Fine with this item. Okay. Just wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? If not, let's... Mr. Labange.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir.
Your commission is an advisory commission, right?
Yes, sir.
So you make all decisions related to the Department of Neighborhoods?
Except for certification of neighborhood councils and some policies.
Okay. Do you have a desk where anyone in the city, whether they work for the city or live in the city, can go to the desk and find out who they need to talk to in the city about an idea? Is there an information desk in the Department of Neighborhoods?
There are several, not a single one.
What is this? Describe one for me.
We have about 6 different field offices with people there, all of whom are supposed to know the answers to those questions.
All right, so does that mean, is that where a department goes to?
The department we request come to us in management. We have myself, Parker Anderson, and an assistant, a management
How does
assistant.
it work? Department of Water and Power wants to put a trunk line down Sepulveda or over Lankershim or down Silver Lake Boulevard. They want to contact all the neighborhood councils in the area. They could call your office?
I would encourage them to do that right now because I don't want there to be any slip-ups or any mistakes.
But is there somebody who's directly responsible for that? Because I want someone directly responsible for that.
Parker Anderson.
Is the person, that's an assistant general manager.
He is a chief management analyst.
Former general manager, longtime city employee, knows everything. So any department who has a project, fire station is being built in a district, the fire department wants to find out what are the neighborhood councils in the area, they could call Parker Anderson and he would say, boom, these are they.
Or myself, and I have a cell phone that's on 24 hours a day.
Good, I should turn it off at night, Gregory, you need sleep. I do. Okay. I just want to make that clarification, members, that the Department of Neighborhood Councils, for all our departments, does have a contact person that you could go to. So if there's a project that you're doing in your district, or you want to raise fees, or you want to change the policy within your department that affects the neighborhoods, you got to go to the Department of Neighborhood Councils. And Parker Anderson is that person. So in retrospect, if this was a year from now, if a department wants to raise their fees, and this is the budget season now, but a year from now, they know they go to Parker Anderson, and Parker Anderson would say who to contact in the neighborhoods for the neighborhood councils.
Yes, he can do that, and so can I, and we're ready, willing, and able to do it.
Thank you for that great clarification. Did you hit your head lately?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. We can open the roll on this item and close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That item is approved. I believe for our seventh inning stretch, Mr. Villaraigosa wanted to repeat a short presentation from our junior council member, Trey.
Yes, Mr. President, members, we were able to enjoy a wonderful celebration for the 50th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, and we've got an opportunity to hear Trey give a wonderful few words. So we'd like him to do it again to kind of give us a brief respite from all this budget talk. Trey Bennett.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is James Wesley Bennett III, but you could call me Trey. I would like to say my speech for you. The Will to Win by Dennis W. DeLoach. Quitting is a loser's game and I don't want to play. I'll keep on doing my very best in all that I do and say. A race isn't won by speed alone. Determination is the key. And you've got to keep on believing like I believe in me. It's not conceit, it's real, it's me. I won't be giving in, my mind is set. Never to forget, I've got the will to win. I'll not be discouraged by people and negative views, because I was not created to suffer, fail, or lose. And though some folks may try real hard to put obstacles on my way, I don't worry, I rise above whatever they dare say. I'm sure and strong and won't be long before my share comes in. I won't slow down, I'll get my crown. I've got the will to win. Everyone can play the winner's game, just put all doubt aside and remember that it takes willpower to build courage, dignity, and pride. I use this power to say no to drugs, violence, and crime, and concentrate on doing the right thing as I strive for the finish line. I'll claim my race with uplifted faith for solid confidence. I'm not afraid to get ahead. I've got the will to win.
Thank you very much, Trey. Thank you, Councilmember Villaraigosa. I think we will unanimously move Trey's motion, and we appreciate that very much. With all due apologies to my colleagues, the best speech of the day. All right. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item 105, called special by Councilmember Villaraigosa.
All right, we have item number 105. Why don't we hold that on the table and go to the next one?
Next one would be item number 106, and that was called special by Councilmember Labange.
All right, Mr. Labange, we have item number 106, police instruction regarding reduction in traffic enforcement citation.
Is there a representative of the police department who can speak to this here? Mr. President, if I read it, to instruct the police department to report back to Budget and Finance regarding the reduction in traffic enforcement citations pursuant to a council file. Explain that, if you would, Assistant Chief Papa.
Well, there has been a reduction in the number of traffic citations that have been issued, so we're looking at that because we have been utilizing our motor officers in crime suppression details, and obviously that's impacted the number of citations they've written, so we're taking a look at it department-wide.
But in the position of traffic enforcement, when you enforce with the motor officers, it does reduce the accidents. That's a known fact? Is that?
That's the goal. We
That's
try
the
and
goal.
target the,
When there's enforcement, but unfortunately fatalities in the valley are up this year.
yes,
Great.
they are, which is exactly why we want to look at how we've been deploying the motor officers and to see if we can perhaps modify some of our deployments.
If I could ask the Assistant CAO a question, if I could, because I see the CAO's away. What's it cost to fund a motor officer?
About how much? 120?
$200,000 with the motorcycle?
No, we were just debating about the salary and equipment, probably 120,000 for maybe for the salary and the motorcycle.
So
just roughly.
something like that. And what kind of, I'm not saying anyone should be out getting revenue, but I think enforcing traffic laws and speeding is very important to reduce the injuries to pedestrians and motorists and people get home. What's our goal on trying to increase traffic officers in the city? I know that's, what's it been the last 10 years? Any increase or flat?
Yeah, there hasn't been an increase in the number of motors in a while, but what we are looking at is targeting. We have been putting a lot of task forces out there targeting pedestrian enforcement. The motor officers have been very active in various portions of the city, but as I said, when we were looking at crime suppression, we were utilizing the motor officers to assist in that as well. So we're looking department-wide at how they've been utilized. We're looking at traffic in traffic divisions versus putting the motors back in the areas. We're looking at it department-wide very comprehensively.
I just wanted to stand for traffic safety and enforcement, and also maybe ask too to look at increasing traffic officers. It's the most underrated part of the city service, traffic and traffic enforcement. I haven't done an instant poll in a long time, but I bet you if I did an instant poll right now in the council chambers, how many have been a victim of crime in Los Angeles in the last year? Raise your hand, if you would. 1, 2 people, only 2 people have been a victim of crime, and they're both council members? No one else has been? All right, 3. How many have been impacted by traffic in Los Angeles in the last 24 hours? Everybody raises their hands now. I just wanted to drive the part home about traffic enforcement and the safety measures and how it affects the lives of people and the irritant of when it's impacted. And I hope you could really look at that overall picture of traffic and how it affects us. It is affecting the quality of life. I'm over, so I don't want to get a citation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Clocked in just under the speed limit there. Mr. Parks is our next speaker.
Hello there. I just wanted a couple of things, and the reason that we asked for that report was in addition to motor officers is to get some sense of what everyday officers, field officers are dealing. And the reason it prompted the concern is that we had the traffic people come in to talk about the red light program. Correct. And in that presentation, they reflected that 3 of
wants to raise their fees, and this is the budget season now, but a year from now, they know they go to Parker Anderson, and Parker Anderson will say who to contact in the neighborhoods, from the neighborhood councils.
Yes, he can do that, and so can I, and we're ready, willing, and able to do it.
Thank you for that great clarification. Did you hit your head lately?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. We can open the roll on this item and close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That item is approved. I believe for our 7th inning stretch, Mr. Villaraigosa wanted to repeat a short presentation from our junior council member, Trey.
Yes, Mr. President, members, we were able to enjoy a wonderful celebration for the 50th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, and we've got an opportunity to hear Trey give a wonderful few words. So we'd like him to do it again to kind of give us a brief respite from all this budget talk. Trey Bennett.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is James Wesley Bennett III, but you could call me Trey. I would like to say my speech for you. The Will to Win by Dennis W. DeLoach. Quitting is a loser's game and I don't want to play. I'll keep on doing my very best in all that I do and say. A race isn't won by speed alone. Determination is the key. And you've got to keep on believing like I believe in me. It's not conceit, it's real, it's me. I won't be giving in, my mind is set. Never to forget, I've got the will to win. I'll not be discouraged by people and negative views because I was not created to suffer, fail, or lose. And though some folks may try real hard to put obstacles on my way, I don't worry, I rise above whatever they dare to say. I'm sure and strong and won't be long before my ship comes in. I won't slow down, I'll get my crown. I've got the will to win. Every Everyone can play the winner's game. Just put all doubt aside and remember that it takes willpower to build courage, dignity, and pride. I use this power to say no to drugs, violence, and crime, and concentrate on doing the right thing as I strive for the finish line. I'll claim my race with uplifted faith for solid confidence. I'm not afraid to get ahead. I've got the will to win.
Thank you very much, Trey. Thank you, Councilmember Villaraigosa. I think we will unanimously move Trey's motion, and we appreciate that very much. With all due apologies to my colleagues, the best speech of the day. All right. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item 105, called special by Councilmember Villaraigosa.
All right, we have item number 105. Why don't we hold that on the table and go to the next one?
Next one would be item number 106, and that was called special by Councilmember Labange.
All right, Mr. Labange, we have item number 106, police instruction regarding reduction in traffic enforcement citation.
Is there a representative of the police department can speak to this here? Mr. President, if I read it, instruct the police department to report back to Budget and Finance regarding the reduction in traffic enforcement citations pursuant to a council file. Explain that if you would, Assistant Chief Papa.
Well, there has been a reduction in the number of traffic citations that have been issued, so we're looking at that because we have been utilizing our motor officers in crime suppression details, and obviously that's impacted the number of citations they've written, so we're taking a look at it department-wide.
But in the position of traffic enforcement, when you enforce with the motor officers, it does reduce the accidents. That's a known fact? Is that?
That's the goal. We try and target the...
When there's enforcement, but the unfortunately fatalities in the valley are up this year.
Yes,
Greatly.
they are, which is exactly why we want to look at how we've been deploying the motor officers and to see if we can perhaps modify some of our deployments.
If I could ask the Assistant CAO a question, if I could, because I see the CAO's away. What's it cost to fund a motor officer?
About 120?
$200,000 with the motorcycle?
No, we were just debating about the salary and equipment, probably $120,000 maybe for the salary and the motorcycle.
So
just roughly.
something like that. And what kind of, I'm not saying anyone should be out getting revenue, but I think enforcing traffic laws and speeding is very important to reduce the injuries to pedestrians and motorists and people get home. What's our goal on trying to increase traffic officers in the city? I know that's, what's it been the last 10 years? Any increase or flat?
Yeah, there hasn't been an increase in the number of motors in a while, but what we are looking at is targeting, we have been putting a lot of task forces out there targeting pedestrian enforcement. The motor officers have been very active in various portions of the city, but as I said, when we were looking at crime suppression, we were utilizing the motor officers to assist in that as well. So we're looking department-wide at how they've been utilized. We're looking at traffic in traffic divisions versus putting the motors back in the areas. We're looking at it department-wide very comprehensively.
I just wanted to stand for traffic safety and enforcement, and also maybe ask you to look at increasing traffic officers. It's the most underrated part of the city service, traffic and traffic enforcement. I haven't done an instant poll in a long time, but I bet you if I did an instant poll right now, in the council chambers, how many have been a victim of crime in Los Angeles in the last year? Raise your hand, if you would. 1, 2 people, only 2 people have been a victim of crime, and they're both council members? No one else has been? All right, 3. How many have been impacted by traffic in Los Angeles in the last 24 hours? Everybody raises their hands now. I just wanted to drive the part home about traffic enforcement and the safety measures and how it affects the lives of people and the irritant of when it's impacted. And I hope you could really look at that overall picture of traffic and how it affects us. It is affecting the quality of life. I'm over, so I don't want to get a citation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Clocked in just under the speed limit there. Mr. Parks is our next speaker.
Hello there. I just wanted a couple of things, and the reason that we asked for that report was in addition to motor officers is to get some sense of what everyday officers, field officers are dealing. And the reason it prompted the concern is that we had the traffic people come in to talk about the red light program. And in that presentation, they reflected that 3 of the 4 bureaus had more traffic deaths than homicides, and that they were reflecting on that. At the same time, we've had about a $5 million reduction in enforcement. And so the whole issue of looking at the larger picture of field officers, traffic, and I think, Mr. Labange, your question, motor officers were increased probably several years ago, but we put about 2 years ago about 40 additional 4-wheel traffic officers in the budget. And so that was the last time traffic was impacted. But you have to go back to probably about the late 80s to find the largest impact on traffic tickets. It was ran about 1 million, and then it's progressively dropped. And maybe the last 5 years, it's run about 500,000 a year. But we've had a remarkable drop this last fiscal year. But that's where we were going on that report.
And Councilman, I know you've heard the debate over the years about whether we should have our traffic divisions consolidated back into the areas, and we're looking at all of that. We're looking to see, did our area patrols check out of enforcing traffic, because there is a traffic division. So we're trying to look at it comprehensively department-wide, and I know there will be a more comprehensive report coming back to the council.
And I think one of the things is that we've tried for years, as long as we rely on traffic divisions, we'll never get traffic enforcement. It's got to be the patrol cars have to have an equal concern.
Correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. If we can open the roll on the item. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. We'll go back to number 105, called special by Mr. Villaraigosa. Mr. Villaraigosa? Number 105, the Police Department and the Housing Authority policing issue.
Yes, I just have a question. As I understand the instructions that came out of Budget and Finance, it speaks to directing the LAPD to engage in the MOU. And my understanding is that it's actually HACLA or both. And if that's the case, I was wondering if it made sense to amend this matter to reflect that. Because if, as I understand it from the LAPD, the relevant party to push on this issue is HACLA.
Well, it takes 2 to tango, so I think...
It does take 2 to tango, doesn't it?
So I think if you put
Just
both in, it would be...
So is it appropriate?
I just got that feeling from...
You got that feeling, didn't you? You know, well, so is it appropriate to direct both?
Right, I would just amend it to add the...
So can we amend that to do that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villaraigosa. Ms. Hahn is next, followed by Mr. Parks. Ms. Hahn?
I'm sorry. I was thinking this would be a good opportunity. While I know that our first and foremost focus is on more police officers in our housing authority developments, what I think is also really needed in light of the escalation of crime is some gang workers in the midst of those projects. And I was wondering if we might look at this money once it's identified to look if a portion of it might not be redirected to our gang intervention programs that we already have in the area, just appropriating a few gang workers to actually work in the projects as a part of this whole public safety approach to our housing authority developments.
Great. We'll take that as a friendly amendment if there's no objection as well. Mr. Parks?
This is for the CAO. One of the things is that since this issue came up, we've been trying to locate information on the pilot money if it's moved. What is it currently doing, and what would stop being done?
The pilot money is payment in lieu of taxes. That's what the acronym stands for. The intent is for the Housing Authority to give us about $1.1 million to address some basic services like street resurfacing, trash collection, street maintenance, potholes, things of that sort. That's what would not be done if this money is transferred. We're in the process of developing a report on this particular issue. Again, the intent is for HACLA to give us about that much on an annual basis, about 1.1. There's a reference to a $2.2 million appropriation coming from HACLA to initially fund this program. The fact remains is that this money has not been transferred from HACLA for many years. Since about the mid-'80s, many, many years. And so there's concern that, although they're supposed to be transferring it to us, they haven't. We need to see that actual appropriation. I recognize the need to increase the number of officers in these housing projects, given the problems associated with the security and safety problems in the projects. But there's a lot of details we have to work out.
Okay, will your report cover because I understood it was for street services and some of those activities, then would the city resources pick up that workload if that money is now put in?
They have been now because, in fact, because we haven't received the money, that's more of a consequence of the fact that we've waived these costs for the past few years. The Housing Authority has its own funding challenges, as we all know.
So they were not doing the street maintenance on
We
their
were
own?
doing the work, but waiving the fees or funds associated with that work.
Okay, so we're waiving fees. My understanding, at least from one source, is that that was money that they accumulated, and back in the Savornis days, that they were given a waiver to do their own streets and different kinds of public works projects because the city wasn't doing it. So it's just the reverse, that we do it and they're supposed to pay us for it?
We just waive the fees, and I can't speak to exactly what they use those funds for, but we were not compensated for providing those services.
But that's going to be part of your report?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Miskowski, followed by Ms. Hahn.
I think Mr. Fujioka responded to this, that it will be monies that should have come to the city over the past, have not, but as it might come again, and only if it's identified that it is there to come, it was going to be given with this memorandum of agreement between the police department and HACLA as to how it would be spent. And I think that Ms. Hahn's friendly amendment saying once that money is identified, that we look at a fair proportionate of it to the police department and maybe even some of the gang intervention teams of the police department, but also look to see whether or not a portion of it might not be able to augment some of the other gang intervention programs in the area. But once we identify it and work with the police department and HACLA as to what that agreement is, or give ideas to the police department and HACLA as to how they might best use it to really focus on the issues that they are looking to address, it has that capability. And I think the idea of the right mix of allocation of money is appropriate, but let's make sure they've got the money and that we have it coming, and then we can have that agreement apportion it in the way that it is determined best among those three players.
Thank you, Ms. Miskowski. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind my colleagues that this payment in lieu of taxes has been used historically to fund the Housing Authority Police Department. That's how they were using that money. So since the police department of the Housing Authority got disbanded, that's why we're in the terrible position we're in right now, with LAPD actually having told us before that happened that it would be very difficult, in fact almost impossible, for LAPD to pick up the slack of the Housing Authority Police Department. So that's why we're in the problem we're in today. And also, would like all you to know that in our Wendy's and my audit and government efficiency meeting this Wednesday, we will be taking up the idea of auditing the Housing Authority Department, because for many years we feel like there's some issues. We want to make sure those funds are there. We want to make sure they're being appropriated. I mean, it should never be an issue between maintaining the residences and providing any kind of street maintenance or police protection. So we're going to look at the audit of that department. It's never really been audited, and we think it's time for that to happen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn. We have two friendly amendments. If we can open the roll on the item as amended. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 112, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Councilmember Hahn, we have item 112, Street Services, Public Works.
Okay, this is relative to our unimproved streets. And this is basically, I'd like for us to focus on the distribution of dirt streets and dirt alleys. And I think I brought this up last year, that I'd like to have a friendly amendment that this report that comes back will include the total miles of unimproved streets by district. And in this case, I would like to see consideration be given to districts with greater need. And again, it's hard to believe in the city of Los Angeles that we still have dirt streets and dirt alleys. These are streets that have never been paved, have never been improved. And again, instead of just completely dividing by 15, the money that's allocated to finally pave some of these streets and these alleys, it's clear that certain districts do not have dirt streets or alleys. It's also clear that some districts, you all like having your dirt streets for equestrian needs. And I think I said last year, my community of Watts still has dirt streets and dirt alleys, and they don't do horses in Watts. So I think in this case, I know District, I think 8, 9, and 15 have the most percentage of completely unimproved streets and alleys. Again, I have people living on dirt streets and behind dirt alleys. So I would like to see this report come back and reflect by council district where this is, and instead of dividing it by 15, I know this is always sensitive in this group, but I do think in this case we ought to bring up to speed those districts that are so far behind everybody else and still having completely unimproved streets and alleys. Thank you.
Well, there are a few speakers who have popped up. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Parks, and Mr. Labange are next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Hahn, thank you. Thank you for your willingness to call this item special. I think earlier I suggested that we take items 112 and 113 together since they both relate to the same issue. The budget items for street maintenance and repair and for sidewalk maintenance and repair. Colleagues, as you know, I've also introduced 2 motions that were considered by the ad hoc committee on the same issue. And I think before we, in good conscience, cast a vote on these 2 recommendations, I, for one, want to hear from the department as to how specifically they propose to allocate these dollars. Number 1, on a district-by-district basis. Number 2, and Ms. Hahn, I do recognize, too, that there are some areas where people would prefer to keep their lack of sidewalks or dirt streets, but those of us who represent those areas know very well where those are and where those aren't. And I'll tell you, I have a tremendous amount of areas in my district where we don't have sidewalks to fix because there are no sidewalks to begin with, or there are no streets to fix because there's no streets to begin with, where the people do want those streets and those sidewalks. And in the words of our mayor, when do those areas begin to catch up? Because as long as we're only dividing by 15, those sections of our city will forever be behind the more affluent parts of the city, the newer parts of the city. You know what I'm talking about. And finally, I know that the general fund is only one source of revenues for this work. There's, I think, Prop A or Prop C. There's also CDBG. And I want to make sure that our block grant dollars aren't being utilized to even out our divide by 15 scenario. We should be dividing by 15 with our general revenue dollars, and restricted grant dollars that are intended for certain areas only should be used to supplement or augment the needs in the poorer areas of our city. So if there's somebody from the department or anybody who can come forward and give us the specifics as to how these dollars are intended to be spent in the next fiscal year, I think we need to hear that before we're ready for a vote.
Thank you. Why don't we take up item 113 at the same time, colleagues, since I know, Mr. Padilla, you called out special and there's overlapping items. Let the record also reflect that Mr. Villaraigosa delivers, literally. And if we can call on Mr. Parks to be our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked Mr. Robinson to come up. We discussed this at length during the committee, and we were hopeful to have a report today that we could give the council some better idea on, particularly on 113, of how the formula would work as it relates to dirt streets or alleys that are 20 feet or wider, and how that would fit in the formula. And also there has been for years a limitation on the use of gas tax money, which we're told can only be used on highways or designated streets. but we have a lot more latitude for general fund money, and so maybe you could cover that and give us some idea when that report might be forthcoming.
Yes, we did submit a report, a partial report. The second item, which was the more detailed report, we were given 60 days to respond to that, and we can turn that around much quicker. The key response that we're waiting from is actually the State Controller's Office. Once we get their response, we can include it and verify the information that we've already attained from their Caltrans district office. But generally, and looking overall at the street system, when we allocate the resurfacing program, we look at each council district, their percentage of the total street system in the council district, and we allocate resurfacing in that manner. To address Ms. Hahn's question about the dirt streets and alleys, when the program originally started, it was funded at 10 miles, and at that time we did split it 15 ways. But we are now entering the 4th year of that program. The number of dirt streets in the city have actually declined. More money is actually being spent on the dirt alleys as opposed to the streets. So what we decided this year was to do that very thing. Look at the total number of dirt streets and alleys in each council district and allocate it based on the need or the percentage. And that's why we see, as mentioned, Council District 8 has the majority of those dirt streets and alleys. They get the largest share. Then comes Council District 9. They get the second largest share. And then Council District 15 with the third largest share. They got the third largest allocation. Again, the problem is it's only a 5-mile program. So basically we submitted a report to the CLA that if the city really wanted to tackle that problem of dirt streets and alleys, it could be done in a 5-year program at a cost of about $28 million.
But I think, Mr. Robinson, I think the dilemma I have is that in the poor districts like the 8th, the 9th, and 15th, the fact that alleys have been moved out of the street program, it requires a special funding to address it. So I have 1/3 of the dirt alleys in the city, and about 50% of them in 3 different districts. So as long as we keep them out of the street program, they will never get resurfaced. And what we're asking for is that at least step 1, is every alley that's above 20, wider than 20 feet is put into the highway program, and then see what the formula says then. Because I have 1/3 of the alleys in the city, but I only got 12 miles of street done in 1 year. We have other districts that have no alleys and have 30 to 40 miles of street. So there's something in the sense of inconsistent in how we've dealt with that. And again, I think we have more flexibility with general fund money if we have the limitations on the gas tax money. So we're really looking forward to that report and seeing how those 20-foot and wider alleys can be brought into it. We'll have to look at a later date as to the narrower alleys and how they get paved. But it just appears for fairness overall that when we have older communities that are using these alleys as part of their entrance and exits to their backyards and their garages, and they're also using them for the maintenance and also the receiving of property from businesses, we should ensure that they're part of the street system and not as a separate funding source.
Of the approximately 61 miles of dirt streets, dirt alleys in the city of Los Angeles, none of those are actually wider than 20 feet. We have a grand total of 787 miles of alleys in the city of Los Angeles. Dirt, combination dirt asphalt, combination dirt concrete, asphalt, some concrete. Of those alleys that are wider than 20 feet, there's approximately 10.99 miles of alleys that are wider than 20 feet, which technically, if you look at the Caltrans determinations, would qualify as a street. The problem is that, and the reason we're waiting from the state controller is that even though an alley may meet the width requirement, alleys were not designed specifically to carry traffic, and I think that's going to be the key determination coming down from the state controller, is because they are designed differently, they are built differently, and they were designed specifically, streets were designed specifically to carry traffic, we may have a problem. But you bring up a good point, Councilman Parks, the fact that gas tax cannot be used on alleys. We have been fortunate in past years to use our general fund money. So that we have worked with those council districts that felt there was a greater need for an alley to be resurfaced as opposed to a street. We certainly allowed them to use those general fund monies. In this year's proposed budget, there is an allocation of about 12 miles under the general fund, which is actually better than what it was last year because we had none.
When would we see that report that we discussed in committee?
We received the contact information from the state, from the district office. We have now contacted the state controller's office. We're hopeful 3 to 4 days, depending on what their budget situation, what they're doing up there.
My final question is that on the streets, as you say, are alleys that are 20 foot wider than and or above, is there a necessity that the city has to declare them as streets in order to come under some additional guidelines?
Yes, as in a previous report, we mentioned the section of the California Streets and Highways Code. It would take a 4/5 vote of the council to get those included in the street system.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Labange, to be followed by Mr. Padilla.
Thank you very much. How are you, Bill?
Fine, Tom, thank you.
Good. Mr. Parks and Ms. Hahn, I hear exactly what you're saying, and Jan. I think alleys are extremely important, but I also think at the same time we should survey to where we should vacate those alleys in areas. If trash is not being picked up, and if the utility doesn't need to get down there, often it becomes a cost to the city because of illegal dumping that's there. There's no access. So I hope there's a survey done in the regions. I also would support that any alley that's parallel to a major street in these districts of 8, 10, and 15, if I could, 8, 9, and 15, excuse me, that the streets that are parallel to a business district, because everybody improves on that circulation. Often in a community, people get upset because people drive around a long block, but if there's a solid alley there, it works. But I would hope, members, in this process, that you make it a first-class alley, that there be a concrete ribbon down the center, because I could show you alleys that are 20 years old that have no problems with potholes because they had that concrete gutter that took all the water down the center out to the street to the drains. If you don't have that concrete gutter, the erosion just destroys these alleys. And I think we should concentrate on alleys because they do have a great benefit for delivery when we want to try to move traffic safely on big streets like La Brea in my district. The alley system behind is helpful, except it's a poor grade alley. And I know what happens when you want to improve that alley. If you pay for it, you got to split it with the homeowner and the business. Well, the homeowner benefits no great benefit other than the business really does because they get more. So I hope we can look at that particular aspect of it. But I would also just want to remember all the members, any street improvement is a property improvement, right? Based on when it was built. That they decided that's what it was to be. The housing in my district in the San Fernando Valley without curbs was designed that way because that's how they wanted to build it. Without curbs and without sidewalks. They wanted a woods feel to it, and that's what they have in Toluca Woods. They didn't necessarily want a full curb and gutter, even though we need it in some particular areas, even though today we would require it. There's no option in Porter Ranch, right, for no curbs and gutters. It's all under street. Is that correct, Mr. Smith? I know you were the fine deputy to the previous councilman before you, the great councilman of the 12. So anyway, alleys are real important, but you have to be fair. And also, I think downtown alleys are extremely important because, and I'm speaking as a friend of downtown, it does get big trucks off the streets so they could deliver in the rear and not impact general street traffic. So I think it all makes a lot of sense. But I want a full story on it, so I want to make sure that I get the fair share for my district as well. Thank you.
Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Still waiting to hear a little bit more specifics on how this dollar figure that's before us today for street maintenance and repair, sidewalk maintenance and repair is going to be distributed council district by council district. If there's a chart that you can share with us, as has been done in previous years, or a map, as has been done in previous years, I have yet to see it. So correct me if I'm wrong.
Well,
and hold my time, please. I have another question.
Again, we submitted the report as requested by Budget and Finance last week. And the allocation of, for sidewalk repair, the general fund portion is divided 15 ways. However, as you mentioned, Councilman, the CDBG is divided based on the number of low to moderate income census tracts in each specific council district. Our report, and I apologize if you didn't get a copy, for instance, the CDBG, Council District 1, is receiving 1.48. Each one of these is strictly related to the percentage of those low mod districts in their council district. So we did take that recommendation. That has been the procedure for the sidewalk repair program for the last 3 years on the CDBG portion.
Okay, that's on sidewalks. Before I get to the issue of streets, one more question on sidewalks, because pending, I think, in the Public Works Committee is a motion that I have. In my district, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but it's true, and I can take you out there if you want to see it for yourself, there's blocks after block after block after block where, to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, the city's gone out and built the curb ramps on the corners in those areas or zones that have been designated high density pedestrian traffic. The problem is you have a curb ramp on one corner, curb ramp on another corner, and no sidewalk in between. Or if you do have a sidewalk, it's in significant disrepair. So whether it's crumbling sidewalks, huge tree roots, or anything else, you have these paths between the corners that, to use the accessibility or mobility argument, I think is ridiculous. Can you comment on how we're going to go about fixing that situation?
The fact that in the city of Los Angeles, our best guess right now is that there's 2,000 miles of potential sidewalk construction that can be performed. Right now, there's 10,750 miles of sidewalk. We're just completing the 3rd year of a 5-year survey where we're walking every single sidewalk in the city, identifying the damaged sidewalk. The problem is when we started that survey, we didn't think that we should be walking the neighborhoods that have no existing sidewalk. Unfortunately, the city has a long-standing policy where they put the onus back on the property owner to make the initial permanent improvements. And that's a long-standing policy that perhaps needs to be looked at. Because right now, the only funding that we receive is strictly for sidewalk repair, not new sidewalk construction. Although we do have the availability of some state funds, Safe Routes to School, we have constructed over the last 2 years about 12 miles of new sidewalks under that program. And under the CDBG program, we've constructed another 4.3 miles of new sidewalks. And again, that's only a drop in the bucket when you look at 2,000 miles that need to be constructed.
So you said when you first started inventorying these miles of sidewalks, you were not walking areas that did not have sidewalks. Are you walking them now, or are you continuing to ignore them?
No, we're including those now, so we can identify where those locations are.
In response to one of Mr. Parks' questions, you made reference to a 5-year, $28 million plan.
Yes.
Was that streets alone or sidewalks included?
That was just alleys.
That was just alleys?
Just alleys.
And have we started that 5-year phase-in, or that's still a proposal?
No, that was just as part of the budget process this year. They asked us specifically what would it cost if we were to tackle every dirt street and alley in the city. What would it cost us to do that?
So you figured out how much it would cost, but we're not taking step one in this next fiscal year?
No, because no funding has been identified.
Okay. Well, the bottom line question ultimately, whether it's for the street alley question or the sidewalk question, when do we take that first step towards catching the cities that have been, the areas that have been left behind with the rest of the city when it comes to these basic services?
Well, again, the question for me to answer is that there currently is no funding to build new sidewalks. So that would be the first step, is to identify.
We're approving a sidewalk budget as part of this fiscal year budget. Don't tell me there's not money for sidewalks.
That does not include new construction. That is just reconstruction.
Well, Mr. Parks, and maybe I should ask you for some clarification, because we did discuss several weeks ago, both in the Budget Committee venue as well as the Housing Committee, doing a set-aside in our sidewalk budget specifically for sidewalk construction where there was no sidewalks. And the same question really for streets as well. Do we or do we not have a separate line item, or do we or do we not have a set-aside within the line item for construction versus maintenance and repair?
It's my understanding that we only dealt with the reconstruction of sidewalks, but not new sidewalks as it relates to new construction. And my understanding was that the current repair program is what was funded. but no allocation for sidewalks that were brand-new sidewalks. That's my understanding of what we discussed.
Yes, that's correct.
I saw Sharon come forward with maybe some helpful information.
Not exactly helpful to your question. With regard to sidewalks, it is for current repair of existing sidewalks. There is no allocation for new sidewalks. For places that have never had sidewalks before, there is no additional allocation. Street Services has always maintained that it is not their responsibility with regard to new sidewalks, that it's their responsibility to provide those.
But we have, on special occasions or instances, gone forward with the city implementing that new construction where no sidewalk exists.
There may have been some instance, maybe a few years ago, when there was money available for new construction, that some sidewalk money may have been provided. That was not the case in this proposed 0405 year.
Okay. Colleagues, if you're open to it, and I know this is not in the ideal spirit that Mr. Parks intended this session to go in, but I got to at least try. I have to at least try. Is this council, and I would move that we set aside 10%, not a big amount, 10% of the sidewalk budget specifically for construction of new sidewalks where no sidewalks currently exists. Can I have a second?
Mr. Reyes.
Colleagues, I understand that the essence of this discussion, but I just want to bring something to light, and again, I'm going to keep focused on this because it speaks to, as a body, coming to terms with how we look at our resources and how we look at this applicability of funds and new funds. And I mean, this is a policy question that we need to absorb somehow and come to, I think, some decisions as to where we're going to go as a city. I want to thank my colleague, Councilman Parrish. She has a map here that shows where, from our planning point of view, how we have focused on this city and what we've protected, what we haven't protected. And it also shows you where the freeways are at, and it also shows you where the people are living or allowed to live because of the way we've controlled certain areas. My point being, if you look up here in the valley, in the eastern part of the valley, you'll find this is where most of the freeways go, and you'll find that this is the center of the traffic that goes from the northern part of the Alley County region, people coming and going through these neighborhoods, but yet we don't have, like was just stated right now, funding formulas that speaks to the need to address how far behind we are in these pockets. The same is true in the east side, and the same is true in the south side. But this is where the highest densities are at. These are where the park poor areas are at. And fundamentally, colleagues, we need to come to terms with the notion of one city and how we're going to start moving our formulas, assess how we apply these resources to deal with those streets that are heavily traveled throughout the region, because this is where the regional traffic comes through, and this is where we don't have a formula to address how we've lagged behind for many, many years. So this, I believe this discussion is a reflection of that dynamic. And you can have that discussion in different layers. Right now we're talking about sidewalks and alleys. We can say the same for the street wear. We can say the same for how we're wearing out our parks or we don't have swimming pools. The same can be said over and over again because of the way we look at our formulas. I can't get any money from my parks or the swimming pools because I don't have new housing being built. I don't benefit from the policies that were made 25, 30 years ago. But I like to believe this is a new city. I like to believe we have a new body here that's coming to grips with the fact that these inequities should be addressed. So I would hope I can get more copies of this. I'm going to be a broken record on this. I need to share these kinds of observations, and we need to come to terms with this idea of do we now look at our formulas? And do we look at the most fundamental issues, wear and tear? Where do the people live? Where are they allowed to live? And where is our infrastructure wearing out, let alone not even being addressed, which is being very pointedly made here by this dialogue between Councilor Padilla and our staff. So I just needed to share this with you. I know it makes many of us uneasy, but these are just harsh realities that we have to come to terms with, and we just got to face it, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Councilmember Gruel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. President, as well for bringing up the issue of the sidewalks and unimproved streets. And our communities are very close to one another there in the north end of the valley. And you're right, Janice, there are some places who don't want their streets paved or their streets paved or sidewalks as well. But there are a lot of others in communities, poverty areas, that would like to have that done. And I've spent probably an inordinate amount of time with Mr. Robertson, looking at sidewalks and trees and looking at street repavement and ensuring that we are trying to do everything we can and know more about this than I ever thought I would, but it is such a critically important aspect of what we do as a city. And when I met with my neighbored councils a few weeks ago on a Saturday, we spent a lot of time on the budget, specifically on streets and trees. And Bill held a community meeting recently in the South Valley area with a number of the areas that are represented by myself and Mr. Weiss, Mr. LaBonge, and also Mr. Zine and across the valley. What I'd like to recommend, and I spoke to Mr. Padilla about as well, is to refer the 10% issue to committee for us to discuss. Because I think, colleagues, I have areas that we applied for TNI money. And a lot of the TNI money was actually to be used for a sidewalk and the creation of sidewalks. But as you find, we had a lot of easement issues. We had to go and get the owner's permission. And I have another place on Sylvan in my community where a synagogue has been built, and one of the conditions was for them to put a sidewalk because they were going to have a school. Well, two of the neighbors don't want their property to be used for sidewalk, and so we may have a sidewalk that stops and starts again. So it is a very complicated issue, but one I think that every single district in the city knows as a priority. And I'm looking, with the help of Mr. Robertson, looking outside the box relative to a program in my district where we'd have a pilot where those areas that can afford to help us pay for it, we're going to ask them to do 50% with the added benefit of them being expedited. At the same time, ensuring that we're using CDBG dollars for the poverty areas. I'm very concerned about making sure that we are on an equal playing field. And there's been a lot of other ideas on how we increase the number of sidewalks in the city of Los Angeles. So I think Mr. Padilla's idea of looking at how we can address those areas is very important. We should do it in the larger context and what some of the challenges are in those neighborhoods that do not have sidewalks. And I think also to ensure that we also have very wealthy areas that maybe want sidewalks, but that may not be where we want the priority, and how do we look at that issue. So I would just ask that we refer that to committee and for it to come back with some potential of allocating funds to look at the unimproved sidewalks and streets and in our communities.
Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. Sidewalks are real important throughout the city, and I'm sorry Mr. Reyes moved away, but I want to address it. This is one city, Ed. This is one city that has grown and is aged. So there's challenges in certain neighborhoods to figure it out. But I truly believe it's one city, and it's interesting how the city is. Although my father was born in 1916 in Long Beach, he grew up at 22nd and Hoover and went to school at Adams and Western. And he grew up, and my mother grew up in Lincoln Heights. And when her father, who was a police officer, made sergeant, they had enough money to buy a house over on Lucerne near Olympic in the Wilshire district. Benefit of a Los Angeles police officer and having that. But these are challenges that have to look at all and how fast the valley was developed. How many homes, Wendy, in your district are without sewer systems? Over 80,000. Over 80,000 no sewer. Why? Because the city allowed that growth, that rapid growth after World War II for the returning veterans to build housing. and they built it so quickly, they said, well, maybe you don't need sidewalks, maybe you don't need a full curb and gutter, et cetera. So these are challenges that we're catching up to. I think it's such an important dialogue and question about infrastructure and how we're going to fund it. You know, how are we going to fund it? I truly believe, and I'd like to ask the general manager to come back with a combination percentage for commercial streets, that it be 75-25, 75% the commercial property owner and 25% the city contribution. And for residential, maybe it'd be 25-75 or something thereof. Could you take note of that, Bill, and come back? I know I saw him earlier this morning. Tom Thomas was someone I've discussed this before with your department, to look at something. Prior to, and you go back to President Nixon, prior to that time, President Nixon's programs funded infusions of dollars into cities to do sidewalk repair. Prior to that, everybody got a citation, and then everybody found a way to fix it. But up until then, everybody had to do it. They got a citation, they fixed it. Now the city started doing it, and it's become overwhelming. And also, there's been a challenge on sidewalks with one particular tree over all trees is the ficus tree, which its rapid growth and roots that grow near the surface cause the sidewalks to buckle. I think it's very important we look at this whole infrastructure, then find a way how we rebuild our neighborhoods that have long been here, that are challenged, because all new neighborhoods have to follow city standards. And I will say there's a lot of streets in the Hollywood Hill that have no sidewalks and have no curbs and no gutters, and they have a constant problem because the water runs down the street and you have to go up and patch them all the time. Anyway, thank you very much for this discussion, but I think this issue of infrastructure, I understand someone's going to Public Works Committee, so it'll be good to discuss it, to come back with some avenue we could try to take to resolve this. But 50-50 or 25-75 or something.
Ms. Miskowski.
I agree, and I think that obviously that we've hit a real nerve here, council members. I'm going to let you know it was about maybe 4 or 5 years ago when we had a serious effort on the council about street miles and sidewalks and the whole question of would it just be a fair 15-way divide? And at that time, we had people from the inner city who said, wait a second, our streets are much more heavily used. We have probably fewer street miles in our district because we're more dense districts. But our streets are much, much, much more intensively used. We have all the buses going every which way through the heart of the city. They are much more intensively used, and as a consequence have more wear and tear, and they're older streets. You have some of the districts, like maybe Mr. Smith's district, Mr. Zine's district, and my district, which are very, very, very big districts. And if we did it just on a street mile percentage, we get more street miles. What Bureau of Street Services did back then was to try to blend the two. Recognize that some districts should get higher credit of more miles because they have more intensively used streets, more wear and tear, and everybody through the city goes through the heart of the city eventually. So they got that percentage. So it wasn't just a 15-way formula. It really is reasonably trying to look at all of those things. I think we're not going to resolve it today. We can't resolve it today. This is a direction back to have the Bureau meet, go to the Policy Committee, but I'm going to ask the Bureau, one, to send the report that was given to Budget and Finance to every district and break it down, not only street miles, sidewalk miles, and dirt street miles, because all of those play a role. And then we can look at Mr. Padilla's motion that should we take 10%, if we take 10%, for instance, of the sidewalk money and say build new sidewalks, that's going to build far fewer sidewalks than that same money would go to repairing it. So it means we're going to do less, but it's going to be different. Anyway, I think it's really worthwhile doing, but we're not going to be able to resolve it today. Let's send it to committee, but be aware that there's a lot of impacts. And what it really came down to last time is if we could look at a formula one way, that is the way the Bureau looked at it. If you look at a formula another way, there's going to be maybe some districts who are going to like it better another way and others not. And it really came down to 8 votes. But the true formula that I think we've been using since we went through this back when Mr. Greg Scott was the head of Bureau of Street Services, was a reasonably fair recognition of both. Distance of street miles, intensity of use of street miles, blend the two. If we can do it better, we can try, but I think we really did try to do it that way in recognition of all of the various issues. The one thing we've done better today is really start looking at those dirt street, dirt alley issues. And I think we got a lot of that through our air quality maintenance plan, which said if we reduce dust on our streets, that is the dirt streets, it's going to help achieve air quality standards that we should be looking at. So again, all of these things go into the formula. Let's take our time seriously to look at it at the early part of next year before we start spending the money. But we know the amount of money is set aside in this budget. Let's figure out how we can best use it.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Councilor Padilla. You know, I can't agree with you anymore that we are one city, Councilor Labange, but I do know this, that there comes a time when we have to look at the city for what it is. And it's important to understand where the poverty levels are at, where the kids have to be bused every day to school, where the kids don't have a place to play, where in actuality we have certain cultures and certain departments that in certain areas it's okay to put the old equipment or the equipment that doesn't work that well because those people won't call for service. Or there's other cultures that say that perhaps the person in that department who isn't doing as well or is not considered effective is sent to certain areas and not to others. We have these cultures in our departments. We have these conditions in our cities. And those are very real. And just like you and I, been in the trenches for many years as staff, we know these things. I think diplomatically, we need to work, just like Councilor Miskowski stated, and look at these formulas. I'm not that familiar with this balance. But what I do know is that in the parts that I'm familiar with on a day-to-day, with all the calls I get for all the things we don't receive as a community, that those formulas need to be reassessed. When I have 3 or 4 families living in one bedroom apartment unit, that is an impact. When I have trash piling up in alleyways and in streetways because I have so many people living in that one place, and yet the pickup cycles are as if I only have a quarter of those people living there, there's something wrong. And we need to address it. These cycles have changed. Pico Union Westlake, you used to be the deputy there, along with John Ferraro and Tom Bradley. What's happening there today didn't happen overnight. It happened over decades. So how we address these changes, we need to do it as a body, as one city. But we need to do it with our eyes wide open. Let's understand just how poor it is in certain parts. I just came from Mexico City a few months ago. I was in San Salvador. And believe me, there's parts in my district where I feel I'm still there because of the services are not happening, because the wear and tear is so intense and so great. That has to be looked at, especially now. And I agree with Councilor Miskowski. It's a matter of 8 or 9 votes. But there's a reason why the city was sued by MALDEF, because certain communities were not being represented. That is not the case anymore. So it's a new day, it's a new city. I'm saying it for the health of everyone, every community, because the wealthy person who lives in those outlying districts and outlying communities need to drive through my district to get to the freeway, because that's where they chose to put it. So I am thinking as one city, and I want to be constructive, and let's be diplomatic, but let's understand the real conditions of the city. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Ed. And I think it is always good to talk. It's sometimes good to get deep, deeper than we usually do, but it's coming about infrastructure, and then we represent everybody, and everybody has a spot. But everybody has a challenge. Everybody started somewhere. And then hopefully within the benefit of whatever challenges they may have, before that they overcome those challenges to get to whatever their goals are. I know the challenges are great because I saw the transformation of the MacArthur Park area when it was mostly retirees living in those hotels out 7th Street to when the great migration from Cuba came under the direction of President Carter, and the changes that transformed that whole area and all the challenges. And I understand you have greater challenges. But all those challenges have to be equalized as we represent all parts of the city, but it is one city. But I just wanted to get a great letter in that I wanted to just see here right now. I have a question for you, Mr. Labange, about street paving. I live in North Hollywood near the corner by Ralph's Market at Magnolia and Vineland. As you probably know, some of the streets in our area are pretty bumpy. Magnolia in particular is a very rough and patchy. I work in Westwood on Hillgard Avenue, and on my way this morning I noticed that Hillgard is being repaved. You probably know that I'm going to ask, why is Hillgard being repaved when there are streets in other areas such as ours that isn't getting their need? This is someone from North Hollywood to Westwood, very timely. Is it because Westwood is more affluent? If so, are there any hope for our neighborhoods such as ours? When will our streets really be repaved? It's signed by Russell Barnes, who adds it. It's all over. It's all over the city because we've never committed to funding it. Should we make sure we get all our gas tax back for the federal government, which we send more to Washington than we get back? Should we ask that gas tax be reallocated to make sure that it pays for these things? These are questions. But I think our bureau's got to be aggressive like they are, like Crew 152 that could pave Hollywood Boulevard from Western to Gower in less than 48 hours, and do other streets throughout the city. But come up with some formulas and have these discussions to see what we could do, and then put it on the table so we know what it costs. So everyone's, because it's true, there's no question. Whatever the challenges are, if the street is kept in front where people live, if the trees are trimmed and the trash is picked up and the gutters are cleaned of debris, people will feel that someone cares about their area. And Bill, all over, Mr. Reyes talked about the cycle of dumping trash, litter baskets. It's not as good as it should be, and I hope there's a way to find it. And I don't know when the right time is this, I would like to have us call on trying to use more court referrals on Saturdays and weekends to get some of the work we can't do done during the week. Because if Lee Baca is going to release non-offenders early, let's give them a broom to sweep the city streets to join with street services. Can I get a second for that? Anybody want to see a little more of that? Because I sure do. I'd rather have clean streets. A second, a motion to get court referrals to do more street services on weekends. Second, thank you.
Other members wishing to be heard on this item? If not, then we have the issue of a request for a set-aside for unimproved streets and sidewalks. And Mr. Smith, as chair of the Public Works Committee, has committed to bringing that back in a couple of months with a specific plan. So that'll dispense with that motion made on the floor. On the recommendation listed before us for consideration, Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Before proceeding to the next item, colleagues, let me just call your attention to the fact that we still have 6 items remaining before us, 6 specific recommendations that have come from the committee, plus the 3 cleanup technical items at the end of that. And I understand there may be about 30 or so motions being introduced to make further changes to the budget. It is 10 to 4 p.m. So let's take a deep breath, kind of shrink the shoulders a little bit. We're in the home stretch here. And let's keep plowing away. I think we can knock it out today if we focus. Okay, let's take the next item. Next item, please.
Item number 114 was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you. I would like for this to include a friendly amendment requesting that this report includes consideration of imposing a non-city resident fee in the rate schedule of rec and parks. I know this has been talked about and rejected on a couple times, but let me just tell you, in a tough budget year, other cities charge us more for participating in their parks and their programs. Just for an example, at Bogdanovich Park in San Pedro, Rancho Palos Verdes, Rolling Hills, Palos Verdes, the richest cities in Southern California, come to our park in the city and pay the exact same rate. I know for a fact that Rancho Palos Verdes has canceled some of their programs because they know the city of LA is running those kinds of programs. In this particular park, 33% of those enrolled in our programs are non-city residents. I think it's time to look at a rate fee that either charges them more or or I understand maybe we might have to raise fees and then charge LA residents a discount, whatever it is, I think it's time to look at just charging non-residents a different fee than those of us in the city of Los Angeles. Other cities do it. Thank you.
Okay, if we can report back on that issue, because understand that there are some very affluent areas. There's also some extremely poor areas, the unincorporated sections of LA County that use our parks. And so, well, we'd be happy to report back on that. Just
Mr.
there are some
Labange,
challenges.
followed by Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Hahn, 99% of the time, I'm right there. But, well, I'm concerned because we have about 24 cities, I believe. Where's Avac? He would know this. How many cities are adjacent to Los Angeles, including San Fernando, Culver City, and Beverly Hills, and West Hollywood are surrounded by Los Angeles? So there's about 24 cities that are surrounding us, that are right there. What I'd also like to ask, what is the reciprocal relationship be? I'm sure children in Eagle Rock may go to Pasadena or Glendale, or children of Silver Lake may go to...
in the report back, we'll speak to that
see
issue.
what it is, and if there's a reciprocal agreement. Like, I also want to see, I have a border district, as you do, but you have the ocean too, so you have a bigger district and more responsibility, and every ship at sea. So, I want to see how it relates to it, because like in public libraries, there's some cities that have reciprocal where you could use your card in that area. I don't want to make it a hurdle. I want to make sure that we have Los Angeles should have an invisible boundary as the leading city in this county. And I don't want to see us put up hurdles to try to say that. But I don't want to see our children be denied opportunity to experience things as well. On my time, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. On your time, point of clarification, in Lomita residents are charged $25 for Little League. City of Los Angeles residents are charged $40. So
good.
right there, there's
Right
an
there.
example.
So there's one example there. So come back and see how that plays, because I also don't want to see this to escalate into some kind of border wars that we could have with our neighboring cities on issues related to other fees, pipelines, water pipelines. You know, there was an assembly bill years ago that stopped shoestring annexation, which is something I remember from my college political science class from years ago. So all those issues are very important. But Bill, if you could look at that and see how it relates to it. And this will come to the Arts and Parks Committee? Yeah, thank you. You could be a little more.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I think this is a great discussion, and I want to thank Council colleague, Councilmember Hahn, for bringing this to light. Tomorrow I have a motion coming in. I'd like for us to help Mr. Moncrief, our new Director of Rec and Parks, to understand the infrastructure of how fees are collected, how they're being doled out. I'm learning that there's a whole cottage industry behind how our fields are being used. So when you have one entity leasing a field, that entity will sublease to someone else from another part of the Southern California area. And so then they take it over and our kids can't play on the fields. So I believe our new director could use this tool to analyze what is actually happening, what are the systems in place in our parks, because those of us are impacted that don't have enough parks. It's amazing to see kids playing in the street, and you got all these folks in there, and essentially they don't live in the area, and they have no access to the park. So this is something we should analyze in a manner in which, how do we prioritize our local residents? But on top of that, if it's being used, are we getting the biggest bang for our buck, and are we covering our costs and operating these parks? And it should be a uniform policy. I don't think it should waver from one place to another. We should have some level of predictability and some systems in place, because there's a lot of money being passed through this process, and we need to be accountable for how we're using our public funds as well as our public resources. But let's figure out where this money is going. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Mr. Reyes. I've been experiencing that problem in significant way at the new Nike field in Ross Snyder, and I've been struggling and talking with Mr. Muckery and representatives from Recreation and Parks who lease or rent the field out to outside groups outside of the city of Los Angeles, who then sublet to other groups, thus depriving the kids of the opportunity to play in their own neighborhood. But what's most galling about the entire situation is that the money that has been collected is not necessarily spent on the park. And that's something that I've asked for an audit on. I find that practice to be extremely dishonest and disingenuous, and I want to work with all of you to have a conversation on the record and to stop this practice from occurring, because if we want to take care of the families and the kids in the neighborhoods we represent, this is a pretty direct, uncomplicated way to do that, to correct this practice.
Okay, other members wishing to be heard? If not, we have the committee recommendation before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved, and the report back will include the various suggestions offered by members in this discussion. Next item, please.
Item number 115, call special by Councilmember Villaraigosa.
Mr. Villaraigosa. Item 115.
Item 115.
It's a transportation-related item.
This has to do with the local bus facility.
Yes. I think we might be able to resolve this with discussions. I'd like to see that this, as you know, chair of the Transportation Committee, and a lot of the money for this facility is money that we're getting from other entities that would provide a match and allow us to build this facility. My only concern here is that this come to committee so that we can discuss some of the concerns that the CLA and the CAO have with respect to this facility, and if that's the case, I think we'll be okay here.
I think if you just were to amend it to say to come back to before July 1st, a report back from transportation.
Right. I actually had a motion on that. I don't think it's been passed.
No, but if you just made the motion now, you could amend this to report back to council by July 1st. And that
Okay, so I
think
would move that we report back to council
transportation by July 1st.
the transportation budget by July 1st.
Okay. And I think we can accept that without objection. Anything further on this item? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved, and we'll await that report back to committee and then the full council. Next item, please.
Item number 117, call special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Is the representative of the police department here today or this afternoon? And Mr. Deaton, I think 4 hours ago, it's 4 o'clock, so before noon I asked for a motion. Did you see the motion yet? The motion's about civilian personnel in the police department? All right, the question is, I think, Cindy. Mr. Deaton.
Yes, sir.
In our budget, and I thank all those who work very hard on the budget, I have a strong belief in civilian support for the LAPD. And also I have a strong belief if we have managers who manage, they have a fund, like how much do we spend on civilians in a year in the LAPD? Do you know what that approximately is?
250 million?
250 million or thereabouts. So let's
Give
say
or
it's
take
250
50 million.
How much?
Give or take a 50 million.
Yeah, good. Well, I would just say let's fund that, and then the freezes, let them hire the people now, because I go into police stations, and police officers having to do support in civilian roles now, and we need civilians. Chief, on my time, how important are civilians to your operation? You have a little microphone there, over there.
Where I was sitting, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russ.
The civilian positions have become critical in the department. I know citywide, the vacancy rate in civilians is about 9%. Within the LAPD, it's like 16%. So we do need to fill our vacancies, and during the budget hearings, we had requested a blanket unfreeze so that we could determine which positions need to be filled when, and there was some support for that, but obviously a lot of other decisions had to get made along the way, but we would respectfully request the ability to hire to our dollar amount, and we'll determine which ones are more critical than others.
Well, members, and Mr. Deaton, I asked for a motion on that, I don't know, through your office. Ask for a blanket unfreeze.
Councilman, I mentioned earlier that Councilwoman Mizakowski had presented an amendment to this particular proposal to instruct our office in the CLA to come up with a proposal to facilitate the filling of civilian positions in instances where a sworn person would have to perform that task. Now, if you look at the hiring freeze exemptions, there are a number of civilian positions that have it's called a blanket unfreeze, including the, if you look at civilian positions in the areas of detention officer, we have it for, I know, the 911 people, we have it in police scientific investigation, photographer, forensic print specialist, criminalist, and so I don't want to read them all. But what I like to do is, on this particular issue, yes, the department needs the ability to fill these positions as soon as possible, but rather than do a complete blanket, we'd like to come back with a written proposal.
Okay, good.
But we have added a lot more positions.
Will that take 30 days or more?
We do it by then.
Good. And Chief, will that be okay for you?
We'll work with him on that, absolutely.
Because we can do it before July 1st.
The civilian employment in the Los Angeles Police Department is a very important component of the efforts of the police department. I just want to make sure we highlight that and focus that and not forget that. Thank you.
We also have positions that are not being filled by police, so we'd love to work with Mr. Fujioka on
And we'll
that.
look at that.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. President, there's one thing I would recommend that we add, but we add it so that still these two officers stay within their budgeted funds, but that we add the controller and city attorney to the unfreeze process with the specific instruction that they live within their budgeted salary accounts.
I would hope somebody would say something, but
Mr. Villarreal.
Mr. Labange, I actually have a motion written again, following instructions from the CLA on this matter that speaks to this issue.
Of civilian?
Yes. Okay. And I'd like to, we're going to discuss it, I guess, when we're finished with these items. So I'd like you to consider it.
Ms. Mizakowski.
Again, I just want to make clear, I have no problem with additional motions coming in, but members, look at the back of this, attachment 3, which talks about what the unfreeze are going to be. There is a large number of unfreeze positions in the police department, both sworn, but more specifically civilian. And what we added in Budget Committee was exactly what you asked for, Mr. Labange. Those, when you go into a police station right now and you see a uniformed officer filling out a report or doing something because the civilian isn't there, this says unfreeze it. So anytime a civilian position right now, the work is being done by uniform, which means an officer isn't on the street where that officer should be, this is an unfreeze. It's there on attachment 3. There are additional items that were unfrozen, but more specifically dealing with the civilian. PSRs, the folks answering at the dispatch center, unfrozen. A number of them specifically unfrozen, and then we'll get that report back. The one that they wanted just a little more definition on were all those that might be being filled right now by uniformed personnel. So I think we attempted to do this as best we could. But, you know,
Okay, who did that?
yeah, no, I don't think we don't have to exit. I think that was an if you have to leave the building, leave the other exits. That wasn't a vacation.
Let's not vacate yet. We'll get confirmation on what we need to do. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard on this item? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Item number 121, called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange. Item 121.
Hey, Mr. Fujioka, real quick on this here, or Mr. Deaton, Mr. Fujioka, how quickly do managers know on their money? How often do they look at their money, their budget, their funding? Do they do it weekly? Do they do it, hold on a second.
They should be doing it biweekly and monthly.
Again, we're interpreting that as if you have to leave. I have the sergeant on the line waiting confirmation. Mr. Labange.
So, Mr. Deaton, every 2 weeks,
After each payroll period, they should have how much money how many people they have on board, where their expenses. The expenses usually come in on a 4-week basis, but payroll is on a biweekly basis.
is 100% of our departments online?
Yes, we work with each department, and we review the information on our financial management information system, FEMIS, and as part of our responsibilities and the general manager's responsibilities, we review their finances on an ongoing basis.
So any 2 weeks, I could walk to any department and talk to the general manager, and they could pull it on the screen where they are?
They should be able to respond to that.
Good,
They
thank
should
you.
be.
I just wanted to make sure we're using technology as we watch this closely.
Other members wishing to be heard on this item? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 123, called special by Councilmember Villaraigosa.
Okay. As Mr. Villaraigosa comes back to his microphone for item 123, colleagues, let me just tell you, for your peace of mind, we've confirmed with the head of the building that evacuation is not necessary at this point. We'll keep you posted. Mr. Villaraigosa, item 123. Okay, he'll be back in just a minute here. Do we have another item we can consider while he returns?
124 was also called special by Councilmember Villaraigosa, but I understand he just had called 124G special, and I believe his questions were answered, so I don't know if there's any need to...
Okay, we're getting a nod from his staff that that is certainly the case. Other members wishing to be heard on item 124?
Yes, Mr.
Ms. Gruhl.
Yes, Mr. President. It is relative to, and Mr. Fujioka, my staff I know briefly talked to you about this, I guess would be item K, relative to contractual services itemized in this budget. There are a number of items that are proposed, and we received correspondence from Local 347, and it's been an issue that I've been particularly concerned about, which is notification on contracting out. There's some concern that as I call it, the red document, that those items don't have to come back to the City Council. We approve them in full, and that some of these items may in fact be contracting out of services, and whether or not they meet the criteria that we have in our ordinance. Would the suggestion be that we have a report back on that item relative to the correspondence by 347?
Which is fine, because we're going through that report right now. I received that letter from Local 347, and so our staff, our employee relations staff, are in the process of working with our budget staff to identify whether or not the contracts in the budget meet current city policies. So we'll be happy to report through AGE.
Mr. President and colleagues, this had been brought to my attention actually prior to the 347 correspondence, that the Red Book with all of those proposed agreements or contracts, when we pass today, they don't necessarily have to come back to the City Council for approval. So your recommendation, Bill, would we come back in so many days, or what would be the recommendation if I was to make a motion to address
Say within
this
30
issue?
days to
Okay.
AGE. So we'll have it done prior to July 1st.
Okay. So that would be my motion, Mr. Chair, which would be have a report back in 30 days.
And that's on, I'm sorry, on 124K?
Yes, K, and relative to the correspondence from 347 and the other contracts that would impact other unions as well.
Thank you very much. Are the members wishing to be heard?
Mr. Chair, I have one clarification, please, for 124U, that section includes ordinances necessary to implement the good business practices summarized on page 6 of the Revenue Outlook book. It is also intended to authorize the Office of Finance to use the RFB project, which is subject to Mayor and Council contract approval, as necessary to implement the practices, because some of those good business practices may require ordinances. Thank you. We'll give that to...
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fujioka.
Thank you.
If that's all on item 124, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. We now come back to item 123, and Mr. Villaraigosa informs me his questions have been answered on that item. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved as well. And either Madam Clerk, Mr. CLA, or CAO, we still have items 125, 26, and 27 before us. I think these are the technical cleanup once we're all done with everything
Yes.
else. So should we hold off on these and go through the
Might as well.
motions introduced today? All right, colleagues, we have, as I understand it, to be about 30 motions that were introduced during the course of our hearings today. We can begin with the first batch, or is a 5-minute recess in order?
I think we should start.
Members?
Motion.
Hold on. I want to ask the same question to our city attorney and our clerks here. Need a break? Okay, let's give them a little bit of a break. They've been at it all day as well.
Okay.
No, it's 4:15. We're back at it at 4:20. That gives me a chance to look at these motions.
was
60 seconds.
It was ours on Mills Act, so they're just going to receive and file that.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are in the final stretch of our deliberations on the fiscal year 2004-2005 proposed budget. Colleagues, we have now completed our consideration of the recommendations sent to this full council by the Budget and Finance Committee. Our next step is now to consider motions which have been introduced today by any and all members of the City Council. Madam Clerk, Mr. CAO, Mr. CLA. On your marks. Get set. And motion number one.
Motion number one is a motion by Mr. Villaraigosa, which provides for two positions in the Planning Department for Mills Act program. Money is being funded from the Workforce Displacement Mitigation. It would provide for a shift of the two positions for this function, while and I think it was recommendation 104 or something like that, Planning Department and my office will be reporting back in the first quarter of next year on the whole historic issue, and this would take care of this problem in the meantime.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, Mr. President, members, this is a motion to do just as Mr. Deaton has indicated. It would fund the Commission Executive Assistant 2 and the Architectural Associate 2 as follows. Well, it's in the motion. Essentially, I wanted to make sure, and I know that a number of my colleagues have been concerned about this whole issue of enforcing the Mills Act and ensuring historic preservation. I had raised the issue earlier on another matter, thinking this was that motion. I would urge your aye vote.
Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That's approved. Next motion.
Motion number two is by Councilwoman Hahn, and basically it asks for the General Manager of Cultural Affairs to report back before July 1st of this year on the programming and staff levels at each of the department's operating facilities, so there's clarity of what is going to happen in the field.
Any further discussion? Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
And that's a no fiscal impact item. It's just
That's
a report
correct.
for information. Next item.
Motion number three is also by Councilwoman Hahn. It is also a no financial impact, but request that Recreation and Parks and the CAO report back to Parks Committee related to the management of Lake Machado, including some idea of how we might be able to fund the management of that particular facility and the lake involved.
Members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Motion number four is one by Councilman Reyes. Ask the CAO and the Planning Department to report back to Plum Committee the analysis of the workload and staffing resources of the department to process planning requests from the neighborhood councils. No fiscal impact, excepting for the study.
Any discussion? Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Motion number five is by Councilman Ludlow, and it requests the police department to report back through the Public Safety Committee to council within 30 days on the availability of foreign language assistance at police stations, included but not limited to the number of translators, and whether fluency needs for specific neighborhoods are being met. No fiscal impact.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Motion number six is by Councilmember Villaraigosa. No fiscal impact. It requests the Library Department to identify funds to maintain bookmobile services in areas that are underserved, such as public housing areas, and report back on that plan to the council within 30 days. Again, no fiscal impact.
Any discussion? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next one.
Motion number 7 is a motion by Council Member Villaraigosa, which transfers 2 positions from El Pueblo to General Services. I think we're going to recommend that that be referred to committee.
And I would agree with that.
Okay, without objection. Next item.
Excuse me, on that one, refer to Budget and Finance?
Yes.
Mr. President, I think we don't have the next one yet. Apparently, we're waiting for the next packet.
Yeah, we stopped at 7.
Next pack.
We're making copies right now.
Making copies as we speak.
Maybe we'll take another 5-minute break.
Another 5 minutes?
How much do we need? Are we almost done copying those? Okay, let's hang tight. They're almost done with those, that next series of motions. If we can call you back to your seats here. The next batch is coming around hot off the presses. We have motion number 8 through motion number 17. And before we start with number 8, can the CLA or the clerk tell me if this is going to do it or there's still more to come?
I think there's
3 more coming? Okay.
Motion number 8 by Councilwoman Jan Perry, and instruct the CEO with the assistance of the CLA report back in 2 weeks with recommendations for 6-month funding for the Los Angeles Theater Center, and also to explore other funding opportunities and no fiscal impact.
Okay. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved.
Motion number 9 is by Councilwoman Jan Perry, relative to the City Administrative Office reporting back through the Environmental Quality Committee with recommendations relative to the restorations of 2 positions for the mobile source pollution reduction for alternate fuel efforts associated with curbside collection of refuse service. No impact, no fiscal impact except for the study.
No fiscal impact. Members wishing to be heard on this item? Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Motion number 10 is by Councilwoman Han, relative to the addition of one resolution authority for a commission executive assistant to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. No fiscal impact.
No fiscal impact while we're adding a position?
Excuse me?
No fiscal impact while we're adding a position?
We're adding a position but no funding. They have to make a choice between adding that position or another position they have within their budget. And given the hiring freeze, if they do not have funding available, then my office and the city administrative office won't allow them to proceed with the filling of the position.
Just getting clarification.
Just explaining my position.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Motion number 11, Councilwoman Perry, instruct the General Manager of Cultural Affairs to report on the amount of funding and proposed use of fundings for the Central Avenue Jazz Festival to be held July 31st through August 1st. No fiscal impact.
Members wishing to be heard? Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved.
Motion number 12 is by Councilwoman Miskowski, relative to shifting money from the Traffic Safety Fund to the police budget in the amount of $600,000 with no net fiscal impact for funding the photo red light program and to facilitate payment of funds to the existing contract in concert with changes in state law.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Motion number 13 by Councilman Villaraigosa, and instruct the General Manager of Los Angeles Housing Department to report back to the council within 30 days with a plan to fund and hire 2 management analyst positions to conduct community outreach for the Housing Department's services and programs. No net fiscal impact.
Members wishing to speak? If none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Motion number 14 by Councilman Villaraigosa. Basically, it's the addition of a transportation engineer, no net for anti-gridlock transit improvements. The no net fiscal impact on the general fund. This is Prop C.
I interrupted him.
This is Prop C funded.
My error, my mistake. Go ahead.
As I was saying, props. This is Prop C funded, no impact on the general fund. However, it'd be a $105,000 for Prop C for this purpose.
That's cool. Okay.
Members wishing to speak? Seeing none, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Motion number 15 would be amended to include detention officers in the police department list of hiring, freezing, exemptions, and attachment 3. No net fiscal impact. Motion by Councilman Villaraigosa.
Members wishing to be heard? If none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved.
Motion number 16 would direct that the first $3 million in legal settlements, judgments in favor of the city would be earmarked for the Los Angeles Police Department for the Enhanced Enforcement Overtime Initiative, which would be used to deploy police officers on overtime and an as-needed basis to high crime areas. Basically, this would identify the money. It would come to council. The council then would take an action to add it to the police department budget. No net fiscal impact. A motion by Councilman Villaraigosa.
Ms. Miskowski.
suggest that this one go to committee. Basically, it's saying that if we find $3 million in new money by way of great work by the city attorney next year, we know today where we want that new $3 million to go. And we just had probably the biggest debate, or the longest debate here, of saying if we found more money, we'd sure like to put it into streets, sidewalks, streets, paving dirt streets. Let's not say today we know where new money might go. Let's send it to committee, take control of it. We gave a lot of money this year to police overtime account. And we actually found more money in the budget that came from overtime reimbursements at the airport that go back into overtime accounts. So at least we will start the year with good overtime money for the police accounts. Let's see if there's more money that's needed. But I don't think we should say today we know that if we get $3 million more, that's where it should go. Let's see where it comes in, when it comes in. We don't know what Sacramento is going to do to us. We may have other things we might direly need to just maintain before adding back. So I would refer this one to committee.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, with all respect, of course, to my colleague, Councilmember Ms. Sikowski, who chairs the Public Safety Committee. My hope, members, is that we would today make it absolutely clear, not with money that's otherwise in the general fund as we speak, but with the first $3 million in legal settlement monies to fund this enhanced enforcement overtime initiative. The people of the city, and you're right, Ms. Misakowski, this budget committee did a phenomenal job with respect to making sure that police and fire are our absolute priority. But this motion, without impacting the budget as we speak, we don't get the money, obviously it won't happen. But it says, once again, it reaffirms that this area of public safety is our #1 priority, and it puts money in overtime where we can use it. It provides about 65,000 hours worth of police overtime money. And in my mind, representing the area that I come from, I can tell you, we still don't have enough. I had to go to a number of homicide scenes a few months ago, one right after another, and I can tell you, not all districts are the same. Some of the council districts have a lot more than others in terms of these homicides. And so my hope would be that we would articulate that this is our priority, that we're going to set aside the first $3 million. After that, obviously, we can discuss, as we should and as we can here, but I think it's completely appropriate to set aside these monies now, to put them where we can use them best in police overtime hours. And as I said, this does not impact the general fund.
Can I make one comment, please? One comment is that our revenue assumption includes money of this type, settlements from damaged claims. So if we can amend this motion to say what the first amount of money in excess of what's in the base revenue, then we would not, then that would be appropriate. Because right now, we have an estimate of about $3.1 million in our revenue base that's currently programmed in next year's budget.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
All right. Does that change people's feelings or minds on this item? Other members wishing to be heard? Mr. Parks.
Point of clarification, do we have a motion from Ms. Sikowski to the committee on this? Yeah. I'd second that if we haven't had a second.
Okay. We have a motion to refer this motion number 16 to committee. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, let's open the roll
On sending it to committee.
on sending it to committee. Roll is open. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 6 noes.
Okay, motion to refer to committee does not pass. The motion is now before us. Let's open the roll,
As amended.
close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Okay, next item, please.
Motion number 17 is by Councilman Villaraigosa, which is the addition of a clerk typist to the Commission on Status Women to support the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, net increase of $47,400.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes.
A quick comment, please. During the budget hearings, a request was made by the Commission on Status of Women to reduce their cut, which was a very severe cut of 45% to 20%. That's what your Budget and Finance Committee did. If you add this money, the percentage cut will go down to less than 10%. Now, in all fairness to the other 5 departments who were asked to share the burden, everyone else took at least a 20% cut. And in fact, a lot of departments citywide took significant cuts. And so I understand the importance of this program, but we have other departments who, especially the other 5 small departments, who were asked to share the impact due to the city's budget challenges, and they did at a much higher percentage. The 20% in the budget currently proposed by your Budget and Finance Committee represents a 20% cut.
I've had a conversation, Mr. President, members, I've had a conversation with the budget chair and a couple of other colleagues. I'd like to amend the motion that this go to committee for the purpose of discussing this item.
Great.
Mr. Parks. Okay. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, then the motion is to refer this item to Budget and Finance Committee.
Sorry, that would be Budget and Finance and Personnel.
And the Personnel Committees. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That item is so referred. Next item, please.
Motion number 18 is by Councilman Villaraigosa, and it takes the money that is unallocated from the Convention and Visitors Bureau's trust fund, which will be a larger amount than they're normally going to get because of the amount of money for the cash flow changes that we're making in the hotel tax, and using that money to bring the cut in cultural affairs down to about 25%. There'd be an addition of about $700,000 to special events, an increase in salaries of about $550,000 for a net increase of $1.4 million.
Mr. Villaraigosa.
Yes, members, I spoke to this earlier today. I am of the belief, when I saw that young boy, Trey, say that poem and say it with the passion that he did, it made me, it gave me goosebumps. And I said to Councilmember Parks, you know, if he's an example of the talent that we have in our community, then we're going to be okay. I honestly believe, colleagues, that this was a tough decision, and I know that had we not found the money, a pot of money for this, I know that we would have had to make tough choices. I would like to believe I would have gotten up and asked you to restore some of this funding anyways. Not being experienced in these matters here on the council, I learned early on that if I wanted to fight for this, I'd have to find the money. And find the money we did. Let me speak a little bit about why arts and culture are so important. You heard at least one of our colleagues talk about the Watts Towers and, you know, the incredible landmark that it is in the city of Los Angeles. There was a motion, I think, by Ms. Hahn to look at a festival. I don't remember the name of the festival, but the Jazz Festival in South Los Angeles. You know, the arts lift the human spirit. The arts in this, the most diverse city in the nation, are the opportunity for us to connect with one another. And what I've often said about the arts is that, and culture, is that even if you don't understand the language, you know, you understand a symphony, or a great dance from Africa or Mexico or Vietnam. And I believe that this issue of the arts has to be a priority for us. Yes, it's not just public safety, as I said earlier, is our #1 priority, but lifting the human spirit and connecting us in a city where so many of us haven't learned enough about our cultural contributions, about the important history and celebrations, I think are essential in the city. And so I'm very excited. I want to thank my staff because they did an incredible job of hunting for this money, and I would urge your aye vote.
Thank you very much. Other members wishing to be heard? Ms. Perry?
Just a quick question, and I appreciate what Mr. Villaraigosa is trying to do. I just wanted to know, and maybe you can answer this for me, Mr. Deaton, in the situation with the Los Angeles Theater Center, and we're trying to work through this as a publicly funded, publicly managed space. How does something like this affect a situation like that?
You mean that the city would be responsible for the facility? Well, obviously, the more money you have in the fund, the more easily it is to find money to do something like that. And this would reduce the amount of reduction and provide more funds to address all the issues.
If Mr. Villaraigosa doesn't mind, I'd like to add a friendly amendment to that, to have that considered in the context of what he's trying to do as well.
I'd actually like to have that done in item 19 at the request of the CLA. I've put together another $300,000 for, and I think that's probably a better place where it would be.
Well, I have one motion already on the table. I don't remember the number of it right now.
It
About
was adopted.
Los Angeles Theater Center.
It was adopted.
It was adopted.
Okay, yeah, I know, but I want to, trying to find as many opportunities for consideration as I can.
And what I would argue, and I think Mr. Deaton would agree, that motion number 19, which will be the next one, is probably a better place to insert that. Because that's where you talk about salaries for activities that would include, you know, the kind that were mentioned at the LA Center Theater.
I think it's more appropriate. The only thing is that I will be recommending 19 go to committee. So I don't want to surprise you when I turn around in a few minutes after.
No, not 18.
Okay, but this is item 18 before us.
This is item 18.
Ms. Perry, if you're done, I have Mr. Labange, Ms. Misikowski, and Mr. Parks waiting to be heard. Mr. Labange.
Mr. Villaraigosa, I want to thank you for that. Mr. Deaton, I want to thank you for what you're doing on this, working this matter out to support the arts, because the arts is absolutely important. It does make a difference. I thought we saw a team of people from around the city to come speak this morning on the importance of the arts. And I just wondered, I could do an instant poll just to the council members. How many have benefited from a city art program? Ed? Greg, you guys? Antonio? Bernard, did you go to an art program in LA as a child? Good.
He went to an art academy.
Yeah. So I'm just saying it makes a difference. There was a cultural arts center on Riverside Drive that I benefited from, and I'm sure others have. So I think this is real important. And Tony, I want to thank you for your leadership on this as chair of the Committee on Arts and Parks. It's important that we find a way to help fund the arts and fund it as wide as we can, that this money go as wide as it can throughout the whole city, and especially in the clusters of areas of most need and where there's most artists. Thank you.
Ms. Misikowski.
I was just going to make a suggestion, as Ms. Perry did, that her item, which was 8 on the theater program, be included as a possible consideration for the restoration of programs that 18 included, because we have a number of programs there, and if Mr. Villaraigosa feels 19 is better, the 18 has more money, so it might be more easily able to be apportioned with some small part going to the program in number 8. But I mean, I think what we're seeing is we have a greater demand for cultural programs than we have money. So I think we need to be very, very judicious. And as I heard some of the community people talk today about the specific task force that is working with cultural affairs and cultural arts to really look at how and where they might most effectively use their money, it makes sense. But I agree that finding the money from the Convention Visitors Trust Fund is good to take it and restore it in this manner. So I have no objection to 18, just looking to maybe broaden some of the possible applicability of pots that it might help fund. Again, no commitment made at this time because we're going to get that back from Cultural Affairs anyway.
I'll accept, I checked with Mr. Deaton. I thought he thought it was 19 was a better place to put it, but I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. Ms. Perry, to specifically spell that out here. Yeah.
On 18,
Okay.
I think the amendment on 18 would be that we would look for sources of funds from this account for the LA Theater. And so that's as modified now.
I have Mr. Parks. He waves. Mr. Reyes.
I just wanted to emphasize that having a solution to this problem that addresses a large body of people that truly can benefit from this program, and believe me, we are saving a lot of money in the future by addressing the needs of our young people, as it's been explained earlier, just like the example of art in the park. These are great programs, so I'm glad we're able to get to this point. Thank you very much.
Mr. Verdegosa. Mr. Verdegosa, you wish to be heard again? On 18?
Yes, on 18, did we
Right. We're
agree
fine.
that we'll look at
Look at
this
that as a
within this
possibility.
pot? And I can agree to that.
Okay, with those changes, colleagues, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Motion number 19 is by Councilman Villaraigosa and covers essentially the same issue of $300,000, $117,000 in salaries, and $150,000 in special events, and some $33,000 of related cost. It is not as clear where this money, we need to look at possible funding sources, and so we would recommend that be sent to
Let
committee.
me clarify that for a second.
Mr. Verdegosa.
It actually is very clear about where that money can come from, but based on discussions with Mr. Deaton, I've agreed to send this, and also with Mr. Parks, to send this one to committee. I had identified the money in Bureau of Engineering to the tune of 1.7. Upon request by Mr. Deaton, I agreed to use this pot of money because he thought it might be a better match here. So
Right.
we agreed on the amount. The only issue is whether or not they go to salaries and or programs, I think, and we wanted that to go to committee for both parks and also budget for the purpose of discussing some of those issues, which is why I originally said that I thought that the item, that other amendment was better for this, because that's the specific purpose that we had said. So I want to be clear, this
Okay.
money's been identified.
Okay.
But nonetheless, the recommendation is to send it to committee. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Okay, that's motion number 19. Do we have any more?
No, I'd like to go back to 125 now.
We have 125, 126, and 127 remaining from the committee recommendations. Mr. CLA?
Includes in the 25 is one of 3 closing recommendations of the committee report is resolution upon approval, the CAO substitute authorities may be filled using Schedule A, and the city administrative officer is authorized to make any necessary changes to the DPO to reflect said filling of substitute positions. and recommend approval.
Okay. Members, this is item 125. Recommendation number 125 from the committee's report. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Item number 126 is instructing the CAO to report back to council within 30 days with a listing of all resolutions, substitute, and in lieu positions needed to fulfill the intent of council action on the 2004-2005 budget.
Members, recommendation item 126. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved.
Item number 127 is a request of the city attorney with the assistance of my office and the CAO's office to prepare and present to the council a resolution for the adoption of 2004-2005 budget for the City of Los Angeles as submitted by the mayor on April 20th and as modified by the actions today.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And
Before you are two final motions, A and B. A basically says that anything we need to balance comes from the reserve fund, and in order to prepare the resolution that the city attorney with the assistance of my office and the city administrative office be authorized to make such modifications to make sure the thing balances.
let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Motion B is basically authorizing us to make any minor changes in order to ensure that the intent of the council was fulfilled in preparing the resolution for your final approval next week.
Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That's all there is. There ain't
Thank
no
you very
more.
much. Colleagues, before we break, we're not gone yet, we're not done yet. I just want to take a moment to thank all of you for your patience and your focus today. It is just shy of 5 o'clock, and we knocked this thing out in one day. So let me also acknowledge and thank all the members of the Budget and Finance Committee that sat for days on end in consideration of the mayor's proposed budget and sent today's recommendations to the full council. Let me recognize Mr. Parks at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask Bill Fujioka and his entire staff to stand up and give them applause for what they've done on this budget. And also Ron Deaton and Sharon and the CLA staff. And I want to thank all of the committee members and all of you today. We've gone through this very in-depth analysis, and with all the things done, I think the committee has done a great job. In fact, I think we've added $1 million to a $5-point-something billion budget, which I think is remarkable. So we want to say thank you to all of you, and I think we're well within our timeline of May 20th to get this done, and so thank you very much.
Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President, too. And let me congratulate and thank our chair, our rookie chair, Councilmember Bernard Parks. First time ever chairing, and staff is recognizing that as well. And actually, we had as a 5-year member of Budget and Finance Committee, the senior, this by far has been the smoothest budget, the one with least acrimony. Let me also thank the mayor's staff. It was, for some of you who remembered and read the reports in years past, we had some very, very difficult times. And I must say that after we got finished with Budget Committee, we were no sooner in our offices than we had a letter of support and appreciation from the mayor saying how different it was this year from last year. And I, again, want to thank the committee members. And I also think that if we would go very, very, very far back in time to find that few a number of amendments on council floor to amend the budget. So I think the work was really, really well done by all the teams that worked on it so that we really didn't have to mess with it too much.
Mr. Cardenas.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank the staff who worked very hard for these last few weeks to make sure that we got where we're at today, and also give a special thanks to the Chairman Parks for your leadership and running a budget very, very smoothly, and in a way that my first year here, I was very surprised at how smooth it went. I think a lot of levels of government, certainly Sacramento has a little bit to learn about how to run a smooth budget. Congratulations.
Mr. Reyes.
yes, I also want to thank everyone for their great job, and just want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank Armando Barragan from Barragan's Restaurant for today's lunch. Without their energy, we wouldn't finish. Thank you.
Mr. Ludlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say, I just noticed all these people stood up. That's a big staff. Did we look at Fujioka's staff today? Did we look at his budget? I don't know. You guys did a phenomenal job. He didn't even smile. You guys did a great job. Councilmember Parks and Councilmember Misikowski and the entire committee, thank you guys so much for all of your work. And it has been amazing. There were a number of people that were here from the community today that came in. They couldn't stay here all day long, but I'm telling you that there was an amazing feeling that city government was really listening to the residents. So thank you all, and job well done.
In regards to the CAO's office, there was a proposal to consolidate, and the council voted against it. Mr. Villaraigosa.
I, too, want to thank all of the staff from the various council offices and departments that worked on this budget, and I especially want to thank all of the members of the Budget Committee who put in a lot of hours putting together this budget. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge the leadership of Mr. Parks, who has done an incredible job with this, his first of, I would think, many budgets.
Mr. Labange.
No, thank you. I wanted to, again, congratulate Councilmember Parks. I think it's very special for all of us to have a former general manager of a very large department as a council member who understands budgets and understands the process. So you greatly contributed to that and having a whole knowledge of the city. And I also want to thank all the staffs from all the CAO's office. You have an absolutely thankless job because you don't really get to plant a tree. You don't get to read a book other than a budget book. You don't get to throw out a ball. You don't get to engage with people as much as I'm sure you'd like to. But I know you have the heart of the city in mind and the balance of that, which is so important. And you're a great leader, Bill Fujioka. I especially appreciate your guidance on all of us. And I also want to thank Don Liu and his staff from the mayor's office for having the ability to bring forth a budget that could have been crafted and corrected and move forward as we do. So I thank all of you for your involvement. Especially I want to thank my staff for all the advice that they gave me, including that I didn't listen to.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. And I think that there's never going to be enough thank yous because it is an immense task. But working together, we have done it. Unless there's anything further, I also want to thank our council clerk, our vote clerk, and our city attorney for their patience and hard work today. And the support of ITA and the entire city family. And with that, we will now adjourn. Ms. Perry, do you have an adjourning motion? Okay.
I'll make it fast.
We normally don't do adjourning tributes. You want to wait till tomorrow? We can do it today. Or would you rather wait till tomorrow?
If I could just do it and get it done.
Okay. Would everybody please rise for Ms. Perry's adjourning motion?
Sorry. Okay.
Go ahead.
This motion is in memory of Corrine Mobley Bowie, who was born to James O. Mobley and Lillian Harkless Mobley on September the 8th, 1952 in Macon, Georgia. She was the third-born child of 4 children, a native Los Angelino who graduated from John C. Fremont High School in Los Angeles. She met and fell in love with William Bowie. They were married and were together for 20 years before her passing. Her knowledge of planning events and her flair for beauty prepared her for a career in event planning, which she did for 5 years. She was friendly, strong-willed, loving, kind, and a giving woman who touched the lives of many. And on May 10th, 2004, Corrine Mobley Bowie passed away. She left behind a legacy of love and precious memories, and services were held Friday, May the 14th at Brookings Community Methodist Episcopal Church. And I would ask, since so many of us know Mrs. Mobley and have worked with Mrs. Mobley, if we could all have our names on that
all members.
for her daughter. Thank you.
All members. And if there's nothing further, then we will now adjourn the special meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Matters that need to come back for one final vote, resolutions, ordinances, etc., will come back during a regular council meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you all very much. This meeting is adjourned.